HarperCollins presents As Good as Dead by Holly Jackson. Read by Kristen Atherton, Luke Polly, Claire Corbett, Jot Davis, and Mariam Grace. This audiobook contains mature content and adult themes. Part 1. Chapter 1. Dead-eyed. That's what they said, wasn't it? Lifeless, glassy, empty. Dead eyes were a constant companion now, following her around, never more than a blink away. They hid at the back of her mind and escorted her into her dreams. His dead eyes. The very moment they crossed over from living to not. She saw them in the quickest of glances and the deepest of shadows. And sometimes in the mirror, too, wearing her own face. And Pip saw them right now, staring straight through her. Dead eyes, encased in the head of a dead pigeon, sprawled on the front drive. Glassy and lifeless, except for the movement of her own reflection within them, bending to her knees and reaching out. Not to touch it, but to get just close enough. "Ready to go, Pickle?" Pip's dad said behind her. She flinched as he shut the front door with a sharp clack, the sound of a gun hiding in its reverberations. Pip's other companion. Yes, she said, straightening up and straightening out her voice. Breathe. Just breathe through it. Look, she pointed out needlessly. Dead pigeon. He bent down for a look, his black skin creasing around his narrowed eyes, and his pristine three-piece suit creasing around his knees. And then the shift into a face she knew too well. He was about to say something witty and ridiculous, like, "Pigeon pie for dinner?" he said. Yep, right on cue. Almost every other sentence was a joke from him now, like he was working that much harder to make her smile these days. Pip relented and gave him one. "Only if it comes with a side of mashed rat-tato," she quipped, finally letting go of the pigeon's empty gaze, hoisting her bronze rucksack onto one shoulder. "Ha!" He clapped her on the back, beaming. "My morbid daughter!" Another face shift, as he realized what he'd said, and all the other meanings that swirled inside those 3 simple words. Pip couldn't escape death, even on this bright, late August morning in an unguarded moment with her dad. It seemed to be all she lived for, now. Her dad shook off the awkwardness, only ever a fleeting thing with him, and gestured to the car with his head. "Come on! You can't be late for this meeting!" "Yep," Pip said, opening the door and taking her seat. Unsure what else to say, her mind left behind as they drove away, back there with the pigeon. It caught up with her as they pulled into the car park for Little Kilton train station. It was busy, the sun glinting off the regimented lines of commuter cars. Her dad sighed. That fuckboy in the Porsche has taken my spot again." Fuckboy, another term Pip immediately regretted teaching him. The only free spaces were down the far end, near the chain-link fence where the cameras didn't reach. Howie Bower's old stomping ground. Money in one pocket, small paper bags in the other. And before Pip could help herself, the unclicking of her seatbelt became the tapping of Stanley Forbes's shoes on the concrete behind her. It was night now. Howie, not in prison, but right there, under the orange glow, downward shadows for eyes. Stanley reaches him, trading a handful of money for his life, for his secret. And as he turns to face Pip, dead-eyed, 6 holes split open inside him, spilling gore down his shirt and onto the concrete. And somehow, it's on her hands. It's all over her hands, and... "Coming, Pickle?" Her dad was holding the door open for her. "Coming," she replied, wiping her hands against her smartest trousers. The train into London Marylebone was just as busy, standing shoulder to shoulder with other passengers, awkward, closed-mouth smiles, substituting sorries as they bumped into one another. There were too many hands on the metal pole, so Pip was holding onto her dad's bent arm instead, to keep her steady. If only it had worked. She saw Charlie Green twice on the train. The first time, in the back of a man's head, before he shifted to better read his metro. The second time, he was a man waiting on the platform, cradling a gun. But as he boarded their carriage, his face rearranged, lost all its resemblance to Charlie, and the gun was just an umbrella. It had been 4 months, and the police still hadn't found him. His wife, Flora, had turned herself in at a police station in Hastings 8 weeks ago. They'd somehow got separated on the run. She didn't know where her husband was, but the rumours circulating online were that he'd managed to make it to France. Pip looked out for him anyway, not because she wanted him caught, but because she needed him found. And that difference was everything. Why things could never go back to normal again. Her dad caught her eye. "You nervous about the meeting?" he asked over the screeching of the train's wheels as it slowed into Marylebone. "It will be fine. Just listen to Roger, okay? He's an excellent lawyer, knows what he's talking about." Roger Turner was a solicitor at her dad's firm who was the best at defamation cases, apparently. They found him a few minutes later, waiting outside the old red brick conference centre, where the meeting was booked. "Hello, Pip," Roger said, holding out his hand to her. Pip quickly checked her hand for blood before shaking his. "Nice weekend, Victor?" "It was, thank you, Roger. And I have leftovers for lunch today, so it's going to be an excellent Monday, too." "I suppose we better head in then, if you're ready," Roger asked Pip, checking his watch, other hand gripped around a shining briefcase. Pip nodded. Her hands felt wet again, but it was sweat. It was only sweat. "You'll be fine, darling," her dad told her, straightening out her collar. "Yes, I've done thousands of mediations," Roger grinned, swiping back his grey hair. "No need to worry." "Call me when it's done." Pip's dad leaned down to bury a kiss in the top of her head. "I'll see you at home tonight. Roger, I'll see you in the office later." "Yes, see you, Victor." "After you, Pip." They were in meeting room 4E, on the top floor. Pip asked to take the stairs because, if her heart was hammering for that reason, it wasn't hammering for any other reason. That's how she rationalised it with herself, why she now went running any time she felt her chest tighten. Run until there was a different kind of hurt. They reached the top, old Roger puffing several steps behind her. A smartly dressed man stood in the corridor outside 4E, smiling when he saw them. "Oh, you must be Pippa Fitz-a-Moby," he said. Another outstretched hand, another quick blood check. "And you, her counsel, Roger Turner. I'm Hassan Bashir, and for today I am your independent mediator." He smiled, pushing his glasses up his thin nose. He looked kind, and so eager he was almost bouncing. Pip hated to ruin his day, which she undoubtedly would. "Nice to meet you," she said, clearing her throat. "And you!" He clapped his hands together, surprising Pip. "So, the other party are in the meeting room, all ready to go, unless you have any questions beforehand." He glanced at Roger. I think we should probably get started." "Yes, all good." Roger sidestepped in front of Pip to take charge, as Hassan ducked back to hold open the door to 4E. It was silent inside. Roger walked through, nodding thanks to Hassan. And then it was Pip's turn. She took a breath, arching her shoulders, and then let it out through gritted teeth. Ready. She stepped into the room, and his face was the first thing she saw. Sitting on the opposite side of the long table, his angular cheekbones in a downward point to his mouth, his messy, swept-back blonde hair. He glanced up and met her eyes, a hint of something dark and gloating in his. Max Hastings. Chapter 2. Pip's feet stopped moving. She didn't tell them to. It was like some primal, unspoken knowledge that even one more step would be too close to him. "Here, Pip," Roger said, pulling out the chair directly opposite Max, gesturing her down into it. Beside Max, across from Roger, was Christopher Epps, the same solicitor who'd represented Max in his trial. Pip had last come face to face with this man on the witness stand. She'd been wearing this exact same suit while he hounded her with that clipped bark of a voice. She hated him too, but the feeling was lost, subsumed by her hatred for the person sitting opposite her. Only the width of a table between them. "Right! Hello, everyone!" Hassan said brightly, taking his assigned chair at the end of the table, in between the two parties. "Let's get the introductory bit out of the way. My role as mediator means I'm here to help you reach an agreement and a settlement that is acceptable to both parties. My only interest is to keep everyone here happy, okay?" Clearly, Hassan had not read the room. "The purpose of a mediation is essentially to avoid litigation. A court case is a lot of hassle and very expensive for all involved, so it's always better to see if we can come to some arrangement before a lawsuit is even filed." He grinned, first to Pip's side of the room, and then to Max's. A shared and equal smile. "If we cannot reach an agreement, Mr. Hastings and his counsel intend to bring a libel lawsuit against Miss Fitzamoby for a tweet and a blog post shared on the 3rd of May of this year, which they claim consisted of a defamatory statement and audio file." Hassan glanced at his notes. "Mr. Epps, on behalf of the claimant, Mr. Hastings, says the defamatory statement has had a very serious effect on his client, both in terms of mental well-being and irreparable reputational damage. This has, in turn, led to financial hardship, for which he is seeking damages." Pip's hands balled into fists on her lap, knuckles erupting out of her skin like a prehistoric backbone. She didn't know if she could sit here and listen to all this. She didn't fucking know if she could do it. But she breathed, and she tried. For her dad, and Roger, and for poor Hassan over there. On the table, in front of Max, was an obnoxious water bottle, of course. Cloudy dark blue plastic with a flick-up rubber spout. Not the first time Pip had seen him with it. Turns out that in a town as small as Little Kilton, running routes tended to converge and intersect. She'd come to expect it now, seeing Max out on his run when she was on hers, almost like he was doing it on purpose somehow, and always with that fucking blue bottle. Max saw her looking at it. He reached for it, clicked the button to release the spout with a snap, and took a long, loud sip from it, swilling it around his mouth. His eyes on her the entire time. Hassan loosened his tie a little. "So, Mr. Epps, if you would like to kick things off here with your opening statement." "Certainly," Epps said, shuffling his papers, his voice just as sharp as Pip remembered. My client has suffered terribly since the libellous statement Miss Fitzamoby put out on the evening of the 3rd of May, especially since Miss Fitzamoby has a significant online presence, amounting to more than 300,000 followers at the time. My client has a top-tier education from a very reputable university, meaning he should be a very attractive candidate for graduate jobs. Max sucked from his water bottle again, like he was doing it to punctuate the point. However, these last few months, Mr. Hastings has struggled to find employment at the level which he deserves. This is directly due to the reputational harm that Miss Fitzamoby's libellous statement has caused. Consequently, my client still has to live at home with his parents because he cannot find an appropriate job and therefore cannot pay rent to live in London. Oh, poor little serial rapist, Pip thought, speaking the words with her eyes. But the harm has not been my client's alone, Epps continued. His parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hastings, have also suffered from the stress and have recently had to leave the country to stay at their second home in Florence for a couple of months. Their house was vandalised the very same night Miss Fitzamoby published the defamatory statement. Someone graffitied the front of their house with the words, "Rapist, I will get you." "Mr. Epps," Roger interrupted, "I hope you're not suggesting that my client had anything to do with that vandalism. The police have never even spoken to her in connection with it." "Not at all, Mr. Turner," Epps nodded back. "I mention it because we can surmise a causal link between Miss Fitzamoby's libellous statement and the vandalism, as it occurred in the hours preceding that statement. Consequently, the Hastings family do not feel safe in their own home, and have had to fit security cameras to the front of the house. I hope this goes some way in explaining not only the financial hardship Mr. Hastings has suffered, but also the extreme pain and suffering felt by him and his family in the wake of Miss Fitzamoby's malicious, defamatory statement." "Malicious?" Pip said, heat rising to her cheeks. "I called him a rapist, and he is a rapist, so—" "Mr. Turner!" Epps barked, voice rising. "I suggest you advise your client to keep quiet and remind her that any defamatory statement she now makes could be classified as slander." Hassan held up his hands. Yes, let's just everyone take a breather. Miss Fitzamoby, your side will have the chance to speak later." He loosened his tie again. "It's all right, Pip. I've got this," Roger said quietly to her. "I will remind Miss Fitzamoby," Epps said, not even looking at her, his gaze on Roger instead, "that 4 months ago my client faced trial in Crown Court and was found not guilty on all charges, which is all the proof you need that the statement made on the 3rd of May was, in fact, defamatory." "All that being said," Roger now stepped in, shuffling his own papers, "a statement can only be libellous if it is presented as fact. My client's tweet reads as follows: Max Hastings trial, final update. I don't care what the jury believes, he is guilty." He cleared his throat. Now, the phrase "I don't care" clearly places the following statement as a subjective one, an opinion, not fact. "Oh, don't give me that," Epps cut in. "You're trying to fall back on the opinion privilege. Really? Please. The statement was clearly worded as a fact, and the audio file presented as though it were actually real." "It is real," Pip said. "Want to hear it?" "Pip, please." "Mr. Turner!" "It's clearly doctored." Max spoke up for the first time, maddeningly calm, folding his hands in front of him. His eyes focused only on the mediator. "I don't even sound like that." "What? Like a rapist?" Pip spat across at him. "Mr. Turner!" "Pip." "Okay, everyone." Hassan stood up. "Let's take this down a notch. We will all get our chance to speak. Remember, we are here to make sure everyone is happy with the outcome. Mr. Epps, could you take us through the damages your client is seeking?" Epps bowed his head, pulling out a sheet of paper from the bottom of the pile. "For special damages, considering my client should have been in employment for the last 4 months, at a monthly salary level we would expect for someone in his position, this would have been at least 3,000 sterling. This places the financial loss at £12,000. Max sucked at his water bottle again, the water sloshing around his throat. Pip would have liked to take that fucking water bottle and smash it into his face. If there was to be blood on her hands, it should be his. Of course, no monetary figure can be put on the pain and mental anguish suffered by my client and his family. But we feel a sum of £8,000 should be adequate, bringing the total to £20,000 sterling. Ridiculous, Roger said, shaking his head. My client is only 18 years old. Mr. Turner, you shall allow me to finish, Epps sneered, licking his finger to turn the page. However, in discussion with my client, it is his opinion that his ongoing suffering is caused by the fact that the libelous statement has not been retracted and no apology issued, which would actually be of greater value to him than any monetary damages. Miss Fitzmoby deleted the post weeks ago, when your initial letter of demand was sent, said Roger. Mr. Turner, please, Epps replied. If Pip had to hear him say please like that one more time, she might just smash his face in too. Deleting the tweet after the fact does not mitigate the reputational harm done. So our proposal is thus. Miss Fitzmoby releases a statement on the same public account in which she retracts her original defamatory statement with an admission of wrongdoing and apologizes for any hurt her words have caused my client. In addition, and this is the most important sticking point, so do pay close attention, in this statement she must fully admit that she doctored the audio clip in question and that my client never said those words. Fuck off. Pip. Miss Fitzmoby, Hassan pleaded, struggling with his tie like it was tightening around his neck, chasing its own tail. I will ignore your client's outburst, Mr. Turner, said Epps. If those demands are met, we shall apply a discount, as it were, to the monetary damages, halving them to £10,000. Okay, that's a good starting point, Hassan nodded, trying to regain control. Mr. Turner, would you like to respond to the proposal? Thank you, Mr. Bashir, Roger said, taking the floor. The proposed damages are still too high. You make great assumptions about your client's potential employment status. I don't see him as a particularly spectacular candidate, especially in the current jobs market. My client is just 18. Her only income is from ad revenue from her true crime podcast, and she starts university in a few weeks, where she will incur a large student debt. In light of this, the demand is unreasonable. Okay, 7,000, Epps said, narrowing his eyes. 5,000, Roger countered. Epps glanced quickly at Max, who gave an ever so slight nod, slouching sideways in his chair. That is agreeable to us, Epps said, in conjuncture with the retraction and apology. Okay, we seem to be getting somewhere. A cautious smile returned to Hassan's face. Mr. Turner, Miss Fitzmoby, can we get your thoughts on those terms? Well, Roger began, I think the... No deal, Pip said, pushing her chair back from the table, the legs screaming against the polished floor. Pip. Roger turned to her before she could get to her feet. Why don't we go discuss this somewhere and... I will not retract my statement, and I will not lie and say the audio file was doctored. I called him a rapist because he is a rapist. I will be dead before I ever apologize to you. She bared her teeth at Max, the rage curling her spine, coating her skin. Mr. Turner, control your client, please! Epps slapped the table. Hassan flapped, unsure what to do. Pip stood up. Here's the thing about you suing me, Max. She spat out his name, unable to bear it on her tongue. I have the ultimate defense. The truth. So, go on then, file the lawsuit. I dare you. I'll see you in court. And you know how that goes, don't you?
It will have to prove whether my statement was true.
Which means we get to redo your rape trial. All the same witnesses, the victim testimonies, the evidence. There won't be any criminal charges, but at least everyone will know what you are. Forever. Rapist.
Miss Fitzamoby,
Pip. She planted her hands and leaned across the table, her eyes ablaze, boring into Max's. If only they could start a fire in his, burn up his face while she watched. Do you really think you can pull it off a second time? Convince another jury of 12 peers that you're not a monster? His gaze cut back into hers.
You've lost your mind,
he sneered. Maybe. So you should be terrified.
Right!
Hassan stood and clapped his hands.
Perhaps we should have a break for some tea and biscuits.
I'm done, Pip said, shouldering her rucksack, opening the door so hard it ricocheted into the wall.
Miss Fitzamoby, please come back!
Hassan's desperate voice followed her out into the corridor. Footsteps, too. Pip turned. It was only Roger, fumbling his papers into his briefcase.
Pip,
he said breathlessly.
I really think we should...
I'm not negotiating with him.
Wait a moment!
Epps's bark filled the corridor as he hurried over to join them.
Just give me 1 minute, please,
he said, re-neatening his grey hair.
We won't file for another month or so, okay? Avoiding a court case is really in everyone's best interest. So, have a few weeks to think it over, when things aren't so... emotional.
He looked down at her. I don't need to think it over, Pip said.
Please, just...
Epps fumbled in his suit pocket, pulling out 2 crisp, ivory-coloured business cards.
My card,
he said, offering them out to her and Roger.
My mobile number is on there too. Have a little think, and if you change your mind, call me any time.
I won't, she said, reluctantly taking his card, stuffing it into the unused pocket of her jacket. Christopher Epps studied her for a moment, eyebrows lowered in an approximation of concern. Pip held his gaze. To look away was to let him win.
And maybe just 1 word of advice,
Epps said.
Take it or leave it, but I've seen people in a self-destructive spiral before. Hell, I've represented many of them. In the end, you'll only end up hurting everyone around you. And yourself. You won't be able to help it. I urge you to turn back before you lose everything.
Thank you for your unbiased advice, Mr. Epps, she said, but it appears you have underestimated me. I would be willing to lose everything. Destroy myself, if it also means destroying your client. That seems a fair trade. Now you have a good day, Mr. Epps. She shot him a smile, sweet and acidic, as she turned on her heels. She quickened her pace, the clicking of her shoes beating almost in time with her turbulent heart. And there, just beneath her heartbeat, under layers of muscle and sinew, was the sound of a gun going off 6 times. Chapter 3. He caught her staring. At the fall of his dark hair, at the dimpled line in his chin where her little finger fitted, at his dark eyes and the flame dancing inside them from her mum's new autumn spice candle. His eyes were always bright somehow, dazzling, like they were lit from within. Ravi Singh was the opposite of dead-eyed. The antidote. Pip needed to remind herself of that sometimes. So she watched him, took him all in, left none of him behind.
Oi, perv! Ravi grinned across the sofa. What are you staring at?
Nothing.
She shrugged, not looking away.
What does perv actually mean?
Josh's small voice chirped up from the rug, where he was assembling some unidentifiable shape out of Lego.
Someone called me that on Fortnite. Is it worse than, the F word?
Pip snorted, watching Ravi's face unroll into panic, his lips pursed, eyebrows disappearing beneath his hair. He checked over his shoulder towards the kitchen door, where Pip's parents were clattering about, clearing up the dinner she and Ravi had made.
No, it's not that bad, he said, as casually as he could. Maybe don't say it, though, yeah? Especially not in front of your mum.
But what do pervs do?
Josh stared up at Ravi, and for a fleeting moment, Pip wondered whether Josh knew exactly what he was doing, enjoying watching Ravi squirm on the spot.
They,
Ravi broke off.
They watch people in a creepy way.
Oh. Josh nodded, seeming to accept the explanation.
Like the guy that's been watching our house?
Yes. Wait. No, said Ravi. There isn't a perv watching your house.
He glanced to Pip for help. Can't help you, Pip whispered back with a smirk. Dug your own grave.
Thanks, Pippus Maximus.
Yeah, can we actually retire that new nickname? She said, launching a cushion at him. Not a fan. Can we go back to just Sarge? I like Sarge.
I call her Hippo Pippo.
Josh again.
She also hates that one. But it suits you so well,
Ravi said, prodding her in the ribs with his toes.
You are the maximum amount of pipness that any pip could be. The ultra pip. I'm going to introduce you to my family this weekend as Pippus Maximus.
She rolled her eyes and jabbed him back with her toe in a place that made him squeal.
Pip's already met your family loads of times.
Josh looked up, confused. He seemed to be going through a new pre-11 stage, where he had to insert himself into every single conversation going on in the house. Even had an opinion on tampons yesterday.
Ah, this is the extended family, Josh. Much more scary. Cousins, and even, dare I say it, the aunties,
he said dramatically, haunting the word with his waggling fingers. That's okay, Pip said. I'm well prepared. Just got to read over my spreadsheet a couple more times, and I'll be fine.
And also it's... Wait.
Ravi stalled, eyebrows eclipsing his eyes.
What did you just say? Did you just say spreadsheet?
Yeah. She shifted, cheeks growing warm. She hadn't intended to tell him about that. Ravi's favourite hobby in the whole world was winding her up. She didn't need to give him any more ammunition. It's nothing.
No, it's not. What spreadsheet?
He sat up straight. If his smile were any wider, it might actually split his face. Nothing! She crossed her arms. He darted forward before she could defend herself, got her right in the place she was most ticklish, where her neck met her shoulder.
Ow! Stop!
Pip laughed. She couldn't help it.
Ravi, stop! I have a headache! Tell me about the spreadsheet, then, he said, refusing to relent.
Fine!
She choked breathlessly, and finally Ravi stopped. I've just been making a spreadsheet to keep a record of the things you've told me about your family. Just little details so I remember. And so when I meet them, they might, like me. She refused to look at his face, knowing what expression would await her there.
Details like what?
He said,
voice brimming with hardly contained amusement. Things like, Oh, your Auntie Priya, who is your mum's younger sister. She also really likes true crime documentaries, so it would be good to talk to her about those. And your cousin Diva, she's really into running and fitness, if I'm remembering right. She hugged her knees. Oh, and your Auntie Zara won't like me no matter what I try, so not to get too disappointed by that. It's true, Ravi laughed. She hates everybody. I know, you said. He studied her for a lingering moment, the laugh playing silently across his face. I can't believe you've been secretly taking notes. And in one fluid movement, Ravi stood up, scooped his arms under her, and lifted her up. He swung her about while she protested, saying, Under that big, tough exterior, we've got ourselves a cute little weirdo over here.
Pip's not cute.
Josh's necessary input. Ravi let her go, delivering her back to the sofa. Right, he said with an upward stretch. I should head off. Not everyone has to get up at disgusting o'clock tomorrow morning for their legal apprenticeship. But my girlfriend's probably going to need a good lawyer one day, so... He winked at her. The very same thing he'd said after she told him how the mediation meeting went. It was still his first week at the apprenticeship, and Pip could already tell he loved it, despite his protestations about the early wake-up. For his first day, she'd given him a T-shirt that said, Lawyer Loading. Right, goodbye, Joshua, he said, nudging him with his foot. My favourite human being.
Really?
Josh beamed up at him.
What's Pip then?
Ah, she's a close second, Ravi said, returning to her. He kissed her on the forehead, his breath in her hair, and, when Josh wasn't looking, moved down to press his lips against hers.
I heard that,
Josh said anyway. I'll just go say bye to your mum and dad, Ravi said. But then he paused and pivoted, came back to whisper in Pip's ear. And let your mum know that, unfortunately, you are the reason your 10-year-old brother now mistakenly thinks a pervert is watching your house. Nothing to do with me. Pip squeezed Ravi's elbow, one of their secret I love yous, laughing to herself as he walked away. The smile stayed a little longer this time, after Ravi was gone. It did. But when Pip walked upstairs, standing alone in her bedroom, she realized it had already left her without saying its goodbyes. She never knew how to bring it back. The headache was starting to pinch at her temples now, as her eyes focused beyond the window at the thickening darkness outside. The clouds amassing into one dark, lurking shape. Nighttime. Pip checked the time on her phone. It had just gone 9. Wouldn't be long now until everyone was in bed, lost to sleep. Everyone but her. The lone pair of eyes in a sleeping town, begging the night to pass on by. She'd promised herself no more. Last time was the last time. She'd repeated it in her head like a mantra. But even as she tried to tell herself that now, even as she balled her fists against her temples to out-hurt the pain, she knew it was hopeless, that she would lose. She always lost. And she was tired, so tired of fighting it. Pip crossed to her door and gently closed it, in case anyone walked by. Her family could never know. And not Ravi. Especially not Ravi. At her desk, she placed her iPhone on top, between her notebook and her bulky black headphones. She opened the drawer, the second one down on the right, and began to pull out the contents. The pot of pins,
her rewound red string, an old pair of white earphones, a glue stick. She removed the pad of A4 paper and reached the bottom of the drawer, the false bottom she'd made out of white cardboard. She dug her fingertips in at one side and prized it up. There, hidden below, were the burner phones. All 6 of them, arranged in a neat line. 6 prepaid phones bought with cash, each from a different shop. A cap pulled low over Pip's face as she'd handed over the money. The phones stared blankly up at her. Just one more time, and then she was done. She promised. Pip reached in and took out the one on the left, an old grey Nokia. She held the power button down to turn it on, her fingers shaking with the pressure. There was a familiar sound hiding in the beat of her heart. The phone lit up with a greenish backlight, welcoming her back. In the simple menu, Pip clicked onto her messages to the only contact saved in this phone. In any of them. Her thumbs worked against the buttons, clicking number 1 3 times to get to see. "Can I come over now?" she wrote. She pressed send with one last promise to herself. This was the very last time. She waited, watching the empty screen below her message. She willed the response to appear, concentrated only on that, not on the growing sound inside her chest. But now that she'd thought about it, she couldn't unthink it. Couldn't unhear it. She held her breath and willed even harder. It worked. "Yes," he replied. Chapter 4. It was a race, between her ticking heart and the pounding of her trainers on the pavement. Her body alive with sound, from her chest to her feet, dulled only by the noise cancellation of her headphones. But Pip couldn't lie to herself that one was caused by the other. She'd been running for only 4 minutes, and already she was here, turning onto Beacon Close. The heart had preceded the feet. She told her parents she was going out on a quick run, as she always did, dressed in her navy leggings and a white sports top. So at least running here left her with a shred of honesty. Shreds and scraps were all she could hope for. Sometimes running itself was enough. But not tonight. No. Tonight, there was only one thing that could help her. Pip slowed as she approached number 13, lowering her headphones to cradle her neck. She planted her heels and stood still for a moment, checking whether she really needed to do this. If she took one more step, there was no going back. She walked up the drive to the terraced house, past the gleaming white BMW parked at a slanted angle. At the dark red door, Pip's fingers passed over the doorbell, balling into a fist to knock on the wood. The doorbell wasn't loud. It made too much noise, and the neighbours might notice. Pip knocked again until she could see his outline in the frosted glass, growing taller and taller. The sound of the sliding bolt, and then the door opened inward, Luke Eaton's face in the crack. In the darkness, the tattooed patterns climbing up his neck and the side of his face looked like his skin had come apart, strips of flesh rebuilding to form a net. He pulled the door just wide enough for her to fit through.
"Come on quickly,"
he said gruffly, turning to walk down the hall.
"Got someone coming over soon."
Pip closed the front door behind her and followed Luke around the bend into the small square kitchen. Luke was wearing the exact same pair of dark basketball shorts he'd been wearing the first time Pip met him. when she'd come here to talk to Nat Da Silva about the missing Jamie Reynolds. Thank God Nat had got away from Luke now. The house was empty. Just the two of them. Luke bent down to open one of the kitchen cabinets.
Thought you said last time was it. That you wouldn't be back again.
I did say that, didn't I? Pip replied flatly, picking at her fingernails. I just need to sleep. That's all. Luke rustled around in the cupboard, coming back up with a paper bag clenched in his fist. He opened the top and held it out so Pip could see inside.
The 2 milligram pills this time,
Luke said, shaking the bag.
That's why there aren't as many.
Yeah, that's fine, Pip said, glancing up at Luke. She wished she hadn't. She always found herself studying the geography of his face, searching for the ways he was similar to Stanley Forbes. Both of them had been Charlie Green's final suspects for Child Brunswick, narrowed down from all the men in Little Kilton. But Luke had been a wrong turn, the wrong man, and lucky for him, because he was still alive. Pip had never seen his blood, never worn it the way she'd worn Stanley's. It was on her hands now, the feel of cracking ribs below the pads of her fingers, dripping onto the linoleum floor. No, it was just sweat, just a tremor in her hands. Pip gave her hands something to do to distract them. She reached into the waistband of her leggings and pulled out the cash, flicking through the notes in front of Luke until he nodded. She passed over the money and then held out her other hand. The paper bag went into it, crinkling under her grip. Luke stalled, a new look in his eyes. One that seemed dangerously close to pity.
You know,
he said, doubling back to the cupboard, returning with a small, clear baggie.
If you're struggling, I have something stronger than Xanax. Will completely knock you out.
He held up the baggie and shook it, filled with oblong tablets in a light mossy green hue. Pip stared at them, bit her lip. Stronger? She asked.
Definitely.
What is it? She asked, her eyes transfixed.
This,
Luke gave it another shake,
is Rohypnol. Stuff puts you right out.
Pip's gut tightened. No thanks. She dropped her eyes. I've had experience. By which she meant she'd had it pumped out of her stomach when Becca Bell had slipped it into her drink 10 months ago. Pills that her sister Andy had been selling to Max Hastings before she died.
Sue yourself,
he said, pocketing the small bag.
Offers there if you want it. More expensive though, obviously.
Obviously, she parroted him, her mind elsewhere. She turned to the door to see herself out. Luke Eaton didn't do goodbyes, or hellos for that matter. Maybe she should turn back, though. Maybe she should tell him that actually this was the last time, and he'd never see her again. How else would she stick to it? But then her mind came back to her with a new thought, and she followed it, spinning on her heels to return to the kitchen, and something else came out of her mouth instead. Luke, she said, sharper than she'd meant. Those pills, the Rohypnol, are you selling them to someone in town? Does someone here buy them from you? He blinked at her. Is it Max Hastings? Does he buy those from you? He's tall, longish blonde hair, well-spoken. Is it him? Is he the one buying those pills from you? He didn't answer. Is it Max? Pip said, the urgency cracking her voice. Luke's eyes hardened, the pity a thing of the past.
You know the rules by now. I don't answer questions. I don't ask them, and I don't answer them.
There was the slightest smirk on his face.
Rules apply to you too. I know you think you're special, but you're not. See you next time.
Pip crushed the bag in her hand as she walked out of the house. She thought to slam the door behind her, a flash of rage beneath her skin, but then thought better of it. Her heart was even faster now, battering against her chest, filling her head with the sound of cracking ribs. And those dead eyes. They were hiding just over there in the shadows from the street lamps. If Pip blinked, they'd be waiting for her in the darkness there too. Was Max the one buying those pills from Luke? He used to buy them from Andy Bell, who got them from Howie Bowers. But Luke had always been the one supplying Howie. And he was all that was left, the two lower links in the chain now gone. If Max was still buying, it would have to be from Luke. That made the most sense. Were he and Pip almost crossing paths at Luke's front door like they did on their runs? Was he still slipping pills into the drinks of women? Was he still ruining lives like he had done to Nat De Silva and Becca Bell? The thought made her stomach churn and... oh, God, she was going to be sick, right here in the middle of the road. She doubled over and tried to breathe through it, the bag rattling in her shaking hands. It couldn't wait any longer. She stumbled to the other side of the road under the covering of the trees. She reached inside the paper bag for one of the see-through baggies, struggling to unfasten it because her fingers were coated in blood. Sweat. Just sweat. She pulled out one of the long, white pills, different to the kind she'd taken before. Scored into one side were 3 lines and the word Xanax, and on the other a 2. At least it wasn't fake then, or cut with anything else. A dog barked from somewhere close by. Hurry up. Pip snapped the pill along the middle line and pushed half of it through her lips. Her mouth had already filled with saliva, and she swallowed it dry. She tucked the bag under her arm just as the dog walker and small white terrier came around the corner. It was Gail Yardley, who lived down her road.
"Oh, Pip,"
she said, her shoulders relaxing.
"You surprised me."
She looked her up and down.
"I swear I just saw you a second ago outside your house, coming back from one of your runs. Mind playing tricks on me, I guess."
"Happens to the best of us," Pip said, rearranging her face.
"Yes, oh well."
Gail laughed awkwardly through her nose.
"I won't keep you."
She walked away, the dog stopping to sniff Pip's trainers before the lead grew taut, and it tottered off after her. Pip rounded the same corner Gail had come from, her throat sore from where the pill had scratched on its way down. And now, the other feeling. Guilt. She couldn't believe she'd done this again. Last time, she told herself as she walked towards home. Last time, and now you're done. At least she'd get some sleep tonight. It should come on soon, the unnatural calmness, like a warm shield across her thinning skin, and the relief when the muscles in her jaw finally unclenched. Yes, she would sleep tonight. She had to. The doctor had put her on a course of Valium back after it first happened. The first time she saw death and held it in her hands. But it wasn't long before he took her off, even when she'd begged him not to. She could still recite what he'd said, word for word. "You need to come up with your own strategies to cope with the trauma and stress. This medication will only make it harder to recover from the PTSD in the long term. You don't need them, Pippa. You can do this." How wrong he'd been. She did need them. Needed them as much as she needed sleep. This was her strategy. And at the same time,
she knew. She knew he was right, and she was making everything worse. The most effective treatment is talk therapy, so we're going to continue your weekly sessions. She'd tried. She really had. And after 8 sessions, she'd told everyone that she was feeling much better, really. She was fine. A lie, practiced well enough now that people believed her. Even Ravi. She thought if she had to go to one more session, she might just die. How could she talk about it? It was an impossible thing that escaped language or sense. On the one hand, she could tell you from the very bottom of her heart that she didn't believe Stanley Forbes had deserved to die, that he deserved life, and she had done all she could to bring him back. It wasn't unforgivable what he'd done as a child, what he'd been made to do. He was learning, trying every day to be a better man. Pip believed this with every part of her being. That, and the terrible guilt that she'd been the one to lead his killer to him. Yet, at the same time, she believed in the very opposite thing. And this one came from somewhere even deeper. Her soul, maybe, if she'd believed in those sorts of things. Though he had been a child, Stanley was the reason Charlie Green's sister had been murdered. Pip had asked herself, if someone picked out Josh and delivered him to a killer, to die the most horrific death imaginable, would she spend 2 decades chasing justice, hunting them down to kill them? The answer was yes. She knew she would. Without hesitation, she would kill the person who took her brother away, no matter how long it took. Charlie had been right. They were the same. There was an understanding between them. This sameness. That's why she couldn't talk about it. Not to a professional, not to anyone. Because it was impossible. Incompatible. It had torn her in 2, and there was no way to stitch those parts back together. It was untenable. Beyond sense. No one could understand except maybe him. She hesitated at her driveway, looking to the house just beyond it. Charlie Green. That's why she needed him to be found, not caught. He'd helped her once before, opened her eyes about right and wrong and who decided what those words meant. Maybe if she could talk to him, he'd understand. He was the only one who could. He must have found a way to live with what he'd done, and maybe he could show Pip how to live with it too. Show her a way to fix everything. How to put herself back together again. But Pip was in 2 minds about this as well. It made perfect sense, and it made none. A rustle in the trees across the road from her house. Pip's breath caught in her throat as she whipped around and stared, trying to shape the darkness into a person, the wind into a voice. Was there someone there, hiding in the trees, watching her? Following her? Tree trunks or legs? Charlie? Was it him? She strained her eyes, trying to draw out individual leaves and their skeletal branches. No. There couldn't be anyone there. Don't be stupid. It was just another of those things that lived in her head now. Scared of everything. Angry at everything. It wasn't real, and she needed to learn the difference again. Sweat on her hands, not blood. She walked up to her house, glancing back only once. The pill will take it away soon, she told herself.
along with everything else.
CoronerCorner.com. How do pathologists determine time of death in a homicide case? The most important thing to note is that time of death can only ever be an estimated range. A pathologist cannot give a specific time of death, as we sometimes see in movies and TV shows. There are three main mortis factors used to determine the estimated time of death, and some of these tests are performed at the crime scene itself, as soon as possible after the victim is found. As a general rule, the sooner a victim is found post-mortem, the more accurate the time of death estimate. 1. Rigor mortis. Immediately after death, all the muscles in the body relax. Then, typically around 2 hours post-mortem, the body starts to stiffen due to a buildup of acid in the muscle tissues. This is rigor mortis. It begins in the muscles in the jaw and neck, proceeding downwards through the body to the extremities. Rigor mortis is normally complete within 6 to 12 hours and then starts to disappear approximately 15 to 36 hours after death. As this stiffening process has a roughly known time of occurrence, it can be very useful in estimating time of death. However, there are a few factors that can impact the onset and timeline of rigor, such as temperature. Warm temperatures will increase the rate of rigor, whereas cold temperatures will slow it down. 2. Liver mortis. Also known as lividity, liver mortis is the settling of the blood inside the body due to gravity and the loss of blood pressure. The skin will become discoloured with a red-purple tinge where the blood has pooled internally. Liver mortis starts to develop 2 to 4 hours after death, becomes non-fixed up to 8 to 12 hours after death, and fixed after 8 to 12 hours from the time of death. Non-fixed refers to whether the skin is blanchable. This means that, when lividity is present, if the skin is pressed, the colour will disappear, a bit like when you press your own skin now. But this process can be affected by factors such as temperature and changing body position. 3. Alga mortis. Alga mortis refers to the temperature of a body. After death, the body starts to cool until it reaches equilibrium with the ambient temperature, wherever the body is discovered. Typically, the body will lose about 0.8 degrees per hour until it reaches the environmental temperature. At the crime scene, in addition to making observations about the rate of rigor and lividity, a medical examiner will also likely take the body's internal temperature and that of the environment in order to calculate approximately when the victim was killed. Although these processes cannot tell us the exact minute a person died, they are the main factors a pathologist uses when estimating a range for the time of death.
Chapter 5. Death stared back at her. Real death. Not the clean, idealized version of it. The purpling, pock-marked skin of a corpse, and the eerie, forever whitened imprint of a too-tight belt they must have worn as they died. It was almost funny, in a way, Pip thought, as she scrolled down the page on her laptop. Funny in the way that, if you thought about it too long, you'd go mad. We all end up like this eventually. Like these post-mortem images on a badly formatted web page about body decomposition and time of death. Her arm was resting on her notebook, steadily filling up with her scribbles. Underlines here and highlighted parts there. And now she added another sentence below, glancing up at the screen as she wrote, "If the body feels warm and stiff, death occurred 3 to 8 hours prior."
Are those dead bodies?
The voice pierced through the cushion of her noise-cancelling headphones. She hadn't heard anyone come in. Pip flinched, her heart jumping to her throat. She dropped her headphones to her neck, and sound came rushing back in, a familiar sigh behind her. These headphones blocked almost everything out. That's why Josh kept stealing them to play FIFA, so he could noise-cancel Mum. Pip lurched forward to switch to another tab, but actually, none of them were any better. "Pip?" Her mum's voice hardened. Pip spun her desk chair, overstretching her eyes to cover their guilt. Her mum was standing right behind her, one wrist cocked against her hip. Her blonde hair was manic, sections folded up into foil like a metal Medusa. It was highlighting day. They happened more frequently now that her roots were starting to show grey. She still had on her clear latex gloves, smudges of hair dye on the fingers. "Well?" she prompted. "Yes, these are dead bodies," Pip said. "And why, darling daughter, are you looking at dead bodies at 8 a.m. on a Friday morning?" Was it really only 8 o'clock? Pip had been up since 5. "You told me to get a hobby," she shrugged. "Pip," she said sternly, although the turn of her mouth had a hint of amusement in it. "It's for my new case," Pip conceded, turning back to the screen. "You know that Jane Doe case I told you about? The one who was found just outside of Cambridge 9 years ago. I'm going to investigate it for the podcast while I'm at uni. Try to find out who she was and who killed her. I've already been lining up interviews over the next few months. This is relevant research, I swear," she said, hands up in surrender. "Another season of the podcast?" Pip's mum raised a concerned eyebrow. How could one eyebrow communicate so much? She'd somehow managed to fit around 4 months' worth of worry and unease into that one small line of hair. "Well, I've somehow got to fund the lifestyle to which I have grown accustomed. You know, expensive future libel trials, lawyer fees," Pip said. "And illegal, unprescribed benzodiazepines," she thought secretly. But those weren't the real reasons. Not even close. "Very funny." Her mum's eyebrow relaxed. "Just be careful with yourself. Take a break if you need it, and I'm always here to talk if—" She reached out for Pip's shoulder, forgetting about the hair dye-covered gloves until the very last second. She stalled, lingering an inch above, and maybe Pip imagined it, but she could somehow feel the warmth from her mum's hovering hand. It felt nice, like a small shield against her skin. "Yeah," was all Pip could think of to say. "And let's keep the graphic dead bodies to a minimum, yes?" She nodded at the screen. "We have a 10-year-old in the house." "Oh, I'm sorry," Pip said. "I forgot about Josh's new ability to see through walls. My bad." "Honestly, he's everywhere at the moment," her mum said, lowering her voice to a whisper, checking behind her. "Don't know how he does it. He overheard me saying fuck yesterday, and I could have sworn he was on the other side of the house." "Why is it purple?" "Huh?" Pip said, taken aback, until she followed her mum's eyes to the laptop screen. "Oh, it's called lividity. It's what happens to the blood when you die. It pools on the—" "Do you really want to know?" "Not really, sweetie. I was feigning interest." "Thought so." Her mum turned towards the door, hair foil crinkling. She paused at the threshold. "Josh is walking in today. Sam and his mum will be here any minute to collect him. How about, when he's gone, I make a nice big breakfast for the 2 of us?" She smiled hopefully. "Pancakes or something?" Pip's mouth felt dry, her tongue like an overgrown aberration sticking to the roof of her mouth. She used to love her mum's pancakes, thick and so syrupy they might just glue your mouth together. Right now, the thought of them made her feel a little sick. But she fixed a matching smile onto her face. That would be nice. Thanks, Mum. Perfect. Her mum's eyes crinkled, glittering as her smile stretched into them. A smile too wide. Pip's gut twisted with guilt. This was all her fault. Her family forced into a performance, trying twice as hard with her because she could barely try at all. It'll be about an hour then, Pip's mum gestured to her hair. And don't expect to see your haggard mother at breakfast. Instead, there will be a newly blonded bombshell. Can't wait, Pip said, trying. I hope the bombshell's coffee is slightly less weak than my haggard mother's. Her mum rolled her eyes and wandered out of the room, muttering under her breath about Pip and her dad and their strong coffee which tastes like shit. I heard that! Josh's voice sailed through the house. Pip sniffed, running her fingers around the padded cushions of the headphones cradling her neck. She traced her finger up the smooth plastic of the headband, to the part where the texture changed, the roughened, bumpy sticker wrapped around its width. It was a Good Girl's Guide to Murder sticker, with the logo from her podcast. Ravi had had them made as a present when she released the final episode of Season 2, the hardest one to record yet. The story of what happened inside that old abandoned farmhouse, now burned to the ground, a trail of blood through the grass that they'd had to hose away. So sad, commentators would say.
Don't know why she sounds upset,
said others.
She asked for this.
Pip had told the story, but she never really told the heart of it. That it had broken her. She pulled the headphones back over her ears and blocked out the world. No sound, only the fizzing inside her own head. She closed her eyes, too, and pretended there was no past, no future. It was just this. Absence. It was a comfort, floating there free and untethered, but her mind was never quiet for long. And neither were the headphones. A high-pitched ping sounded in her ears. Pip flipped over her phone to check the notification. An email had come through the form on her website. That same message again. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? From anonymous 9876543221@gmail.com. A different email address again, but the same exact message. Pip had been getting them on and off for months now, along with the other colourful comments from trolls. At least it was more poetic and reflective than the straight-cut rape threats. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? Pip stalled, her eyes lingering on the question. In all this time, she'd never thought to answer it. Who would look for her? She'd like to think Ravi would. Her parents, Cara Ward and Naomi, Connor and Jamie Reynolds, Nat De Silva, D.I. Hawkins. It was his job, after all. Maybe they would, but maybe no one should. Stop it, she told herself, blocking the way to that dark and dangerous place. Maybe another pill now might help. She glanced at the second drawer down, where the pills lived, beside the burner phones under the false bottom. But no, she already felt a little tired, unsteady. And they were for sleep. They were just for sleep. Besides, she had a plan. Pip Fitzamoby always had a plan. Whether hastily thrown together or spun slowly and agonizingly, this had been the latter. This person, this version of who she was, it was only temporary. Because she had a plan to fix herself, to get her normal life back. And she was working on it right now. The first, painful task had been to look inside herself, to trace the fault lines and find the cause, the why. And when she worked it out, she realized just how obvious it had been all along. It was everything she had done this last year. All of it. The two intertwined cases that had become her life, her meaning. And they had both been off, somehow. Wrong. Twisted. They weren't clean. They weren't clear. There had been too much grey area, too much ambiguity, and all meaning had become muddied and lost. Elliot Ward would sit in prison for the rest of his life, but was he an evil man? A monster? Pip didn't think so. He wasn't the danger. He'd done a terrible thing, several terrible things, but she believed him when he said some of it was done out of love for his daughters. It wasn't all wrong, and it certainly wasn't all right. It was just there. Drifting messily in the middle somewhere. And Max Hastings? Pip saw no grey here at all. Max Hastings was black and white, clear-cut. He was the danger. The danger that had outgrown the shadows and now made its home behind an expensive, disarming smile. Pip clung to this belief like she would fall off the world if she didn't. Max Hastings was her cornerstone, the upturned mirror by which she defined everything, including herself. But it was meaningless, twisted, because Max had won. He would never see the inside of a prison cell, the black and white smudged back out to grey. Becca Bell still had 14 months left of her custodial sentence. Pip wrote a letter to her after Max's trial, and Becca's scrawled reply had asked if she wanted to come visit. Pip had. She'd been 3 times now, and they spoke on the phone every week at 4 p.m. on a Thursday. Yesterday, they'd talked about cheese for the full 20 minutes. Becca seemed to be doing okay in there. Maybe even close to happy. But did she deserve to be there at all? Did she need to be locked up, kept away from the rest of the world? No. Becca Bell was a good person who was thrown into the fire, into the very worst of circumstances. Anyone might have done what she did, if pressure was applied to just the right place, to each person's secret breaking point. And if Pip herself could see that, after what she and Becca went through, why couldn't anyone else? And then, of course, came the greatest knot in her chest. Stanley Forbes and Charlie Green. Pip couldn't think about them too long, or she would unravel, come apart at the seams. How could both positions be both wrong and right at the same time? An impossible contradiction that she would never settle. It was her undoing, her fatal flaw, the hill she would die and decay on. If that was the cause, all these ambiguities, these contradictions, these grey areas that spread and engulfed all sense, how could Pip rectify that? How could she cure herself from the after-effects? There was only one way, and it was maddeningly simple. She needed a new case, and not just any case, a case built only from black and white. No grey, no twisting, straight, uncrossable lines between the good and the bad and the right and the wrong. 2 sides and a clear path running through them for her to tread. That would do it. That would fix her, set things right, save her soul, if she'd believed in those sorts of things. Everything could go back to normal. She could go back to normal. It had to be just the right case. And here it was. An unknown woman between 20 and 25, found naked and mutilated just outside of Cambridge. No one had looked for her when she disappeared. Never claimed, so never missed. It couldn't have been clearer. This woman deserved justice for the things done to her. And the man who had done them, he could never be anything other than a monster. No grey, no contradictions or confusion. Pip could solve this case. Save Jane Doe. But the most important point was that Jane Doe would save her. One more case would do it. Put everything right. Just one more. Chapter 6. Pip didn't see them until she was standing right on top of them. She might never have seen them if she hadn't stopped to retie the laces on her trainers. She lifted her foot and stared down. What the... There were faint lines, drawn in white chalk, right at the top of the Amobi's driveway, where it met the pavement just beyond. They were so faded that maybe they weren't chalk at all. Maybe they were salt marks left behind from the rain. Pip rubbed her eyes. They were scratchy and dried out from staring at her ceiling all day. Even though yesterday evening with Ravi's family had gone well, and her face actually ached from smiling, she hadn't earned back her sleep. There'd been only one place to find it, in that forbidden second drawer down. She removed her balled-up fists from her eyes and blinked, her gaze just as gritty as before. Unable to trust her eyes, she bent to swipe a finger through the nearest line, held it up against the sun to study it. Definitely seemed like chalk. Felt like it too, between the bulbs of her fingers. And the lines themselves, they didn't seem like they could be natural. They were too straight, too intentional. Pip tilted her head to look at them from another angle. There seemed to be 5 distinctive figures, a repeating pattern of crossing and intersecting lines. Could they be birds, maybe? Like how children drew birds from a distance, squashed out M's, mounting cotton candy skies. No, that wasn't right. Too many lines. Was it some kind of cross? Yeah, it looked like a cross, maybe, where the longer stem split into 2 legs nearer the bottom. Oh, wait. She stepped over them to look from the other side. They could also be little stick people. Those were their legs, the trunk of their body, crossed through with their over-straightened arms. The small line above was their neck. But then, nothing. They were headless. So, she straightened up, either a cross with 2 legs or a stick figure with no head. Neither particularly comforting. Pip didn't think Josh had chalk in the house, and he wasn't the kind of kid who enjoyed drawing anyway. Must be one of the neighbourhood kids, then, one with a somewhat morbid imagination. Although, who was she to comment on that? Pip checked as she walked up Martin's End Way. There were no chalk lines on anyone else's driveway, nor the pavement or road. Nothing out of the ordinary, in fact, for a Sunday morning in Little Kilton. Other than an innocuous square of duct tape that had been stuck onto the black and white road sign, so it now, instead, read Martinsend Wav. Pip shrugged the figures off as she turned onto the high street, chalked it up to the Yardley children from 6 doors down. And anyway, she could see Ravi up ahead, approaching the cafe from the other end. He looked tired, normal tired, his hair ruffled and the sun flashing off his new glasses. He'd found out over the summer that he was ever so slightly short-sighted, and you can bet he made as much fuss as he could at the time. Though now he sometimes forgot to even put them on. He hadn't spotted her yet, in his own world. "Oi!" she called from 10 feet away, making him jump. He stuck out his bottom lip in exaggerated sadness.
"Be gentle," he said. "I'm delicate this morning."
Of course. Ravi's hangovers were the worst hangovers the world had ever seen, near fatal every time. They made it to each other, outside the cafe door, Pip's hand finding its home in the crook of Ravi's elbow.
"And what's this oi we've started?"
He pressed the question into her forehead.
"I have an array of beautiful and flattering nicknames for you, and the best you can come up with is oi."
"Ah, well," Pip said. "Someone very old and wise once told me that I am entirely without pizzazz, so—"
"I think you meant someone very wise and very handsome, actually."
"Did I?"
"So?"
He paused to scratch his nose with his sleeve.
"I think last night went really well."
"Really?" Pip said tentatively. She thought it had too, but she didn't entirely trust herself anymore. He broke into a small laugh, seeing her worried face.
"You did good. Everyone loved you. Genuinely. Raoul even messaged this morning to say how much he liked you. And,"
Ravi lowered his voice conspiratorially,
"I think even Auntie Zara might have warmed to you."
"No!"
"Yes," he grinned. "She scowled about 20% less than her normal rate. So I call that a raging success."
"Well, I'll be damned," Pip said, leaning into the cafe door to push it open, the bell jangling overhead. "Hi, Jackie," she called, as usual, to the woman who owned the cafe, currently restocking the sandwich shelves. "Oh, hello, dear," Jackie said, with a quick glance back, almost losing a brie and bacon roll to the floor. "Hi, Ravi."
"Morning,"
he said, a thickness to his voice until he cleared his throat. Jackie freed herself from the packed sandwiches and turned to face them. "I think she's out back, in a fight with the temperamental sandwich toaster. Hold on." She backed up behind the counter and called, "Cara!" Pip spotted the top knot first, bobbing atop Cara's head as she walked out from the kitchen through the employee's entrance, wiping her hands on her green apron. "Nah, it's still on the fritz," she said to Jackie, eyes focused on a crusted stain on her apron. "Best we can offer are marginally warm paninis for the time." She finally glanced up, eyes springing to Pip's, a smile following close behind. "Miss Sweet F.A.! Long time no see!"
"You saw me yesterday," Pip replied, catching on too late to Cara's waggling eyebrows. Well, she should have waggled first, then spoken. They established these rules long ago. Jackie smiled, as though she could read the hastened conversation happening between their eyes.
"Well, girls, if it's been a whole day, you probably have a long overdue catch-up. No?" She turned to Cara. "You can start your break early." "Oh, Jackie," Cara said, with an over-flourished bow. "You are too good to me." I know. Jackie waved her off. "I'm a saint. Pip, Ravi, what can I get you?" Pip ordered a strong coffee. She'd already had 2 before leaving the house, and her fingers were fast and fidgety. But how else would she make it through the day? Ravi pursed his lips, eyeballing the ceiling like this was the hardest decision he'd ever faced.
"You know,"
he said,
I could be tempted by one of those marginally warm paninis. Pip rolled her eyes. Ravi must have forgotten he was dying of a hangover. Absolutely zero willpower in the presence of sandwiches. Pip settled on the far table, Kara taking the seat beside her, shoulders brushing together. Kara had never understood the concept of personal space, and yet, sitting here now, Pip was grateful for it. Kara wasn't even supposed to be here anymore in Little Kilton. Her grandparents had planned to put the Ward's house up for sale at the end of the school year. But minds changed, and plans changed. Naomi found a job nearby in Slough, and Kara had decided to take a gap year to go travelling, working at the cafe to save up money. Suddenly, taking the Ward sisters out of Little Kilton was more complicated than leaving them there, so the grandparents were back in Great Abington, and Kara and Naomi were still in town. At least until next year. Now Kara would be the one left behind when Pip left for Cambridge in a few weeks. Pip couldn't believe it would really happen, that Little Kilton would ever let her get away. She nudged Kara back. "So how's Steph?" she asked. Steph, the new girlfriend. Although it had been a couple of months now, so maybe Pip shouldn't think of her as new anymore. The world moved on, even if she couldn't. And Pip liked her. She was good for Kara, made her happy.
Yeah, she's good. Training for a triathlon or something, because she's actually insane.
Oh, wait, you take her side now, wouldn't you, Miss Runs-a-Lot? Yep, Pip nodded. Definitely Team Steph. She'd be a great asset in a zombie apocalypse.
So would I,
Kara said. Pip pulled a face at her. You would die within the first half an hour of any apocalypse scenario, let's be honest. Ravi came over then, placing a tray down with their coffees and his sandwich. He'd already taken a massive bite before carrying it over, of course.
Oh, so,
Kara lowered her voice.
Big drama here this morning.
What? Ravi asked between bites.
We suddenly had a bit of a rush, so there was a queue, and I was at the till taking orders, and then...
Her voice was a whisper now.
Max Hastings came in.
Pip's shoulders arched, and her jaw tensed. Why was he everywhere? Why could she never get away from him?
I know,
Kara said, reading Pip's face.
And obviously I wasn't going to serve him, so I told Jackie I'd clean the milk frother while she dealt with the customers. She took Max's order, and then someone else came in.
She paused for dramatic effect.
Jason Bell.
Oh, really? Ravi said.
Yep, he was standing in line behind Max, and even though I was trying to hide from them, I could see him kind of eyeballing the back of Max's head.
Understandably, Pip said. Jason Bell had just as much reason to hate Max Hastings as she had. Whatever the outcome of the trial, Max had drugged and raped his youngest daughter, Becca. And as horrific and unspeakable as that was, it was even worse than that. Max's actions were the catalyst for Andy Bell's death. You might even say a direct cause. Everything came back to Max Hastings when you really thought about it. Becca, traumatized, letting Andy die in front of her and covering it up. Sal Singh, dead, believed to be Andy's killer. That poor woman in Elliot Ward's loft. Pip's project. Her dog, Barney, buried in the back garden. Howie Bowers in prison, sharing whispers about Child Brunswick. Charlie Green arriving in town. Layla Mead. Jamie Reynolds missing. Stanley Forbes dead and blood on Pip's hands. She could trace it all back to Max Hastings. The origin. Her cornerstone. And maybe Jason Bell's too.
I mean, yeah,
Kara said.
But I wasn't expecting the next part. So,
Jackie handed Max his drink, and as he was turning to walk away, Jason held out his elbow and nudged right into Max. Spilled coffee all down his t-shirt.
No. Ravi stared at Kara.
I know!
Her whispers strained into an excitable hiss.
And then Max was like, "Watch where you're going," and shoved him back, and Jason grabbed Max's collar and said, "You stay out of my way," or something like that. But anyway, by this point Jackie had inserted herself between them, and then this other customer escorted Max out of the cafe, and apparently he was going on about, "You'll hear from my lawyer," or something.
Sounds like Max, Pip said, pushing the words through her gritted teeth. She shivered. The air felt different now she knew he'd been here too. Stuffy. Cold. Tainted. Little Kilton was just not big enough for both of them.
"Naomi's been wondering what to do about Max,"
Kara continued. So quiet, you couldn't even call it a whisper anymore.
"Whether she should go to the police and tell them about New Year 2012, the hit and run. Even though she'll get in trouble, she says at least it will get Max in trouble too, as he was the one driving. Maybe it's a way of putting him behind bars, at least for a short while, so he can't hurt anyone else. And put an end to this ridiculous lawsuit that—"
"No!" Pip cut across her. "Naomi can't go to the police. It won't work. She'll only be hurting herself and nothing will happen to him. Max will win again."
"But at least the truth will be out, and Naomi—"
"The truth doesn't matter," Pip said, digging her nails into her thigh. The Pip from last year wouldn't recognize this one today. That lively-eyed girl and her school project, naively clinging to the truth, wrapping it around herself like a blanket. But the Pip sitting here was a different person, and she knew better. The truth had burned her too many times. It couldn't be trusted.
"Tell her not to, Kara. She didn't hit that man, and she didn't want to leave him. She was coerced. Tell her I promise I will get him. I don't know how, but I will do it. Max will get exactly what he deserves."
Ravi stretched an arm around Pip's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze.
"Or, instead of revenge plots, we could focus our energy on going off to university in a few weeks," he said brightly. "You haven't even picked out a new duvet set. I'm told that's a very important milestone."
Pip knew that Ravi and Kara had just flashed each other a look.
"I'm fine,"
she said. Kara looked like she was about to say something more, but her eyes drew up as the bell jangled above the cafe door. Pip turned to follow her gaze. If it was Max Hastings, she didn't know what she might do.
"Ah, hello, gang,"
said a voice Pip knew well. Connor Reynolds. She smiled and waved at him. But it wasn't just Connor. Jamie was there too, closing the cafe door with another loud chime of the bell. He spotted Pip a moment later, and a grin split his face, wrinkling his freckled nose. Frecklier now, after the summer. And she would know. She'd spent that entire week he was missing, studying photos of his face, searching his eyes for answers.
"Fancy seeing you guys here,"
Jamie said, overtaking Connor as he strolled towards the table. He placed a fleeting hand on Pip's shoulder.
"Hey, how you doing? Can I get you guys a drink or something?"
Sometimes Pip saw that same look in Jamie's eyes too, haunted by Stanley's death and the parts they'd both played in it. A burden they would always share. But Jamie hadn't been there when it happened. He didn't have blood on his hands. Not in the same way.
"Why is it whenever I'm on shift, the whole bloody circus turns up?" Kara said. "Do you guys think I'm lonely or something?"
"No, mate."
Connor flicked her top knot.
"We think you need to practice." "Connor Reynolds,
I swear to God, if you order one of those iced pumpkin macchiatos today, I will murder you dead. Cara,
Jackie called cheerily from behind the counter.
remember lesson number 1. We don't threaten to kill our customers. Even if they're ordering the most complicated thing just to annoy you?
Cara stood up, with an exaggerated side-eye at Connor.
Even then.
Cara growled, calling Connor a basic white bitch under her breath as she made her way towards the counter.
1 iced pumpkin macchiato coming up, she said with the fakest of enthusiasms.
Made with love, I hope,
Connor laughed. Cara glowered.
More like spite.
Well, as long as it's not spit. So,
Jamie said, taking Cara's empty seat.
Nat told me about the mediation meeting.
Pip nodded. It was eventful.
I can't believe he's suing you.
Jamie's hand tightened into a fist.
It's not fair. You've been through enough.
She shrugged. It'll be fine. I'll work it out. Everything always came back to Max Hastings. He was on every side and every angle, pressing in on her. Crushing her. Filling her head with the sound of Stanley's cracking ribs. She wiped the blood off her hands and changed the subject. How's paramedic training going?
Yeah, it's going well.
He nodded, broke into a smile.
I'm actually really enjoying it. Who would have thought I would ever enjoy hard work?
I think Pip's disgusting work ethic might be contagious, Ravi said.
You should stay back for your own safety.
The bell clanged again, and from the sudden way Jamie's eyes glowed, Pip knew exactly who had just walked in. Nat de Silva stood in the doorway, her silvery hair tied up in a small, stubby ponytail, though most of the hair had made a break from the scrunchie, fanning around her long neck. Nat's face lit up as she surveyed the room, rolling up the sleeves of her plaid shirt.
Pip!
Nat made a beeline straight for her. She bent down and wrapped a long arm around Pip's shoulders, hugging her from behind. She smelled like summer.
Didn't know you'd be here. How are you?
Good, Pip said, their cheeks pressed together. Nat's skin cold and fresh from the breeze outside. You?
Yeah, we're doing good, aren't we?
Nat straightened and walked over to Jamie. He stood to offer her his chair, pulling another for himself. They paused as they collided, Nat's hand pressed to his chest. Hey, you, she said, and kissed him quickly.
Hey, you yourself,
Jamie said, the colour rising to his already red cheeks. Pip couldn't help but smile, watching the two of them together. It was... what was the word? Nice, she supposed. Something pure, something good that no one could take away from her. To have known each of them at their lowest and to see how far they'd come. On their own and together. A part of their lives, and they a part of hers. Sometimes a good thing did happen in this town, Pip reminded herself, her gaze catching on Ravi, finding his hand under the table. Jamie's glowing eyes and Nat's fierce smile. Connor and Cara bickering over pumpkin spice. This was what she wanted, wasn't it? Just this. Normal life. People you could count on your fingers who cared about you as much as you cared about them. The people who would look for you if you disappeared. Could she bottle this feeling? Live off it for a while? Fill herself with something good and ignore the slick of blood on her hands? Not think about the gun in the sound of that mug hitting the table, or those dead eyes waiting for her in the darkness of a blink. Oh, too late.
Chapter 7. Pip couldn't see, sweat stinging at the corners of her eyes. She might have pushed herself a little too hard this time. Too fast, like she'd been running away, not just running. At least she hadn't seen Max out this time. She looked for him, ahead and over her shoulder, but he never appeared. The roads were hers. She lowered her headphones to her neck and walked home, catching her breath as she passed the empty house next door. She turned down her driveway and stopped, rubbed her eyes. They were still here, those chalk figures, 5 little stick people without their heads. Except, no, that couldn't be right. It had rained yesterday, hard, and they definitely hadn't been here when Pip left for her run. They hadn't, she swore. And there was something else, too. She bent to get a closer look. They had moved. On Sunday morning, they'd been at the intersection between pavement and driveway. Now they had shuffled several inches over, down the brickwork, moving closer to the house. Pip was certain. These figures were new. Drawn in the hour she'd been out on her run. She closed her eyes to focus her ears, listening to the white noise sound of trees dancing in the wind, the high whistle of a bird overhead, and the growling sound of a lawnmower somewhere close by. But she couldn't hear the squawking sounds of the neighborhood kids. Not one peep. Eyes open, and yes, she hadn't imagined them. 5 small figures. She should ask her mum if she knew what they were. Maybe they weren't supposed to be headless people. Maybe they were something entirely innocent, and her wrung-out mind was twisting them into something sinister. She straightened up, the muscles in her calves aching, and a sharper sensation in her left ankle. She stretched out her legs and continued towards the house. But she only made it 2 steps. Her heart picked up, knocking against her ribs. There was a grey lump further along the driveway, near the front door. A feathered grey lump. She knew before she even got close what it was. Another dead pigeon. Pip approached it slowly, steps careful and silent, as though not to wake it, bring it crashing back to life. Her fingers fizzed with adrenaline as she towered over the pigeon, expecting to see herself again reflected in its glassy, dead eyes. But she wasn't there. Because there were no dead eyes. Because there was no head. A clean, tufted stump where it should be. Hardly any blood. Pip stared at it. Then up at the house. Then again at the headless pigeon. She took herself back to last Monday morning, peeled away the week, sorting through her memories. There she was, rushing out the door in her smart suit, stopping as she caught sight of the dead bird, fixating on its eyes, thinking of Stanley. It had been here. Right here. 2 dead pigeons in exactly the same place. And those strange, shifting chalk figures with arms and legs and no head. This couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Or Pip didn't believe in those at the best of times. "Mom!" she called, pushing open the front door. "Mom!" Her voice rebounded down the hall, the echo mocking her. "Hi, sweetie," her mum replied, leaning out of the kitchen doorway, a knife in her hands. "I'm not crying, I promise. It's these damn onions." "Mum, there's a dead pigeon out on the drive," Pip said, keeping her voice low and even. "Another one?" Her mum's face fell. "For goodness sake. And, of course, your father's out, again, so I'm the one who has to do it." She sighed. "Right, let me get this stew on and then I'll deal with it." No," Pip stammered. "Mum, you're not getting it. There's a dead pigeon in exactly the same place as the one last week. Like someone put it there on purpose." It sounded ridiculous even as she said it. "Oh, don't be silly." Her mum waved her off. "It's just one of the neighbour's cats." "A cat?" Pip shook her head. "But it's in exactly the same place." "Yes, probably this cat's new favourite killing spot. The Williamses have a big tabby cat. I see it in our garden sometimes. Poos in my borders." She mimed stabbing it with her knife. "This one doesn't have a head." "Huh?" "The pigeon." Her mum's mouth turned down at the corners. "Well, what can I say? Cats are disgusting. Don't you remember the cat we had before we got Barney? When you were very small?" "You mean Socks?" Pip said. "Yes, Socks was a vicious little killer. Brought dead things in the house almost every day. Mice, birds. Sometimes these great big rabbits would chew their heads off and leave them somewhere for me to find. Trails of guts. It was like coming home to a horror show." "What are you guys talking about?" Josh's voice called down the stairs. "Nothing!" Pip's mum yelled back. "You mind your own business!" "But this..." Pip sighed. "Can you just come look?" "I'm in the middle of dinner, Pip." "It will take 2 seconds." She tilted her head. "Please?" Fine." Her mum backtracked to place the knife on the side. "Quietly, though. I don't want Mr. Nosy coming down and getting involved." "Who's Mr. Nosy?" Josh's small voice followed them out the front door. "I'm getting that kid some earplugs, I swear to God," Pip's mum whispered as they walked out onto the drive. "Right. Yes, I see it. A headless pigeon exactly as I imagined it. Thanks for the preview." "It's not just that." Pip grabbed her arm and walked her down the driveway. She pointed. "Look, those little chalk figures. They were here a couple of days ago too, nearer the pavement. The rain washed them away, but they're back, and they've moved. They weren't here when I left on my run." Pip's mum bent over, leaning on her knees. She screwed her eyes. "You see them, right?" Pip asked her, doubt stirring in her stomach, cold and heavy. Yeah, I guess," she said, squinting even harder. "There are some faded white lines." "Yeah, exactly," Pip said, relieved. "And what do they look like to you?" Her mum stepped closer, tipped her head to look at them from another angle. "I don't know. Maybe it's a tyre tread from my car or something. I did drive to a building site today, so there could have been dust or chalk around." "No, look harder," Pip said, her voice spiking with irritation. She narrowed her own eyes. They couldn't just be tyre treads, could they? "I don't know, Pip. Maybe it's dust from the mortar joints." "The... what?" "The lines between the bricks." Her mum blew out a funneled breath, and one of the little figures all but disappeared. She straightened up, running her hands over her skirt to smooth out the creases. Pip pointed again. "You don't see stick people? 5 of them. Well, 4 now, thanks. Like someone has drawn them?" Pip's mum shook her head. "Don't look like stick people to me," she said. "They don't have heads?" Pip cut her off. "Exactly." "Oh, Pip." Her mum eyed her with concern, that eyebrow slipping up her forehead again. "They aren't connected. I'm sure it's just something from my tyres. Or maybe the postman's car. She studied them again. And if someone did draw those, it's probably just the Yardley's kids. That middle one seems a bit, well, you know. She pulled a face. It made sense, what her mum was saying. It was just a cat, of course. Just tyre treads, or a kid's innocent doodle. Why had her mind jumped so far ahead, thinking they must be connected? She felt the creep of shame under her skin that she'd even considered the idea someone had left them both here. Even more shameful that they'd left them just for her. Why would she think that? Because she was scared of everything now, the other side of her brain answered. She had a fight-or-flight heart, felt danger pressing in on her when there was none, could hear gunshots in any sound if she wanted to. Scared of the night, but not of the dark, even scared to look down at her own hands. Broken. Are you okay, sweetie? Her mum had abandoned the chalk figures, studying her face instead. Did you get enough sleep last night? Almost none. Yes, plenty, Pip said. You look pale, is all. The eyebrow stretched even higher. I'm always pale. Lost a bit of weight, too. Mum! I'm just saying, sweetie. Here. She slotted her arm through Pip's, leading her back towards the house. I'll get back to dinner, and I'll even make tiramisu for dessert. Your favourite. But it's a Tuesday. So? Her mum smiled. My little girl's going off to uni in a few weeks. Let me spoil her while I still have her. Pip gave her mum's arm a squeeze. Thanks. I'll deal with that pigeon in a minute. You don't need to worry about it, she said, shutting the front door behind them. I'm not worried about the pigeon, Pip said, though her mum had already moved away, back to the kitchen. Pip listened to her clattering around in there, tutting about these industrial-strength onions. I'm not worried about the pigeon, Pip said again, quietly, just to herself. She was worried about who might have left it there. And then, worried that she'd thought that at all. She turned to the stairs, walking up to see Josh perched on the top step, chin between his hands.
What pigeon?
He asked, as Pip rested her hand on his head, navigating around him. Seriously, she muttered. Maybe I should let you borrow these more often. She tapped the headphones cradled around her neck. Glue them to your head. Pip went into her room, leaning against the door to close it behind her. She freed her arm from the Velcro phone holder and let it drop to the floor. She peeled her top off, the material clinging to her sweat-sticky skin, getting tangled around the headphones. They came off together, now in a heap on her carpet. Yeah, she should definitely shower before dinner. And... She glanced at the second drawer down in her desk. Maybe just take one. To calm her and settle her spiking heart. Keep the blood off her hands and her mind off headless things. Her mum was starting to suspect something was wrong. Pip needed to be good at dinner. Just like her old self. A cat and tire marks. Those made sense. Perfect sense. What was wrong with her? Why did she need it to be something bad, like she was looking for trouble? She held a breath. Just one more case. Save Jane Doe and save yourself. That's all it would take. And she wouldn't be like this anymore, misplaced inside her own head. She had a plan. Just stick to the plan. Pip quickly checked her phone. A text from Ravi. Would it be weird to have chicken nuggets on top of pizza? And an email from Roger Turner.
Hi, Pip. Should we have a chat sometime this week, now you've had a chance to think about the offer from the mediation? Best wishes, Roger Turner.
Pip exhaled. She felt sorry for Roger, but her answer was the same. Over her dead body. What was the most professional way of saying that? She was about to open the email when a new notification slotted in beneath. Another message had come through the form on her website to aggtmpodcast@gmail.com. The preview read, "Who will look for you?" and Pip knew exactly what the full text would say. Yet again. She opened up the message from Anon to delete it. Maybe she could set up some kind of blocker that would send them straight to spam. The message opened, and Pip's thumb hovered over the bin icon. Her eyes stopped her just in time, catching on one word. She blinked, read the message in full. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? P.S. Remember to always kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The phone slipped from her hands. Chapter 8. The soft thud of her phone falling to the carpet was the shot of a gun, aiming through her chest. Echoing 5 times, until her heart captured the sound and carried it on. She stood there for a moment, numb to everything except the violence erupting beneath her skin. Great thunderclaps of gunshots and cracking bones, the sucking sound of blood between her fingers, and a scream. Hers. The words rupturing at the edges as they threw themselves around her head. "Charlie, please don't do this, I'm begging you." The cream walls of her room peeled away, revealing burning and blackened timbers, collapsing in on themselves. The abandoned farmhouse, resurrected in her bedroom, filling her lungs with smoke. Pip closed her eyes and told herself she was here and now. She wasn't there and then. But she couldn't do it, not alone. She needed help. She staggered through the fire, arm up to shield her eyes. To her desk, fingers fumbling, finding the second drawer on the right. She pulled it out, completely tipping the drawer out on the burning floor. Red string unravelled away from her, papers fluttered, pins scattered, tangling in white headphone wires. The cardboard bottom that hid her secrets flipped away, and out came the 6 burner phones falling from their carefully structured order. Last out was the small, clear bag. Pip ripped it open with shaking fingers. How were there so few left already? She tipped out 1 pill and swallowed it dry, her eyes watering as it scraped her throat. She was here and now. Not then and there. Here and now. It wasn't blood. It was just sweat. See? Wipe it on your leggings and see. Not then and there. Here and now. But was here and now any better? She stared at her phone, abandoned on the floor over there. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 dead pigeons on the driveway. 1 with dead, all-seeing eyes, and 1 with none. That wasn't a coincidence, was it? Maybe it wasn't a cat. Maybe someone really had put them there, along with those chalk figures drawing closer and closer. The same someone who was desperate for Pip to answer that one question. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? Someone who knew where she lived. A stalker? She'd been looking out for trouble, and so it had found her. No, stop. She was doing it again, taking things too far, seeking danger where maybe there was none. Kill two birds with one stone. It was a very common phrase, and she'd been receiving that question from Anon for a long time, and nothing had happened to her so far, had it? She was here. She hadn't disappeared. She crawled along the floor and overturned her phone, the device recognizing her face and unlocking. Pip swiped into her emails, clicking into the search bar. She typed in, "Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears, plus Anon." 11 emails, 12 including the one she had just got, all from different accounts, all asking her that same question. Pip scrolled up. She received the first one on the 11th of May, the messages starting out further apart, getting closer and closer together, only 4 days between the final two. May 11th? Pip shook her head. That didn't seem right. She remembered getting the first one earlier than that, around the time Jamie Reynolds had disappeared, and she'd been the one looking for him. That's why the question had stuck out to her. Oh, wait. It might have been on Twitter. She pressed the blue icon to open the app, tapping into the advanced search options. She typed in the question again, in the field for this exact phrase, and her podcast handle in the To These Accounts section. She pressed search, her eyes spooling along with the loading circle. The page filled with results. 15 separate tweets sent to her, asking her that exact question. The most recent, from just 7 minutes ago, with the same PS as the email. And at the bottom of the page was the very first time. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? Sent on Sunday the 29th of April in response to Pip's tweet announcing the second season of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, The Disappearance of Jamie Reynolds. That was it. The beginning. Over 4 months ago. That felt so long ago now. Jamie had been missing for only 1 day. Stanley Forbes was walking around, alive, without 6 holes in him. Pip had spoken to him that very day. Charlie Green was just her new neighbour. There'd been no blood on her hands, and sleep didn't always come easy, but it had come nonetheless. Max was on trial, and Pip had believed, down into the very deepest part of who she was, that he would face justice for what he'd done. So many beginnings on that bright April morning. Beginnings that had led her here. The first steps along a path that had turned on her, twisting around itself until it only led down. But had something else begun on that exact day too? Something that had been growing for 4 months, and was only now rearing its head. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? Pip pushed to her feet, back in her room now, the abandoned farmhouse locked away at the back of her mind. She sat on her bed. The question, the chalk figures, the 2 dead birds. Could they be connected? Could this be about her? It was tenuous at best, but had there been anything else? Anything she'd thought strange at the time, but her mind had abandoned it to chance. Oh, there had been that letter several weeks ago. Well, not even a letter. It had been just an envelope. Pippa Fitzamoby scribbled on the front in scratchy black ink. She remembered thinking there was no address, no stamp. So someone must have pushed it through the front door. But when she'd opened it, Dad standing beside her asking whether it was old-fashioned nudes from Ravi, there'd been nothing inside at all. Empty. She'd put it in the recycling bin and never thought about it again. The mystery letter had been forgotten as soon as another letter had arrived with her name on it. The letter of demand from Max Hastings and his lawyer. Was it possible that envelope had been connected to all this? And now she was thinking, maybe there'd been something else before that. The day of Stanley Forbes' funeral. When the ceremony was over and Pip returned to her car, she'd found a small bouquet of roses tucked inside her wing mirror. Except every flower head had been picked off, red petals strewn over the gravel below. A bouquet of thorns and stems. At the time, Pip thought it must have been one of the protesters at the funeral, who hadn't disbanded until the police were called. But maybe it wasn't any of the protesters. Not Aunt's dad or Mary Scythe or Leslie from the shop. Maybe it had been a gift from the same person who wanted to know who would look for her when she disappeared. If it was, if these incidents were connected, then this had been going on for weeks. Months, even. And she hadn't realized. But maybe there was a reason for that. Maybe she was reading too much into everything now, all because of that second dead bird. Pip didn't trust herself, and she didn't trust her fear. Only one thing was clear. If these all were from the same person, from dead flowers to dead pigeons, then it was escalating. Both in severity, but also occurrence. Pip needed to track it somehow, collect all the data points, and see if there were any connections. If she really did have a stalker, or if she was finally losing it. A spreadsheet, she thought, imagining the smirk on Ravi's face. But it would help to see it all neatly laid out. Help her work out if this was real, or only real in the dark place at the back of her head. And if it was real, where it all might lead, what the end game was. Pip made her way across the room to her desk, stepping over the tipped-out contents of the drawer. She would tidy that up later. She pulled her laptop open, double-clicked Google Chrome, and pulled up an empty tab. She typed stalker into the search bar and pressed enter, scrolling down the list of results. Report a stalker on a government website, a Wikipedia page, a site about types of stalkers, and inside the mind of a stalker, psychology sites and crime statistics. Pip clicked on the first result and started to read through it all, turning to a fresh page in her notebook. She wrote, "Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears?" Underlined it 3 times. She couldn't help but feel the quiet rage embedded in that sinister question. She did think about disappearing sometimes, running away and leaving Pip behind. Or disappearing inside her own head, in those rare moments when her mind was quiet, an absence she could just float in, free. But what did disappear mean, really, when it came down to it? Define disappear. Sometimes people came back from being disappeared. Jamie Reynolds was one example, and Isla Jordan, the young woman Elliot Ward had kept for 5 years, thinking she was someone else. They had undisappeared. But then Pip's mind went back to the beginning, back to Andy Bell, to Sal Singh, to the victims of Scott Brunswick, the monster of Margate, to Jane Doe, to every true crime podcast and documentary she'd ever lost herself in. And in most cases, disappear meant dead.
Pip! Dinner! Coming!
Additional Material 1. File name, Potential Stalker Incidents. Additional Material 2. Graph to accompany potential stalker incidents. Chapter 9. There was something stuck to her shoe. Clacking against the pavement with every step, the gummy pull unbalancing her tread. Pip slowed to a jog, then a walk, right down to a stop, wiping her forehead on her sleeve. She raised the leg to inspect the underside of her trainer. There was a crinkled piece of duct tape stuck to the middle of her heel. The silver finish on the tape had muddied to a dirty grey. Pip must have run over it somewhere on her route, unknowingly picked it up. She pinched her fingers around the filthy piece of tape, pulling it off as the tacky side clung to the dark sole of her shoe. It came free, leaving little specks of gluey white behind. Specks she could still feel as she picked up her pace and started running again. Great, she hissed to herself, trying to get her breathing in order again. In, step 2, 3, out, step 2, 3. She was taking her longer route this evening, up around Lodge Wood. Long, fast. Exhaust herself so maybe she wouldn't need to take anything to fall asleep. This plan never worked, never had, and probably never would. And she believed her own lies even less now. The last 2 nights had been the worst for a long time. That doubt keeping her awake. That niggling idea that someone might be out there watching her. Someone who might even be counting down the days until she disappeared. No, stop. She'd come on a run to get away from those thoughts. Pip pushed herself even harder, out of control, rounding the corner too fast. And there he was, on the other side of the road. Blue water bottle gripped in one hand. Max Hastings. And just as she saw him, he saw her. Their eyes met, only the width of one road between them as they approached each other. Max slowed his pace, pushing his blonde hair back from his face. Why was he slowing down? Shouldn't he want to get this over and done with too, the moment they had to pass each other? Pip pushed her legs harder, a pain in her ankle, and their mismatched steps became a kind of music, a chaotic percussion that filled the unknowing street, accompanying the high-pitched howl of the wind in the trees. Or did that sound come from inside her head? There was a tightening in her chest as her heart outgrew its cage, unrolling under her skin, filling her with angry red until it was all behind her eyes. She watched him draw close and her view shifted to red, the scene speeding up before her. Something takes over, pulls Pip by the hand across the road, guiding her feet, and she isn't scared anymore. She is only rage, only red. And this is right. This is supposed to be. She knows it. She's over the road in 6 strides and up onto the side. He's just feet away when he stops, stares at her. "What are you he begins to ask. She doesn't let him finish. Pip closes the gap between them, and her elbow crashes into Max's face. She hears a crack, but it isn't Stanley's ribs this time, it's Max's nose. The sound is the same. It's all she knows. Max bends double and howls into his hands as the nose falls crooked on his face. But she isn't finished. Pip rips his hands away and hits him again, slamming her fist into his sharp cheekbones. His blood, it slides between her knuckles onto her palm, right where it belongs. And still, she isn't finished. There's a lorry coming. There are never lorries on this small country lane. They wouldn't fit. But this one is almost here, and now is her chance. Pip grabs Max, twisting her hands into the fabric of his sweat-stained top, and in that passing moment, Max's eyes widen in fear, and they both know it. She has won. The lorry's horn screams, but Max doesn't have a chance to. Pip throws him out into the road in front of the too big lorry and he explodes, raining red down on her as she stands there, smiling. A car passed in real life, and the sound brings her back. The red falls from her eyes and Pip returned to herself. To here and now. Running down this path. Max was over there on his side of the road, and she here on hers. Pip looked down and blinked, trying to shake loose the violence inside her own head. If she should be scared of anything, it was of that. She glanced up again at Max, keeping her eye on him as he regained his speed, water bottle pumping at his side. The moment was coming, the moment they would pass each other, cross paths, overlap. They were still running towards each other, and then it happened, the pass, the split second of convergence, and then they were running away from each other, their backs turned. At the end of the lane, Pip checked back over her shoulder. Max was gone, and she could breathe a little easier, without his steps haunting hers. She was getting worse. She could step outside of herself and recognize that. The panic attacks, the pills, the rage so hot it might just burn the world down with it. She was slipping ever further from that normal life she was so desperate to crawl back to. To Ravi, to her family, her friends. But it would be okay because she had a plan for how to get there. To fix everything. Save Jane Doe, save herself. But there might be a new obstacle now, she realised as she looped down the far end of Martin's End Way, past the broken lamppost, her usual marker to slow for the wind-down walk home. If she really did have a stalker, whoever they were, whatever they wanted to do to her, whether it was just scare her or whether they really did want her to disappear, they were now in her way too. Or maybe it was Pip getting in her own way. What had Epps called it? A self-destructive spiral. Maybe there was no stalker. Maybe there was just her and an overspill of violence from that dark place at the back of her head. Finding danger only because she was looking for it. That's when she walked over it, on the pavement between the Yardleys' house and the Williamses', her own still in the distance. She caught it as a blur in the corner of her eye, white intersecting lines and a large smudge of chalk. But she had to backstep before she realised what it really was. There, across the width of the pavement, smeared by her own trainers, were 3 large words written in chalk. Dead girl walking. Pip's head whipped around. She was alone on the street, and the neighbourhood was dinner-time quiet. She turned back to study the words beneath her feet. Dead girl walking. She had been the one to walk over them. Was this for her? It wasn't on her driveway, but it was on her route. A feeling in her gut. An instinct. It was a message for her. Pip knew it. She was the dead girl walking. No, don't be ridiculous. It wasn't even on her drive. It was on a public street. This could have been left for anyone, by anyone. And why was she listening to her instincts anyway? They put blood on her hands and a gun in her heart, and danger in shadows when there was nothing there. But part of her felt she shouldn't dismiss it either. Torn in two between Stanley and Charlie, between having a stalker and inventing one herself. Pip struggled with the strap on her arm, releasing her phone. She straightened up to take a photo of the words, a sliver of her trainers at the bottom of the frame. Evidence, just in case. She didn't have one of the chalk figures. They'd been gone by the time she finished her shower the other day, wiped away by the wheels of her dad's car. But she had a photo now, another data point for the spreadsheet. Just in case. Data was clean, and it didn't take sides. And if this really were a message for her, this would be assigned a higher number an 8, maybe a 9. It could even be considered a direct threat. And with that, Pip felt closer to this unknown person who might or might not exist. Felt she understood them a little better. They agreed on something. Disappear meant dead. At least they had cleared that up. Ahead, she saw a car turning into her drive. Ravi. Her other cornerstone. Pip stepped over the chalk words and hurried along the pavement. Step after step towards home. And she couldn't help being what the words wanted her to be. The dead girl walking. But if she sped up, she would be running instead.
Oh, hello.
Ravi's voice found her as she turned onto the drive, lowering her headphones to her neck. He climbed out of his car.
Look who it is, my sporty girlfriend.
He smiled and flexed his arms, chanting,
Sports, sports, sports,
until she reached him.
You okay?
He asked, running his hand around her waist.
Good run?
Well, I saw Max Hastings again, so... no. Ravi gritted his teeth.
Another run-in? He's still alive, I presume?
He said, trying to lighten the mood.
Only just.
Pip shrugged, afraid that Ravi could see into her head, see all those violent things that swirled inside it. But he should be able to see in there. He was the person who knew her best. And if he loved her, then she couldn't be all bad. Right?
Hey, what's up?
He said. Oh no. He could definitely tell. But that was good, she reminded herself. She shouldn't keep secrets from him. He was her person. Except those secrets she was ashamed of, the ones that lived in the second drawer down in her desk. This was on my route, just down the road. She pulled up the photo on her phone and held it out to Ravi. Someone wrote that on the pavement in chalk. Dead girl walking, he muttered, and hearing it in someone else's voice changed the meaning somehow. Made her see it differently. Proof that it did exist outside of her own head.
Do you think this was for you? Connected to the pigeons? He asked.
It was on my running route, right after the point where I normally start walking to cool down before home, she said. If someone's been watching me, they would know that. Why would someone be watching her, though? It sounded more ridiculous when she said it out loud. Ravi shook his head.
Okay, I really don't like this.
It's fine, sorry, it's probably nothing to do with me, Pip said. Just being stupid.
No, you're not,
he said, voice hardening.
Okay, fine, we don't know for sure if you have a stalker or not, but this tips it for me. I mean it now. And I know what you're going to say, but I think you should go to the police.
What? And they'll do what, Ravi? Nothing as usual.
She could feel the anger spiking again. No, not with him. Control yourself. She breathed and swallowed it down. Especially when I don't even know myself.
If this is the same person emailing you, the same one who left the chalk and the pigeons, then this person is threatening you,
he said, widening his eyes in the way that told her he was serious.
They might be dangerous.
He paused.
It might be Max.
Another pause.
Or Charlie Green.
It wasn't Charlie. Could never be Charlie. But Pip had thought of Max, his face flashing into her mind as she'd first read the words. Who else would know her running route so well? And if Max hated her as much as she hated him, well then. I know, she said. But maybe they aren't connected. And if they are, It might just be someone messing with me. Her instincts told her that wasn't true, even as she said it. She only wanted to take the worry out of his eyes, bring back the smile. And she didn't want to go back to that police station. Anything but that.
I guess it all depends,
Ravi said. On?
On whether they just found those dead birds, or whether they killed them. There's a world of difference there.
I know, she exhaled, hoping he would keep his voice down in case Josh could somehow hear. A new feeling in her gut now that Ravi and instinct were taking the same side against her. She didn't want this to be real. She preferred the other option. That she was seeing a pattern where there was none, her brain too fine-tuned to danger because that would soon be fixed, along with everything else. Save Jane Doe. Save herself.
We shouldn't take the chance.
Ravi ran his thumb across her collarbone.
You leave for uni in a couple of weeks, so I think everything will be okay and this will probably die down. But if it is the latter, if this person is dangerous, then this is not something you can deal with on your own. You need to report this. Tomorrow.
But I can't.
You're Pippa Fitzamoby.
He smiled, brushed the flyaway hairs from her eyes.
There's nothing you can't do. Even if it's biting your tongue and asking D.I. Hawkins for help.
Pip growled, dropped her head to roll around her neck.
That's the spirit,
Ravi said, patting her on the back.
Well done. Now, can you show me where this chalk was? I want to see it.
Okay. Pip turned to lead him away from the house, his hand grabbing for hers, fingers sliding into the gaps between her knuckles. Holding on. Hand in hand, the boy with a dimple in his chin, and the dead girl walking. Additional Material 3. File name, Dead Girl Walking Photo, JPEG. Chapter 10. Pip hated this place. As she stepped towards the entrance, catching sight of the blue-painted waiting room beyond, she could feel her skin recoiling from it, unwrapping from her flesh, begging her to turn back. Retreat. The voice in her head, too. This was a bad place. A bad, bad place. She shouldn't be here. But she'd promised Ravi, and her promises still meant something to her. Especially with him. And so she was here, Amersham Police Station. The Thames Valley Police shield glaring down at her, covered in a thin layer of windswept grime. The automatic doors jumped open and swallowed her whole. She passed the regimented lines of cold metal chairs facing the reception desk. A man and a woman were sat against the back wall, swaying slightly, as though the police station were at sea. Drunk, clearly, at 11 a.m. Though Pip had had to take a Xanax to work up the nerve to even come here, so who was she to judge them? Pip approached the desk, hearing the drunk man whisper an almost affectionate "fuck you," immediately parroted by the slurred voice of the woman. To each other, not Pip, though it might as well have been. Everything inside this building was hostile. A bad memory. A fuck you. From the garish, flickering bulbs to the scream of the polished floor beneath her shoes. It had squealed just the same way when she was here months ago, asking Hawkins to look for Jamie Reynolds so she didn't have to. Begging him. How different things would be now if only he had said yes. Just as she reached the desk, Eliza, the detention officer, strolled out of the attached office with a sharp, "Right, you two!"
She looked up and jumped at the sight of Pip. Pip didn't blame her. She must look terrible. Eliza's face softened, a pitying smile as she fiddled with her grey hair. "Pip, darling, didn't see you there." "Sorry," Pip said quietly. But Eliza had seen her, and now Pip saw her too. Not here and now, in the reception area with the drunk couple behind, but on that night, back inside the belly of the police station. That very same pitying expression on Eliza's face as she helped Pip peel off her blood-drenched clothes. Gloved hands packing them away into clear evidence bags. Pip's top, her bra, the pinkish smears of dead Stanley all over Pip's skin as she stood there, bare and shivering in front of this woman. A moment that bound them forever, hanging like a ghost at the corners of Eliza's smile. "Pip?" Eliza's eyes had narrowed. "I said, what can I do for you today?" "Oh," Pip cleared her throat. "I'm here to see him again. Is he here?" Eliza exhaled, or had it been a sigh? "Yes, he is," she said. "I'll go tell him you're here. Please take a seat." She gestured at the front row of metal chairs before disappearing through the back office. Pip wouldn't take a seat. That would be a surrender. This was a bad, bad place, and she couldn't let it have her. The sound came sooner than she was expecting. The harsh, grating buzz as the door to the back half of the station opened and D.I. Hawkins stepped through, in jeans and a light shirt. "Pip," he called, though he didn't need to. She was already following him, through the door and into the worse part of the station. The door closed and locked behind her. Hawkins glanced back with a jerk of his head that might have been a nod. Down this very same corridor, past interview room 1, the same journey she had walked back then, in new, bloodless clothes. She never found out whose they were. She'd followed Hawkins then, too, into a small room off to the right, with a man who never said his name. Or he had, and Pip never heard. But she remembered Hawkins' grip on her wrist, to help her as she pressed each finger into the ink pad and then onto the correct square on the paper grid. The patterns of her fingerprints like never-ending mazes, made only to trap you. "It's just to rule you out, to eliminate you." That's what Hawkins had said back then. And all Pip remembered saying was, "I'm fine." No one could have thought she was fine. "Pip?" Hawkins' voice brought her back to now, back into this even heavier body. He had stopped walking, was holding the door open to interview room 3. "Thank you," she said flatly, ducking under the archway of his outstretched arm and into the room. She wouldn't sit in here either, just in case, but she slid the straps of her rucksack from her shoulders and placed it down on the table. Hawkins crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "You know I will call you when it happens, right?" he said. "What?" Pip narrowed her eyes. "Charlie Green," Hawkins said. "We have no more information on his whereabouts, but when we do catch him, I will call you. You don't have to come here to ask." That's not why I'm here." "Oh?" he said, the sound from his throat rising, turning it into a question. "It's something else, really, that I thought I should tell you. Report to you." Pip shifted awkwardly, pulled her sleeves down to cover her naked wrists. Leave nothing bare or exposed. Not in this place. "Report something." "What is it?" What happened?
Hawkins' face rearranged, all sharp lines from his raised eyebrow to his tightened lips. It's possible I have a stalker, Pip said, the final syllable clicking in her throat. She was only imagining it, but it felt like she could hear that click bounding around the room, ricocheting off the plain walls and the dull metal table.
A stalker?
Hawkins said, and the click had got into his throat too, somehow. His face shifted again, new lines and a new curve to his mouth.
A stalker,
Pip repeated, claiming the click as her own. I think.
Okay.
Hawkins sounded unsure too, scratching his greying hair to buy him some time.
Well, in order for us to look into this, there needs to have been
a pattern of 2 or more behaviours, Pip interrupted him. Yes, I know, I've done my research. And there have been. More than that, in fact. Both online and in real life. Hawkins coughed into his hand. He pushed off the wall and crossed the room, his shoes sliding across the floor, hissing like they had a secret message just for Pip. He perched against the metal table and crossed his legs.
Okay, what were these incidents? He asked.
Here, Pip said, reaching for her bag. Hawkins watched her as she opened it and dug inside. She shifted her bulky headphones out of the way and pulled out the folded sheets of paper. I made a spreadsheet of all the potential incidents, and a graph. And there's a photo, she added, opening out the pages and handing them to Hawkins. Now it was her turn to watch him, studying his down-turned eyes as they flicked across the spreadsheet, up and down and up again.
There's quite a lot here,
he said, more to himself than her. Yeah.
Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears?
Hawkins read out the burning question, and the hairs rose up the back of Pip's neck, hearing it out loud in his voice.
So it started online, did it?
Yes, she said, pointing at the top half of the page. It started with just that question online, and quite infrequently. And then, as you can see, the incidents have become more regular, and then things started happening offline. And if they are connected, then it is escalating. First, the flowers on my car, and it has progressed to the
dead pigeons.
Hawkins finished for her, running his finger across the graph. Yes, 2 of them, Pip said.
What's this severity scale here?
He glanced up from the column. It's a rating of how severe each possible incident is, she said plainly.
Yes, I understand that. Where did you get it from?
I made it up, Pip said, her feet heavy through the bottoms of her shoes, sinking into the floor. I've researched, and there isn't a lot of official information about stalking, probably as it isn't seen as a police priority, despite it often being a gateway to more violent crimes. I wanted a method of cataloguing the potential incidents to see if there's a progression of threat and implied violence. So I made one up. I can explain to you how I did it. There's a 3-point difference between online and offline behaviour, and... Hawkins waved his hand to cut her off, the pages fluttering in his grip.
But how do you know these are all connected? He asked. The person online asking you that question and these other incidents.
Well, of course I don't know for sure. But the thing that made me consider it was the kill 2 birds with 1 stone message, the day the second pigeon was left on my drive. Without a head, she added. Hawkins' throat made a sound, a new and different click.
It's a very common expression, he said. But the 2 dead pigeons? Pip said, straightening up. She knew. She already knew where this was going, where it was always destined to go. The look in Hawkins' eyes against the look in hers. He wasn't sure, and she wasn't either, but Pip could feel something shifting inside her, changing. Heat sliding around under her skin, starting by her neck, claiming her one vertebra at a time. Hawkins sighed, attempted a smile. You know I have a cat, and sometimes I come home to 2 dead things in one day, often without heads. One left in my bed just last week. Pip felt defensive, tightening a fist behind her back. We don't have a cat. She hardened her voice, sharpened it at the edges, readying to cut him with it. No, but one of your neighbours probably does. I can't really open an investigation because of 2 dead pigeons. Was he wrong? That's exactly what she'd told herself too. What about the chalk figures? Twice now, getting closer to the house. Hawkins flicked through the pages. Do you have a photograph of them? He looked up at her. No. No? They disappeared before I could. Disappeared? His eyes narrowed. And the worst thing was, she knew exactly how all this sounded, how unhinged she must seem. But that's what she had wanted too. Preferred to think of herself as broken, seeing danger where there wasn't. And yet, a fire was starting in her head, lighting up behind her eyes. Washed away before I had a chance, she said. But I do have a photo of something that might be a direct threat. Pip controlled her voice. Written on the pavement on my running route. Dead girl walking. Well, yes, I understand your concern. Hawkins shuffled the pages. But that message wasn't left at your house. It was on a public street. You can't know that you were its intended target. That's exactly what Pip had first told herself. But that's not what she said now. But I do know. I know it was left for me. She didn't before, but standing across from Hawkins now, listening to him say the same things she'd said to herself, it pushed her the other way, splintering off to the same side as instinct. She knew now, with bone-deep certainty, that all these things were connected. That she had a stalker. And more than that, this person meant her harm. This was personal. This was someone who hated her. Someone close by. And, of course, these online messages from trolls are very unfortunate, Hawkins said. But this is the kind of thing that happens when you make yourself a public figure. Make myself a public figure? Pip took a step back to keep the fire away from Hawkins. I didn't make myself a public figure, Hawkins. That happened because I had to do your job for you. You would have been happy to let Sal Singh carry the guilt for killing Andy Bell forever. That's why everything has happened the way it has. And this person clearly isn't just someone who's listened to the podcast, an online troll. They're close by. They know where I live. This is more than that. It was. It was. I understand that's what you believe, Hawkins said, holding up his palms, trying to placate her. And it must be very scary to be an online figure and have strangers think it's their right to have access to you, to send you hurtful messages. But you must have expected that on some level. And I know you aren't the only one to have received hurtful messages from the public because of your podcast. I know Jason Bell has too, after you released season 1. He told me, in an unofficial capacity. We play tennis sometimes, he said in explanation. But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing a clear connection between these online messages and these other incidents. He said that last word differently, leaning on it a little too hard, so that it came out of his mouth sideways. He didn't believe her. Even after everything, Hawkins didn't believe her. Pip had known this was how it would be. She'd warned Ravi, but faced with it now, in the moment, she couldn't believe he didn't believe her, now that she believed herself. And the heat under her skin became something else. The cold, heavy, downward pull of betrayal. Hawkins lowered the papers to the table. Pip, he said, his voice softer, gentler, like how he might talk to a lost child. I think that after everything you've been through, and I truly am sorry for my part in that you had to take all this on alone. But I think you might be seeing a pattern that isn't here. And it's completely understandable after everything you've been through that you might see danger around every corner, but she'd thought the same thing about herself not so long ago, and yet his words still felt like a punch to the gut. Why had she allowed herself even a shred of hope that this would go another way? Stupid, stupid. You think I'm making it up, she said. It wasn't a question. No, he said quickly. I think that you're dealing with a lot and still processing the trauma you went through, and maybe that's affecting how you're looking at this. You know... He paused, pinched the skin on his knuckles. When I first saw someone die in front of me, I wasn't okay for a long, long time. I was a stabbing victim, young woman. That sort of thing. It stays with you. His eyes glistened as he glanced up finally and held Pip's gaze. Are you getting help? Talking to someone? I'm talking to you right now, Pip said, her voice rising. I was asking you for help. My mistake. I should have known better. It wasn't so long ago that we were stood in a room just like this and I asked you for help to find Jamie Reynolds. You said no then too. And look where we all are now. I'm not saying no, Hawkins said, a small cough into his balled-up fist. And I am trying to help you, Pip. I really am. But a couple of dead pigeons and a message written on a public pavement, there's not a lot I can do with that. You must be able to understand that. Of course, if you think you know who might be responsible, we can look into issuing them a PIN. I don't know who it is. That's why I'm here. Okay, he said, his words starting loud and ending quiet, as though he were trying to hook on to Pip's voice and bring it back down too. Well, perhaps you can go away and have a little think of anyone you know who might be responsible for something like this. Anyone who might have a grudge against you, or... You mean a list of enemies? Pip gave an amused sniff. No, not enemies. Again, I don't see anything here that indicates these events are necessarily connected, or that someone is targeting you specifically, or that they wish you harm. But if you have any thoughts on someone you know who might pull something like this to mess with you, I can certainly look into having a chat with them. Fantastic, Pip barked with an empty laugh. I'm so glad that you'll look into looking into it. She clapped her hands once, making Hawkins flinch. You know, this is exactly why more than 50% of stalking crimes go unreported. This exact conversation we've had here. Congratulations on another episode of excellent police work. She darted forward to snatch her papers from the table beside him, the pages ripping at the air between them, cutting the room into his side against hers. She did have a stalker. And now that she thought it through, maybe this could be it. Exactly what she needed. Not Jane Doe, but this. One more case. The right one. And opportunity had handed it to her. The universe might have aligned for once in her favour. This stalker could be the one. A case without that suffocating grey area. One with a clear moral right and a clear moral wrong. Someone out there hated her, wanted to hurt her, and that made them bad. On the other side was her, and maybe she wasn't all good, but she couldn't be all bad. Two opposing sides, as clean as she could hope for. And this time, she was the subject. If she got things wrong again, there would be no collateral, no blood on her hands. Only hers. But if she got it right, maybe this could be the thing to fix her. It couldn't hurt to try. Pip felt a little more room inside her chest as it loosened around her heart. A feeling of resolve, steel cold in her stomach. She welcomed it back like an old friend.
No, Pip, don't be like that,
Hawkins said, the words too careful and too soft.
I will be however I am,
she spat, stuffing the papers back into her bag, the angry wasp sound of her pulling up the zip.
And you!
She stopped to wipe her nose across her sleeve, the breath heavy in her chest.
I have you to thank for that too.
She shouldered her bag, pausing at the door out of interview room 3.
You know,
she said, her hand stalling above the handle.
Charlie Green taught me one of the most important lessons I've ever learned. He told me that sometimes justice must be found outside of the law. And he was right.
She glanced back at Hawkins, his arms wrapping around his chest to protect it from her eyes.
But actually, I think he didn't go far enough. Maybe justice can only ever be found outside of the law, outside of police stations like this, of people like you, who say you understand, but you never do.
Hawkins unwrapped his arms and opened his mouth to answer, but Pip didn't let him.
He was right, Charlie Green, she said.
And I hope you never find him.
Pip!
There was a bite to Hawkins' voice now, a hard edge that she'd goaded to the surface.
That's not helpful.
Oh, and... She cut him off, her fingers gripping the handle too hard, like she might just bend the metal, leave her prints in it forever.
Do me a favour. If I disappear, don't look for me. Don't even bother. Pip!
But the door slamming behind her cut off the end of her name, filling the corridor outside with the sound of old gunshots. 6 of them, burrowing down past her skin and her ribs, rebounding around her chest, exactly where they belonged. A new sound joined in, tapping in between the echoes of the gun. Footsteps. Someone walking up the hallway towards her in a dark uniform, his long brown hair pushed back from his face, and his eyes widening as he spotted her.
Are you okay?
Dan De Silva asked as she stormed past, the tunnels of their disturbed air colliding as she did. Pip barely caught the concerned look on his face before she was moving on. There wasn't time to answer, to stop, or nod, or to say she was fine. when it was clear she wasn't. She just needed to get out of here, out of the belly of this station where the gun first decided to follow her home. This very corridor where she'd walked the other way, wearing the blood of a dead man she couldn't save. There was no help for her here, and she was on her own again. But she had herself now, and Ravi. She just needed to get out of this bad, bad place and never, ever come back. File name: List of potential enemies. Max Hastings. Has the most reason to hate me equals #1 suspect. He is dangerous. We all know this. I didn't know I could hate anyone as much as I hate him. But if it is Max, and he is planning to get me, I will get him first. Max's parents? ? Aunt Lowe. Definitely hates me. Only attempted to speak to him once since I got suspended for shoving him up against the lockers. He was always the prankster in the group, even when it crossed the line. Could this be him? Revenge for when I snapped on him? But the first "Who will look for you" message was sent before we all fell out. Lauren Gibson. Same reasons as above. She's definitely petty enough to do something like this, especially if it was something Ant suggested. Dead birds aren't her style, though. Connor, Cara, and Zach don't speak to Ant or Lauren anymore, and Lauren blames me for that. Her fucking boyfriend shouldn't have called me a liar then. Liar, 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 lie, Allah, lie, la, Allah. Tom Nowak, Lauren's ex-boyfriend. Gave me false information about Jamie Reynolds just to get on the podcast. Used me and I fell for it. In return, I humiliated him in front of the entire school and online. He deleted his socials after season 2 aired. Definite reason to hate me. He's still in town. Cara has seen him in the cafe. Daniel Da Silva. Even though Nat and I are close now, her brother has been a suspect of mine twice before, in both Andy's case and Jamie's case. I admitted this publicly on the podcast, so he definitely knows. I might have caused trouble between him and his wife for revealing that he was talking to Layla. Leslie from the corner shop. Don't even know her surname. But she hates me after the incident with Ravi, and she was one of the protesters at Stanley's funeral. I screamed at her. Why were they there? Why couldn't they just leave him alone? Mary Scythe, another protester. And she was one of Stanley's friends. Volunteered with him at the Kilton Mail. She said this was our town and he shouldn't be buried in it. Maybe she'd want me out of her town too. Jason Bell. I found the truth of what really happened to Andy Bell, and yet it only caused more pain for the Bell family to learn that their younger daughter, Becca, had been involved all along. Plus, it brought a huge amount of press and media attention back into their lives 5 years after Andy first died. Jason and D.I. Hawkins play tennis, apparently, and Jason complained to Hawkins about harassment he'd received because of the podcast. Because of me. Jason's second marriage broke down. Was that because of my podcast too? He's now back, living with Andy's mum Dawn in the house where Andy died. Dawn Bell. Same reasoning as above. Maybe she didn't want Jason back in the house. My investigation indicated that Jason isn't a good man. He was controlling and emotionally abusive to his wife and daughters. Becca won't really talk about him. Could Dawn blame me for having him back in her life? Did I do that to her? I didn't mean to. Charlie Green. It's not him. I know it's not. He never intended to hurt me.
He set that fire because he wanted me to leave Stanley there, to make sure he died. I know that's why. Charlie wouldn't want to hurt me. He looked out for me, helped me, even if he had his own reasons why. But the objective part of my brain knows he should be on the list, because I am the only witness to him committing first-degree murder, and he is still a fugitive on the run. Without me to testify, would a jury find him guilty? Logic dictates he should be on here. But it isn't him. I know it. D.I. Richard Hawkins. Fuck him. Is it normal for one person to have this many enemies? I'm the problem, aren't I? How did it get so late already? I understand why they all hate me. I might hate me too. Chapter 11. Chalk dust on her fingers, gritty and dry. Except there wasn't. Because she was awake now, her eyes cracking open, dragging her from the dream. Her eyes felt gritty and dry, but her fingers were clean. Pip sat up. It was still dark in her room. Had she been asleep? She must have been asleep. Otherwise, how had she dreamed? It was all still there, thrumming around her head, like it had all been lived only moments before. But not lived, only imagined, right? It had felt so real, the weight of it in her cupped hands, still warm, keeping away the cold of the dark night. Its feathers, so soft, so sleek against the cage of her fingers. Pip had locked eyes with it, or she would have done, if it had had a head. She hadn't thought that strange at the time. That was the way it was supposed to be, as she carried the small, dead pigeon across the driveway. So soft, she almost didn't want to let it go. But she had to, resting the dead bird down on the brick driveway, shifting it so that the space where its head should have been was pointing towards her bedroom window. Looking in through the gap in the curtains to watch Pip asleep in her bed. Both here and there. But it hadn't finished there. There was more to do before she could rest. Another task. The chalk had already been in her hand. Not nearly as nice to hold as the dead pigeon. Where had it come from? Pip didn't know, but she knew what she was supposed to do with it. She'd retraced her steps, remembering where the last ones had been. Then she stepped forward 3 times, towards the house to find their new home. Knees on the cold driveway. The chalk in her hand ground down to a stub, her fingers red and raw as she dragged it along the lines of the bricks. Downward legs, upward body, sideway arms. No head. She carried on until there were 5 stick figures, dancing together, slowly making their way to Pip asleep in her bed, to ask her to join them. Would she join them? She didn't know, but she was finished, and the chalk had dropped from her hands with a tiny clatter. Chalk dust on her fingers, gritty and dry. And then Pip had pulled herself out of the dream, studying her fingers to know what was real and what wasn't. Her heart was fluttering, wing beat fast, winding up the rest of her. She'd never sleep again now. She checked the time. It was 4:32 a.m. She really should try to sleep. She'd only climbed into bed 2 hours ago. Time was always cruel to her in these early hours. She wouldn't be able to do it. Not without help. Pip glanced through the darkness at the drawer in her desk. There was no point fighting it. She threw off her duvet, the cold air full of invisible jaws, biting at her exposed skin. She rummaged through the drawer, prising up the false bottom, her fingers scrabbling below for the small plastic bag. Not many left now. She'd have to text Luke Eaton again soon, ask him for more. Those burner phones lined up and ready. What happened to one last time, then? Pip swallowed the pill and bit her lip. These last months had been filled with one last times and just one mores. They weren't lies. She'd truly meant them at the time. But she always lost, in the end. It didn't matter. It wouldn't matter soon. Because she had the plan. The new plan. And after that, she'd never lose again. Everything would go back to normal. And life had handed her exactly what she needed. Those chalk figures, those dead pigeons, and the person who'd left them there for her. It was a gift. And she should remember that. Prove Hawkins wrong. One last case, and it had landed right on her doorstep. It was her against them this time. No Andy Bell, no Sal Singh, no Elliot Ward or Becca Bell, no Jamie Reynolds or Charlie Green or Stanley Forbes. And no Jane Doe. The game had changed. Her against them. Save herself to save herself. Chapter 12. There was a kind of thrill in it, watching someone when they didn't know you were there. Invisible to them. Disappeared. Ravi was walking up the drive to her house, and she at her bedroom window where she'd been for hours, watching. His hands were in his jacket pockets, his hair morning messy, and a strange movement in his mouth like he was chewing the air. Or singing to himself. She'd never seen him do that before, never around her. This was a different Ravi, one who thought he was alone, unobserved. Pip studied him and all the subtle differences to the Ravi he was when he was around her. She smiled to herself, wondered what he was singing. Maybe she could love this Ravi just as much. But she'd missed that look in his eyes when he was looking back at her. And then the moment was over. Pip faintly heard his familiar knock, long, short, long, but she couldn't move. She needed to stay here and watch the drive. Her dad was here. He would let Ravi in. He liked his small moments of time alone with Ravi anyway. He'd make some sort of inappropriate joke, segue into a conversation about football or Ravi's work experience, finishing off with an affectionate pat on the back. All while Ravi took off his shoes and neatly lined them up by the door, stuffing the laces inside too, with that special laugh he saved for her dad. That was it. What she wanted. To live those small, normal moments again. The scene would change, somehow, if she were there to disturb it. Pip blinked, her eyes watering from staring too long at that spot on the driveway, the sun glaring through the window. She couldn't look away. She might miss it. She heard Ravi's gentle tread up the steps, his clicking knees, and her heartbeat picked up. The good kind of fast heart, not like that other trigger-happy kind. No. Don't think about that now. Why did she have to ruin every nice moment?
"Hello, Sarge,"
he said, the creaking sound of him pushing the door fully open.
"Agent Ravi here, reporting for boyfriending duties."
"Hello, Agent Ravi," Pip said, her breath fogging up the glass in front of her. The smile was back, fighting her until she gave in. "I see," he said. "Not even a glance back, or one of your scornful looks? Not a hug, not a kiss, not an, 'Oh, Ravi, darling, you look devilishly handsome today, and you smell like a spring dream.' Oh, Pip, my dear, you are too kind to notice. It's a new deodorant I'm trying." A pause. "No, but seriously, what are you doing? Can you hear me? Am I a ghost? Pip?" "Sorry," she said, eyes straight. I'm watching the driveway." "You what?" "Watching the drive," she said, her own reflection getting in the way. She felt a weight on the bed next to her, gravity pulling her towards him as Ravi lowered to his knees on the far side of the mattress, his elbows up on the windowsill and eyes to the glass, just as Pip was. "Watching for what?" he said. Pip dared one fleeting look at him, at the sun lighting up his eyes. For the birds. The pigeons," she said. "I've put bits of bread out there on the drive, in the same spot I found those pigeons, and I put little pieces of ham in the grass either side of the drive, too." "Right," Ravi said, drawing out the word, confused. "And why have we done that?" She gave him a quick jab with her elbow. "Wasn't it obvious?" "Because," she said, overemphasizing the word, "I'm trying to prove Hawkins wrong. It can't be a neighbour's cat. And I've laid the perfect bait to test that. Cats like ham, don't they? He's wrong. I'm not crazy." The harsh light through the crack in her curtains had woken her earlier than she'd planned, pulling her out of the after-pill fog. This experiment had seemed a good idea at the time, on 3 hours' sleep, although now, checking in with Ravi's uncertain eyes, she wasn't sure. Lost her footing again. She could feel his gaze on her, warm against her cheek. No, what was he doing? He should be watching out for the birds, helping her. "Hey," he said quietly, his voice hovering just above a whisper. But Pip didn't hear what he said next, because there was a dark shape in the sky, a winged shadow growing on the drive below. Pip's eyes caught it as it swooped down, landing on its twig legs and hopping over to the scattered bread. "No!" she breathed out. It wasn't a pigeon. "Stupid magpie!" she said, watching as it scooped up a small square of bread in its beak and then another. "One for sorrow," said Ravi. "We have plenty of that in Little Kilton already," Pip replied, as the bird helped itself to a third piece of bread. "Hey!" she suddenly shouted, surprising herself too, banging on the window with her fist. "Hey, go away! You're ruining it!" Her knuckles hit against the glass so hard, she didn't know which would crack first. "Go away!" The magpie jumped into the air and flew off. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Ravi said quickly, grabbing her hands away from the window, holding them tightly inside his grip. "Whoa! Hey!" he said, shaking his head at her. His voice hard, but his thumb soft as he ran it against her wrist. "Ravi, I can't see the window! The birds!" she said, straining her neck to try to look outside and not at him. "No, you don't need to look outside." He tucked his finger under her chin, guided it back. "Look at me, please, Pip." He sighed. "This isn't good for you. It really isn't." "I'm just trying." "I know what you're trying. I understand." "He didn't believe me," she said quietly. "Hawkins didn't believe me. No one believes me." Not even her, sometimes. A new wave of doubts after her dream last night, wondering again whether it was possible she was doing this to herself.
Hey, that's not true. Ravi held her hands even tighter in his. I believe you. I will always believe you, whatever it is. That's my job, okay? He held her eyes, and that was good, because hers suddenly felt wet and heavy, too heavy to hold alone. It's me and you, Trouble. Team Ravi and Pip. Someone left those birds for you and the chalk. You don't have to try to prove otherwise. Trust yourself. She shrugged. And Hawkins is an idiot, frankly, Ravi said with a small smile. If he hasn't learned by now that you're, annoyingly, always right, then he never will. Never, Pip repeated. It's going to be okay, he said, drawing lines in the valleys between her knuckles. Everything will be okay. I promise. He paused, staring at the space below her eyes a little too long. Did you get much sleep last night?
Yes,
she lied. Right. He clapped his hands together. I think we need to get you out of the house. Come on, up, socks on. Why? She said, sinking into the bed as Ravi got off. We're going out for a walk. Oh, what a fantastic idea, Ravi. You're so smart and handsome. Oh, Pip, I know I am, but do try to keep it in your pants. Your father is downstairs. She threw a pillow at him. Come on. He dragged her out of bed by her ankles, giggling as she and the duvet slid to the floor. Come on, Sporty Spice, you can put your trainers on and run circles around me if you really want.
I already do,
Pip quipped, fighting her feet into a pair of discarded socks. Ooh, sick burn, Sarge. He clapped her on the backside, and she stood up. Let's go. It worked. Whatever Ravi was doing, it worked. Pip didn't think about disappearing, or dead birds, or chalk lines, or D.I. Hawkins. Not on the way down the stairs. Not when her dad stopped them to ask her where all the wafer-thin ham had gone. Not even as they walked down the driveway, Ravi's fingers hooked onto her jeans, heading for the woods. No pigeons, no chalk, no 6 gunshots disguised in the beating of her heart. It was just the two of them. Team Ravi and Pip. No thoughts beyond the first inane things that came into her head. No deeper, no darker. Ravi was the fence in her head that kept it all back. A grumpy-faced tree that she insisted looked like Ravi when he woke up. Planning when he would first come to stay with her in Cambridge. Maybe the weekend after Freshers' Week. Was she nervous to go? What books did she still need to buy? They followed the winding path of the woods, Ravi recreating their first walk together through those same trees, a high-pitched impression of Pip as she took him through her initial theories on the Andy Bell case. Pip laughed. He'd remembered almost every word. Barney had been with them on that first walk. A golden flash through the trees. Herding them together. Tail wagging as Ravi had teased him with a stick. Thinking back on it now, maybe that was the moment Pip knew. Had it been a tightening in her gut? Or maybe that drunk feeling behind her eyes? Or could it have been that glow below her skin? She hadn't realized it at the time, hadn't known what it was, but maybe some part of her had already decided she would love him. Right then. In a conversation about his dead brother and a murdered girl. It all came back to death in the end. Oh, there you go, she'd gone and ruined it. The fence was down. Pip's attention was drawn up and away as a dog, from here and now, crashed through the undergrowth towards them, barking as it jumped up to plant its paws on her legs. A beagle. She recognized this dog, just as he had recognized her. Oh, no, she muttered, giving him one quick stroke, as the other sound reached her. A double set of footsteps through the early fallen leaves. Two voices she knew.
Pip stopped as they walked around a knot of trees and finally came into view. Ant and Lauren, arm in arm, eyes widening in unison when they realized who she was. Pip didn't imagine it. Lauren actually gasped, coughing into her hand to cover it. They stopped, too. Ant and Lauren over there, Pip and Ravi back here.
Rufus!
Lauren screamed, her wild voice echoing through the trees.
Rufus, come here! Get away from her!
The dog turned and tilted his head. I'm not going to hurt your dog, Lauren, Pip said, levelling her voice.
Who knows, with you,
Ant said darkly, stuffing his hands into his pockets.
Oh, come on,
Pip sniffed. One part of her itched to stroke Rufus again, just to really set Lauren off. Go on. Do it. It was as though Lauren had read her mind, and the glint in her eye. She screamed for the dog again, until he bounded back over to her on his unsure little legs.
No!
Lauren turned her voice on him now, giving him a one-fingered tap on the nose.
Don't go up to strangers!
Ridiculous, Pip said, with a hollow laugh, swapping a look with Ravi.
What was that?
Ant barked, straightening up. Pointless, really, because Pip was still taller than him. She could take him. She already had once before, and she was stronger now. I said that your girlfriend was ridiculous. Should I repeat it a third time? She said. Pip could feel Ravi's arm tensing against hers. He hated confrontation. Hated it. And even so, Pip knew he would go to war for her if she ever asked. She didn't need him now, though. She had this. Almost like she'd been waiting for this encounter. Felt herself coming alive with it.
Well, don't talk about her like that.
Ant brought his hands back out, flexed them at his sides.
Why haven't you gone to uni yet? Thought Cambridge started earlier.
Later, actually, Pip said. Why? Are you waiting for me to disappear? She studied their faces carefully. The wind whipped Lauren's red hair across her forehead, strands catching across her narrowed eyes. She blinked. One side of Ant's mouth pulled up in a sneer.
The fuck are you talking about?
He said. No, I know. Pip nodded. You must feel really embarrassed. You accused me, Connor and Jamie of orchestrating his disappearance for money just hours after we all found out a serial rapist walked free. Are you the ones who spoke to that reporter? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. And now, Jamie's alive, but another man is dead, and you must feel really quite stupid about the whole thing.
Deserved to die, though, didn't he? And I guess it all worked out nicely in the end.
He winked. He fucking winked at her. The gun was back in Pip's heart, pointing through her chest at Ant. Backbone curling and her teeth bared. Don't you ever say that again. She pushed the words through her teeth, dark and dangerous. Don't you ever say that in front of me. Ravi retook her hand, but she didn't feel it. She wasn't in her body anymore. She was standing over there, that same hand around Ant's throat. Tightening, tightening, squeezing it all out into Ravi's fingers. Ant seemed to sense this, taking one step back from her, almost tripping over the dog. Lauren hooked her arm through Ant's again and locked their elbows together. A shield. But that wouldn't stop Pip.
We used to be friends. Do you really hate me enough to want me to die?
She said, the wind carrying her voice away from her.
What the fuck are you on about?
Lauren spat, drawing more strength from Ant.
You're a psycho. Hey!
Ravi's voice floated in from somewhere beside her.
Come on now, that's not nice.
But Pip had an answer of her own. Maybe, she said. So you should make sure your doors are locked up real nice and tight at night.
Okay, Ravi said, taking charge. We're going this way.
He pointed beyond Ant and Lauren.
You go that way. See you around.
Ravi led her off path, his fingers tight around hers, anchoring her to him. Pip's feet were moving, but her eyes were on Ant and Lauren, blinking the moment they passed, shooting them with the gun in her chest. She watched over her shoulder as they moved away through the trees, in the direction of her house.
My dad said she was fucked up now,
Ant said to Lauren, loud enough for them to hear, turning back to meet Pip's eyes. She tensed, her heels turning in the crisped-up leaves. But Ravi's arm folded around her waist, holding her into him. His mouth brushing the hair at her temple.
No,
he whispered.
You're okay. They aren't worth it. Really. Just breathe.
So she did. Concentrated only on air in, air out. 1 step, 2 step, in, out. Every step carrying her further away from them, the gun retreating back to its hiding place. Should we go home? She said when it was gone, between breaths, between steps.
No.
Ravi shook his head, staring straight ahead.
Forget about them. You need some fresh air.
Pip circled his hot palm with her trigger finger, one way, then the other. She didn't want to say, but maybe there was no such thing in Little Kilton. No fresh air. It was all tainted. Every breath of it. They looked both ways and crossed the road to her house, the sun finding them again, warming their backs. Anything? Pip smiled at Ravi.
Yes, anything you want,
he said.
This is full-on cheer-up Pip Day. No true crime documentaries, though. Those are banned.
And what if I said I really wanted a Scrabble tournament? She said, sticking her finger through his jumper into his ribs, their steps winding in and out of each other's clumsily across the drive.
I'd say, game on, bitch. You underestimate my
Ravi stopped suddenly, and Pip collided into him.
Oh, fuck,
he said, little more than a whisper.
What?
She laughed, coming round to face him. I'll go easy on you.
No, Pip.
He pointed behind her. She turned and followed his eyes. There on the driveway, beyond the pile of breadcrumbs, were 3 little chalk figures. Her heart turned cold, dropped into her stomach.
They were here,
Pip said, letting go of Ravi's hand and darting forward.
They were just here,
she said, standing over the little chalk people. The figures had almost reached the house now, scattered in front of the potted shrubs that lined the left side.
We shouldn't have left, Ravi. I was watching. I would have seen them.
Seen them, caught them, saved herself.
They only came because they knew you weren't here.
Ravi joined her, his breath fast in his chest.
And those definitely aren't tire marks.
This was the first time he'd seen them. Time and rain had taken the last ones away before she'd had a chance to show him. But he could see them. He saw them, and that made them real. She hadn't made them up, Hawkins.
Thank you,
Pip said, glad that he was here with her.
Looks like something out of the Blair Witch,
he said, bending to get a closer look, drawing the criss-cross shapes with his finger, hovering a few inches above.
No.
Pip studied them. This isn't right. There's supposed to be 5 of them. There were 5 both other times. Why 3 now? She asked of Ravi. Doesn't make sense.
I don't think any of this makes sense, Pip.
Pip held her breath, scouring the driveway for the last 2 figures. They were here, somewhere. They had to be. Those were the rules in this game between her and them. Wait, she said, catching something in the corner of her eye. No, it couldn't be, was it? She stepped forward, up to one of her mum's potted plants. Pots come all the way from Vietnam, can you believe? And brushed the leaves aside. Behind it, against the wall of her house, 2 little headless figures. So faint they were hardly there at all, hidden almost entirely among the mortar between the bricks. Found you, Pip said with an outward breath. Her skin was alive and electric as she pushed her face right up close to the chalk, some of the white dust scattering from her breath. But was she pleased, or was she scared? She couldn't in this moment tell the difference. Up the wall? Ravi said behind her. Why? Pip knew the answer before he did. She understood this game, now that she was playing. She stepped back from the 2 headless figures, the leaders of their pack, and looked directly up, following their journey. They'd mounted the wall to climb up past the study and up towards her bedroom window. The bones cracked in her neck as she turned back to Ravi. They're coming for me. Additional Material 4. File name, The Chalk Figures, 3rd instance. Chapter 13. Darkness consumed her. The last chink of sunlight through the curtains, glowing down her face before Ravi pulled them shut, tucking one half behind the other to be extra sure.
Keep these closed, okay?
He said, just a shadow in the blacked-out room, until he crossed the room to switch on the light. Unnaturally yellow. A poor imitation of the sun.
Even during the day, in case someone is watching you. I don't like the idea of someone watching you.
Ravi stopped by her elbow, placed his thumb under her chin.
Hey, you okay?
Did he mean about Ant and Lauren, or the little chalk figures climbing up to her room? Yeah. Pip cleared her throat. Such a meaningless half-word. She was sitting at her desk, fingers resting on the keyboard of her laptop. She'd just saved a copy of the photo she'd taken of the chalk figures. Finally, she'd got there before the rain or tires or feet could wash them away, disappear them. Evidence. She herself might be the case this time, but she still needed evidence. And more than that, it was proof. Proof that she wasn't haunting herself. That she couldn't be the one drawing the figures and killing those pigeons during the foggy, sleepless nights, could she?
Maybe you can come stay at mine for a few nights,
Ravi said, spinning her chair until they were face on.
Mum wouldn't mind. I'd have to leave early from Monday, but that's okay.
Pip shook her head. It's fine, she said. I'm fine. She wasn't fine, but that was the whole point. There was no running away from this. She'd asked for it. She needed it. This was how she would make herself fine again. And the scarier it got, the more perfect the fit. Out of the grey area into something she could comprehend. Something she could live with. Black and white. Good and bad. Thank you.
You're not fine,
Ravi said, running his fingers through his dark hair, long enough now that it had started to curl at the ends.
This isn't fine. I know it's easy to forget after all the fucked up things we've been through, but this isn't normal.
He stared at her.
You know this isn't normal, don't you?
Yes, she said. I know that. I went to the police yesterday like you wanted. I tried to do the normal thing. But I guess it's down to me again. To fix it. She pulled a line of loose skin by one fingernail, a bubble of blood greeting her from the deep. I'll fix it.
How are you going to do that?
Ravi asked, a harder edge in his voice. Was that doubt? No, he couldn't lose faith in her too. He was the last one left.
Does your dad know about this?
He asked. She nodded. He knows about the dead birds. We found the first one together. Mum told him it was the Williamses' cat, though. That's the logical solution. I told him about the chalk marks, but he never saw them. They were gone by the time he got home. Think him driving over them was why they disappeared, even.
Let's go show him now,
Ravi said, the edge in his voice more slippery now, more urgent.
Come on!
Ravi, she sighed. What's he going to do about it?
He's your dad,
he said, with an exaggerated shrug, like it was the most obvious thing in the world.
And he's 6'6". I'd definitely want him on my team in any fight.
He's a corporate lawyer, she said, turning, catching sight of her far-off eyes in the sleeping face of her laptop. If this were a problem about mergers and acquisitions, yeah, he'd be the guy. But it's not. She took a deep breath, watched the dark, mirrored version of herself do the same. This is for me. This is what I'm good at. I can do this.
This isn't a test for you,
Ravi said, scratching the phantom itch at the back of his head. He was wrong. That's exactly what it was. A trial. A final judgment.
This isn't a school project or a season of the podcast. This isn't something you can win or lose.
I don't want to argue, she said quietly.
No, hey, no.
He bent down until his eyes were level with hers.
We're not arguing. I'm just worried about you, okay? I want to keep you safe. I love you. Always will. No matter how many times you almost give me a heart attack or a nervous breakdown, it's just...
He drew off, his voice guttering out.
It's scary to know that someone might want to hurt you or make you scared. You're my person. My little one. My Sarge. And I'm supposed to protect you.
You do protect me, she said, holding his eyes. Even when you're not here. He was her life raft, her cornerstone for what good truly meant. Didn't he know that?
Yeah, okay, and that's great,
he said, clicking finger guns at her.
But it's not like I'm a muscle man with biceps the size of tree trunks and a secret Olympic standard knife-throwing habit.
A smile stretched into her mouth, fully formed without her say-so. Oh, Ravi. She clipped her finger under his chin, the same way he always did to her. Pressed a kiss into his cheek, brushing the side of his mouth. You know brains always beat brawn, any day of the week. He straightened up.
Well, I just squatted for too long, so I probably have glutes of steel now anyway.
That'll show the stalker. She laughed, but it became a hollow, raspy sound as her mind wandered away from her. What? Ravi asked, noticing the shift. It's just... It's clever, isn't it? She laughed again, shaking her head. So clever.
What?
all of it. The faint, almost not there chalk figures that fade as soon as it rains or someone drives over them. The first 2 times, I didn't take photos before they were gone, so when I told Hawkins about it, he thought I was insane or seeing things that aren't there, discrediting me right from the get-go. I even wondered whether I was seeing things. And the dead birds. She clapped her hands against her thigh. So clever. If it were a dead cat or a dead dog... She flinched at her own words, Barney flashing into her mind. It would be a different story. People would pay attention, but it's not. It's pigeons. No one cares about pigeons, almost as common to us dead as they are alive. And, of course, the police would never do anything about a dead pigeon or two because it's normal. No one else can see it but me and you. They know all this. They designed it that way. Things that look normal and explainable to everyone else. An empty envelope. Just an accident. And the dead girl walking down the road, not at my house. I know it was for me, but I'd never be able to convince anyone else, because if it really was for me, it would have been at my house. So subtle. So clever. The police think I'm crazy, and my mum thinks it's nothing. Just a cat and some dirty tyres. Cutting me off. Isolating me from help. Especially because everyone already thinks I'm fucked up. Very clever.
Kinda sounds like you admire them, Ravi said, sitting back on Pip's bed, arm out for balance. His face looked uneasy.
No, I'm just saying it's clever. Thought out. Like they know exactly what they're doing.
Her next thought was only natural, only logical, and she could see from Ravi's eyes that he had arrived at the same idea, chewing on it, the muscles tensing in his cheek.
Almost like they've done this before,
she said, completing the thought, the slightest nod of agreement from Ravi. Do you think they have done this before? He sat up.
It's possible, she said. Likely, even. The statistics certainly indicate that serial stalking is common, particularly if the stalker is a stranger or an acquaintance, rather than a current or former partner.
She'd read through pages and pages of information on stalkers last night, hour after hour, instead of sleep, scrolling through numbers and percentages and nameless, countless cases. A stranger? Ravi doubled down on the word.
It's unlikely to be a stranger, Pip replied. Nearly 3 out of 4 stalking victims know their stalker in some capacity. This is someone who knows me. Someone I know. I can feel it.
She knew more statistics too, could reel them off the top of her head, burned into the backs of her eyes from the white light of her laptop screen. But there were some she couldn't tell Ravi, especially not the one that said more than half of female homicide victims reported stalking to the police before they were killed by their stalkers. She didn't want Ravi to know that one. So it's someone you know, and they are pretty likely to have done this to someone else before? Ravi asked.
I mean, yes, if we go along with the statistics. Why hadn't she thought of this herself? She was too inside her own head, too fixated on the idea of her against them, that she hadn't considered the involvement of anyone else.
Not all about you, said the voice that lived in her head, beside the gun. It's not always about you. And you always favour a science-based approach, Sarge. He doffed an imaginary cap at her.
Yes, I do.
Pip chewed her lip, thinking. Her mind guided her hands to the laptop, checking in with her only after she'd already awoken the computer and brought up Google.
And the first stage in a science-based approach is research.
The most glamorous part of crime solving,
Ravi said, pushing up from the bed to come and stand behind her, hands resting on her shoulders.
And also my cue to go get snacks. So, how are you going to research this?
Yeah, not really sure, actually.
She hesitated, fingers hovering above the keys while the cursor blinked at her.
Maybe just...
She typed in chalk lines, chalk figure, dead pigeon, stalker, stalk, Little Kilton, Buckinghamshire.
It's a stab in the dark,
she said, thumbing the enter button, and the page of results filled her screen. Oh, excellent, Ravi said, pointing at the top result. We can go clay pigeon shooting at Chalk Farm in Chalfont, St Giles, for only £85 each. What a bargain!
Shh!
Pip's eyes scanned the entry below. A story from last year about GCSE results from a nearby school where two teachers just happened to be called Miss Chalk and Mr Stalker. She felt Ravi's breath on her neck as he leaned closer, head against hers as he said, "What's that one?" And the low vibrations of his voice felt like they were coming from within her. She knew which one he meant. 5th result down. DT killer still at large after claiming 4th victim. It had 4 matches to her search items: Buckinghamshire, pigeon, stalks, chalk lines. Small snippets from the UK Newsday article, truncated sentences separated by 3 little dots. The DT killer, Ravi read aloud, voice catching on something in his throat. What the fuck is that?
It's nothing. That's an old story. Look.
Pip underlined the date with her finger. The article was from the 5th of February, 2012. Over 6.5 years ago. This wasn't news. Pip knew this case. How it had ended. She could tell you at least 2 true crime podcasts that had covered it in the last few years. You don't know this story? She asked, reading the answer from his dread-widened eyes.
It's okay,
she laughed at him, nudging him with her elbow.
He's not still at large.
He killed another woman after this, a 5th victim, and then they caught him. He confessed. Billy, something. He's been in prison since. How do you know that? He asked, his grip loosening a little.
How do you not?
She looked up at him.
It was big news when it was going on. Even I remember, and I was like 11, 12.
She stuttered, stroking the bones in his hand. It was around the time that Andy and Sal... She didn't need to finish. Right, he said quietly. I was a little distracted at the time.
It all happened pretty close by, Pip said. The towns where the victims were from, the places where the bodies were found. In fact, almost everywhere nearby except Little Kilton.
Had our own murders going on back then, he said flatly. What does DT killer even mean?
Oh, it was the media's name for him. You know, a serial killer's got to have a creepy name, sells more papers. Short for the duct tape killer.
She paused.
The local newspapers used to refer to him as the Slough Strangler. Keep it close to home, you know. But that never caught on with the national press. Not as catchy.
She smirked.
Also, not very accurate, seeing as only 2 victims were found nearish Slough, I think.
And just saying those words, Slough Strangler, took her back to the last time she'd said them. Sitting in this very chair on a call with Stanley Forbes, interviewing him about Andy Bell's coroner's inquest. She brought up the article he'd recently written about the Slough Strangler, marking 5 years since his arrest. Stanley down the end of the phone. Alive, but not for long, because his blood is dripping out of the edges of her phone, covering her hands and... Pip?
She flinched, wiping her bloody hands on her jeans. Clean. They're clean.
Sorry, what did you say?
Pip hunched her back, folding her chest around her hummingbird heart.
I said, click on it then. The article.
But it's got nothing to do with...
It's matched 4 of your search terms,
he said, grip tightening again.
Pretty coincidental for a stab in the dark. Just click on it and see what it says.
UK Newsday. DT killer still at large after claiming 4th victim. Lindsay Leveson, the 5th of February 2012. Last week, police found the body of Julia Hunter, 22, now officially confirmed as the 4th victim of the DT killer. Julia, who was living with her parents and her sister in Amersham, Buckinghamshire, was killed on the evening of the 28th of January. Her body discovered the following morning on a golf course just north of Slough. The DT killer began his crime spree 2 years ago, murdering his first victim, Philippa Brockfield, aged 21, on the 8th of February 2010. 10 months later, the body of Melissa Denny, 24, was found after a week of extensive police searches. She went missing on the 11th of December, and forensic experts believe she was killed that same night. On the 17th of August 2011, Bethany Ingham, aged 26, became the 3rd victim of the DT killer. Now, 5 months later, after much media speculation, police have confirmed that the serial killer has struck again. The DT killer, short for the duct tape killer, is so called because of his distinctive MO. He not only binds the wrists and ankles of his victims in duct tape to restrain them, but their faces too. Each woman was found with her head fully wrapped in standard grey duct tape, covering her eyes and mouth. Almost like a mummy, commented one police officer who wished to remain anonymous. The duct tape itself is not the murder weapon in these horrific crimes. In fact, it appears the DT killer intentionally leaves the nostrils of his victims free so they do not suffocate that way. The cause of death in each case has been strangulation by ligature, and police theorise that the killer leaves his victims bound in the duct tape for a while before killing them and then dumping their bodies in a different location. There have been no arrests in the case, and with the DT killer still at large, police are scrambling in their efforts to identify him before he kills again. This is an incredibly dangerous man, said DCI David Nolan, speaking outside High Wycombe Police Station today. 4 young women have very sadly lost their lives, and it's clear this individual poses a significant risk to the general public. We are doubling our efforts to identify this offender, known as the DT killer, and we have today released a composite sketch from a potential witness at the scene where Julia's body was found. We urge the public to please contact the police on the case hotline if you recognise the man in the sketch. In addition to the sketch, police today have also released a list of personal items that were missing from each victim. Items they had on them at the time of abduction, as identified by their families. Police believe the killer took these items as a trophy for each murder, and that they are very likely still in his possession. Trophy-taking is common among serial killers like this, commented DCI Nolan. The trophies allow the killer to relive the thrill of the crime and to sustain his dark urges, lengthening the time before he feels compelled to kill again. From Philippa Brockfield, the killer took a necklace which police describe as a gold chain with an antique coin-style pendant. It was a lilac or light purple paddle-shaped hairbrush from Melissa Denny, which she carried everywhere in her handbag, a gold stainless steel Casio watch from Bethany Ingham, and now, from Julia Hunter, a pair of rose gold earrings with light green stones. Police are asking the public to keep an eye out for these items. UK Newsday spoke with Adrian Castro, a criminal profiler who used to work with the FBI and today consults on popular true crime show Forensic Time. Ms. Castro gave us her expert opinion on the DT killer based on all the information police have released so far. As ever, profiling is not an exact science, but I think we can draw some tentative conclusions from this criminal's behaviour and his choice of victim. This is a white man who could be anywhere between his early 20s to his mid-40s. These aren't compulsive acts. These murders are planned and methodical, and our killer likely has an average to high IQ. This man would seem to be perfectly normal, unremarkable, charming even. He outwardly appears to be an upstanding member of society with a good job where he's used to a level of control, maybe a management position. I think it's very likely he has a partner or a wife, and potentially even a family too, who have no idea about his secret life. There is an interesting observation to make about his spatial behaviour too. In serial killers, we find that an offender will have a natural aversion to committing crimes too close to home, their buffer zone, and yet conversely, they also have a comfort zone, a nearby area they know very well, which isn't too close to home and where they feel secure committing these acts. We refer to this as the distance decay theory. It's interesting to note that these victims were all from different towns and villages in this one part of the county, and their bodies too were all spread out in different locations in the comfort zone area. This leads me to believe that our killer lives in a different nearby location, one that hasn't yet come up in the investigation, his untouched buffer zone. As to his motive, I think what we have here is something that underpins a lot of serial killings. Misogyny, essentially. This man has very strong feelings about women. He hates them. These victims are all attractive, educated, intelligent young women, and there is something there that this killer finds utterly intolerable. He sees these killings as his own personal mission. I find the wrapping of their heads in tape particularly interesting, like he is denying them even their own faces, cutting off their ability to speak or see before he kills them. These killings come down to power and humiliation, and the sadistic pleasure the offender takes from that. It's likely the signs were there from a young age, and he started out by harming family pets as a boy. I would not be surprised if, somewhere in his possession, he keeps a manifesto with all his thoughts about women and how they should look or behave in order to be acceptable. The police have not released any information about whether he stalks his victims beforehand, but I would say, given how meticulous the victim selection appears to be, there is a degree of surveillance before he abducts them. I think that's part of the thrill for him. He may even make direct contact with them, and it's possible the killer has had intimate relationships with these victims. Outside Julia Hunter's family home this evening, her 18-year-old sister, Harriet, stopped briefly to speak to reporters. When asked about the possibility of Julia being stalked before her death, a tearful Harriet had this to say. "I'm not sure. She never told me she was scared or anything. I would have helped her if she had. But she did mention a few weird things in the couple of weeks before. She talked about seeing some lines, chalk lines I think, that looked like 3 stick figures near the house. I never saw them, but it was probably just our neighbour's kids. Also, a couple of dead birds, pigeons, had been brought into the house through the cat flap. But Julia thought that was strange because our cat is very old now and hardly goes outside. She also mentioned getting a few prank calls. That was in the week before she went missing. But she didn't seem frightened by them. If anything, she found them annoying. But, looking back on those few weeks before, everything seems weird to me now that she's gone." A memorial service for Julia Hunter will be held on the 21st of February at her local church.
Additional Material 5. Composite sketch of the DT killer released by the police, as published on UK Newsday. Chapter 14. Ravi must have reached the end first. A sharp intake of breath right by her ear, like a windstorm trapped inside her head. Pip held up one finger to put him on pause until she was done. Reached the very last word. And then... "Oh," she said. Ravi jerked away from her, standing up to his full height. "Oh?" he said, voice higher and scratchier than it should be. "Is that all you have to say about that? Oh? What are you—" She spun her chair to watch him. His hands were dancing nervously, tucked under his chin. "What are you freaking out about?" "What are you not freaking out about?"
He tried not to raise his voice, but he should have tried harder.
A serial killer, Pip!
Ravi! His name broke apart in her mouth, into a small laugh. His eyes flashed angrily at her.
This is from 6.5 years ago. The DT killer confessed. I'm pretty sure he pleaded guilty in court, too. He's been in prison all this time, and there were no more murders after his arrest. The DT killer is gone.
Yeah, well, what about the dead pigeons? Ravi said, his arm in a straight and quivering line, pointing back to the screen.
And the chalk lines, Pip? Those two exact things in the weeks before he killed Julia.
Ravi dropped to his knees in front of her, holding one hand up to her face, thumb and little finger folded down.
3,
he hissed, bringing his 3 raised fingers even closer.
3 chalk stick figures. Julia was the 4th victim, Pip. 3 before her. And now there have been 5 women killed, and there are 5 little stick figures out on your drive right fucking now.
Look, calm down, she said, taking his raised hand, tucking it between her knees to hold it still. I've never heard of those things Julia Hunter's sister said there, not in any articles or podcasts. Maybe the police decided they weren't relevant in the end.
But they are relevant to you.
I know, I'm not saying that. She locked onto his eyes, tilted her chin. Obviously there's a connection between what Harriet Hunter said and what's happened to me. Well, I haven't had any mysterious phone calls.
Yet!
Ravi cut across her, his hand trying to escape.
But the DT killer is in prison. Look!
She released his hand and turned back to the laptop, typing DT killer into a new search page and pressing enter. Ah, Billy Karras. Yes, that's his name, she said, scrolling down the page of results to show Ravi. See? Age 30 when he was arrested. He confessed in a police interview, and see? Yep. He also pleaded guilty to all 5 murders. No need for a trial. He's in prison and will be for the rest of his life.
Doesn't really look like the police sketch,
Ravi sniffed, his hand finding its own way back between her knees.
Well, kind of.
She squinted at Billy Karras's mugshot. Greasy, dark brown hair pushed back from his face, green eyes that almost jumped right out of his face, startled by the camera.
No one ever really does anyway.
That seemed to help Ravi a little, putting a face to the name, the proof unrolling before his eyes as Pip clicked onto the second page of results. She stopped, scrolled back up. Something had caught her eye. A number. A month.
What?
Ravi asked her, a tremor in his hand that passed through to her.
Oh, it's nothing,
she said, shaking her head so he knew she meant it.
Nothing really. Just, I never realised before.
The final victim of the DT killer, Tara Yates. She was killed on the 20th of April, 2012. He looked at her, the same glint of recognition in his eyes, mirroring back her own. She watched herself, the warped version of her trapped in the darks of his eyes. Well, one of them had to say it out loud.
The same night Andy Bell died, she said.
That is weird, he said, dropping his gaze, and the Pip that lived in there slipped away.
This is all weird. All of it. Okay, he's in prison, but so why is someone doing the exact same to you as happened to Julia Hunter before she died? To all of the victims, potentially, and don't tell me it's a coincidence because that's a lie. You don't believe in coincidences.
He had her there.
No, I know. I don't know.
She stopped to laugh at herself, unsure why she had. It didn't belong here.
Obviously that can't be a coincidence.
Maybe someone wants me to think I'm being stalked by the DT killer.
Why would someone want that?
Ravi, I don't know. She felt defensive all of a sudden. Hot. The fence going up again, but this time to keep Ravi out. Maybe someone wants to drive me crazy. Push me over the edge. They wouldn't have to push very hard at all. She'd walked herself right up to the edge, toes hanging over the drop. One sharp breath to the back of her neck would probably do it. Just one question between her and that long fall down. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears?
And no one has been killed since this Billy guy was arrested?
Ravi double-checked. Nope, Pip said. And it's a very distinctive MO, the duct tape around the face.
Budge over a sec,
Ravi said, rolling her chair away from the desk, her hands falling from the laptop. Hey!
I'm just seeing something,
he said, kneeling down in front of the screen. He flicked to the top of the page, deleted the current search items, and typed in Billy Karras, innocent. Pip sighed, watching him scroll quickly through the results. Ravi, he confessed and he pleaded guilty. The DT killer is behind bars, not outside my house. There was a crackling sound in Ravi's throat, somewhere between a gasp and a cough.
There's a Facebook page, he said.
For what? Pip dug in her heels to scoot the chair back.
A page called Billy Karras is innocent.
He clicked on it, and Billy Karras's mugshot filled the screen as the banner image. His face looked softer the second time, somehow. Younger. Well, of course there is, Pip said, pulling up at Ravi's side. I bet there's a Facebook page proclaiming the innocence of every single serial killer. I bet there's even one for Ted Bundy. Ravi hovered the arrow above the About tab, pressed his thumb into the trackpad to bring it up.
Oh, shit, he said, scanning the page. It's run by his mum. Look, Maria Karras.
Poor woman, Pip said quietly.
On the 18th of May, 2012, after sitting in a police interview room for 9 hours without a break, my son gave a false confession to crimes he did not commit, a confession coerced by intense and illegal police interrogation tactics.
Ravi read from the screen.
He immediately recanted the next morning after some sleep, but it was already too late. The police had what they needed.
A false confession? Pip said, looking into Billy Karras's eyes, as though the question were for him. No, it couldn't be. Those were the eyes of the DT killer staring back at her. They had to be. Otherwise...
Serious systemic failings in our criminal justice system.
Ravi started skipping onto the next paragraph.
Need 3,000 signatures on the petition to local MP. Oh man, she only has 29 signatures so far. Trying to bring Billy's case to the attention of the Innocent Project so we can appeal the conviction.
He stopped.
Oh look, she's even put her phone number in the contact info section. Please contact me if you have any legal experience or media connections and think you can help me with Billy's case or would like to help collect signatures. Please note, prank callers will be reported to the police.
He turned from the screen, locked eyes with Pip. What? She said, reading the answer in the downturn of his mouth. Well, of course she thinks he's innocent. She's his mum. That's not proof.
But it's a question mark,
he said firmly, dragging Pip and the chair closer.
You should call her, talk to her, see what her reasons are.
Pip shook her head. I don't want to disturb her, or give her false hope for no reason. She's clearly been through enough.
Yeah.
Ravi ran his hand up her leg.
The very same thing my mum went through. That I went through. when everyone thought Sal killed Andy Bell. And how did that come to an end again? He said, tapping a finger to his chin while he pretended to grapple for the memory. Oh yeah, with an unsolicited knock at the door from an overly persistent Pippus Maximus.
That was entirely different, she said, turning away from him, because she knew if she looked at him any longer, he'd convince her to do it. And she couldn't do it. Could not. Because if she called that poor woman, that would be admitting there was a chance, a possibility, that the wrong man was sitting in prison. And the right man? He was outside her house, drawing headless stick figures of the women he'd already killed, coming for her, beckoning her to join them. Number 6. And that would be a game she wasn't ready for. A stalker was one thing, but this...
Okay, never mind. Ravi shrugged. How about we sit here twiddling our thumbs instead, just wait and see how this whole stalker thing pans out. The passive approach. Never thought I'd see you opt for a passive anything, but we'll just hang tight. Kick back. No biggie.
I didn't say that.
She rolled her eyes at him. But what you did just say, he said, was that this was for you. That you could do this alone. This is what you are good at, investigating. He was right. She had just said that. Her test. Her trial. Her final judgment. Save herself. To save herself. That was all still true. Even more so if there was that chance, that possibility, that there was a right man and a wrong man.
I know, she said quietly, conceding with a long outward breath. She'd known as soon as she'd finished reading the article what she had to do, but only needed Ravi to draw it out.
So?
He smiled the little smile that always got her, and dropped her phone into her hand.
Investigate it.
Chapter 15. Pip had stared at the numbers so long they were burned into the underside of her eyes. 01632725288. A lilting tune inside her head that she could now repeat back without looking. An ever-repeating loop that had played through her head all night as she'd begged for sleep. Down to her last 4 pills now. Her thumb hovered over the green call button again. She and Ravi had tried it 5 times yesterday, but it rang out each time. No voicemail. It was a landline, and Maria Carras must have been away from home. Maybe even visiting her son, they'd guessed. Pip said she would try again in the morning. But now, she was stalling. Afraid, even. Because once she pressed that button, and Maria picked up on the other end, there'd be no going back. No unknowing what she knew, or unhearing, or unthinking it. But already the idea had burrowed deep, settling down inside her head next to Stanley's dead eyes and Charlie's grey gun. And even now, as she clicked a ballpoint pen in one hand, she heard something in the click and unclick. 2 distinct notes. 2 letters. DT, DT, DT. And yet she kept on clicking. Her hand was resting against her notebook. A new page. Beyond her notes on body decomposition and liver mortis. Maria Carras's number, scribbled there. She couldn't escape it. Pip finally pressed the call button and put the phone on speaker. It rang, the shrill sound riding up and down her spine, just as it had yesterday. But then... Click. "Hello, Karas residence," said a muffled voice, the word softened by a Greek accent. "Oh, hi," Pip said, recovering, clearing her throat. "I'm looking for Maria Karas?" "Yes, that's me," the voice replied, and Pip imagined the woman behind it, heavy eyes and a sad smile. "How can I help you?" "Hi, Maria," she said, fiddling nervously with the pen again. DT, DT, DT. "Sorry to disturb you on a Sunday. My name is Pip Fitzamoby, and I—" "Oh, my God!" Maria cut across her. "You finally got my message!" Pip stuttered, felt her eyebrows pulling together. What message? "Oh, your message?" "Yes, the email I sent through your website. Oh, back in April it must have been. I also tried to send you a message on Twitter, but I can never work these things on my own. But you finally got it," she said, her voice climbing in pitch. Pip had never seen this email. She considered for half a moment, deciding to go with it. Yes, your email," she said. "Thank you so much for reaching out to me, Maria. And apologies it's taken me so long to respond." "Oh, darling, please," Maria said, a rustle down her end as she repositioned the phone. "I know you must be terribly busy, and I'm just so happy you got it at all. I didn't know if you would be doing any more of this podcast, but I wanted to reach out anyway in case you were looking for another local case. You're really very brilliant. Your parents must be very proud of you. And I just knew this is exactly what we need for Billy, to bring some media attention, which you and your podcast would very much do. It's very popular. My hairdresser listens to it too. As my email said, we are trying to get the Innocence Project to help us with Billy." Maria paused to take a breath, and Pip stepped in before she lost her chance. "Yes," Pip said, "and Maria, I have to be up front with you. This call doesn't mean I will necessarily be covering your son's case on the podcast. I'd need to do some extensive research before I make any decisions on that front." "Oh, darling, yes, I understand, of course," Maria said, and it was almost as though Pip could feel the warmth of her voice radiating out of the phone. "And maybe you are still thinking my son is guilty. He's the DT killer, the slough strangler, whichever name it is. Almost everybody does. I would not blame you." Pip cleared her throat again to buy herself some time. She certainly hoped Billy Karas was guilty, for her own sake, but she couldn't say that. "Well, I haven't looked into all the details of the case yet. I know your son confessed to all 5 murders and then pleaded guilty in court, which isn't the easiest position to begin with." "It was a false confession," Maria said with a sniff. "It was coerced by the officers interviewing him." "So why didn't Billy then plead innocent? Take the case to trial? Do you think you could talk me through the details, the evidence, why you think Billy is not guilty?" "Of course, darling, I do not mind," Maria said. "And I can tell you a secret. I thought Billy was guilty too. For the first year or 2. I thought eventually he would tell me the truth, but he kept telling me, Mama, I did not do it. I promise you." For 2 years. So then I started to look into it, and that's when I realized he was telling the truth. He's innocent. And you would think so too, if you could see the police interview. Oh, wait, I can send it to you. More rustling down the line. I got copies of all these police documents years ago, through that, what do they call it again? Oh, the Freedom of Information Act. I have the whole interview, his confession. The transcript is over 100 pages. Did you know they had him in that room for 9 hours? He was exhausted, terrified, But I tell you what, I can go through it and highlight the most important parts. Send a scan to you? I think I know how to use that scanner. It might take me a while to go through it all, but I can send that to you tomorrow latest. Yes, please, Pip said, making a scribbled note on her page. If you could, that would be very helpful, thank you. But there's no rush, really. Except there definitely was. 5 little stick women, their heads gone because they were all wrapped up in tape, climbing up to Pip's room to meet their number 6. The end in sight. Unless that's just what someone wanted her to think, of course. Yes, I will, said Maria. And you can see exactly what I mean. All the answers they feed to him. He knows nothing. They tell him they have all this evidence against him. They even imply they have someone who saw him during one murder, which wasn't true. Billy got so confused, bless him. I know he's my son, but he was never the sharpest tool in the shed, as they say. He had a bit of a drinking problem, too, back then. Sometimes would black out in the evening. And these officers convince him that he's committing the murders while he's black.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
Out. That's why he doesn't remember. I think Billy started to believe it of himself even. Until he finally got some sleep in the cell, and then he recanted the confession right away. You know, false confessions are a lot more common than you think. Of the 365 people the Innocence Project have helped exonerate in recent decades, more than a quarter of them had confessed to their alleged crime. Maria must have recited that fact off the top of her head. And that's when Pip fully realized. This was Maria's entire life. Every breath and every thought dedicated to her son. To Billy. He had new names now, though. The DT Killer. The Slough Strangler. Monster. Pip's chest ached for this woman, but not quite enough to want her to be right. Anything but that. I did not know that statistic, Pip said, and I'm very interested to see Billy's interview. But, Maria, if he recanted the next morning, why did he then plead guilty? His lawyer, Maria said, a hint of reproach tainting her soft voice. He was a public defender. I did not have money to hire a lawyer. If only I had. It is one of my biggest regrets. I should have tried harder. Maria paused, her breath crackling through the speaker. This lawyer basically told Billy that because he had already confessed to all 5 murders and the police had this confession on tape, that there was no point going to trial. He would lose. They had other evidence too, but the confession was the thing. The jury would believe that tape over Billy any day. Well, the lawyer wasn't wrong. They say that the confession is the most prejudicial piece of evidence. I see, Pip said, because she couldn't think of what else to say. But we should have tried, Maria continued. Who knows what might have come up in the trial to save Billy? What evidence? You know, there was an unidentified fingerprint on the second victim, Melissa Denny. The print does not match Billy's, and they don't know who it belongs to, and... She broke off, paused. On the night that Bethany Ingham was murdered, the third victim, I think Billy was here, with me. I can't be certain, but I think on that night, Billy came over to my house in the evening. He'd been drinking a lot, could not string one sentence together. So I made him sleep in his old bedroom, took his keys so he wouldn't try to get in the car again. I don't have any evidence of this. I have searched and searched. Phone records, CCTV cameras down the road, everything. I don't have evidence, but in a court, my testimony would have been evidence. How could Billy have murdered Bethany if he was home with me? She exhaled. But the lawyer told Billy that if he pleaded guilty, the judge might let him serve in a prison closer by, so that I could visit him more easily. Which then didn't happen, of course. Billy lost hope. That's why he said he was guilty. He thought he'd already lost before it began. Pip had been scribbling as Maria spoke. Her words slanted, letters trampling each other in her haste to get it all down. She realized Maria had stopped, was waiting for her to speak. Sorry, Pip said. So, other than the confession, what evidence did the police have that made them think Billy is DT? Well, there are a few things, Maria said, and Pip could hear shuffling down her end, as though Maria were flicking through papers. The main one was that Billy was the person who found Tara Yates, the final victim. He found her body? Pip asked. She vaguely remembered that now, from one of the podcasts she'd listened to. Remembered how they'd framed it as the big twist. Yes, he found her like that. Tape around her ankles and wrists, wrapped around her face. I couldn't ever imagine seeing another human being like that. It was at work where he found her. Billy worked for a grounds maintenance company, cutting lawns, trimming hedges, picking up rubbish, that sort of thing. It was early in the morning, and Billy was on the grounds of a manor house, one of his company's sites, cutting the grass. He spotted Tara in the trees around the edge of the site. She cleared her throat. And Billy, well, the first thing he does is run over to her. He thought she might still be alive, couldn't see her face, you see. He shouldn't have gone over. Should have left her there and called the police straight away. But that's not what Billy did. Maria trailed off. What did he do? Pip prompted her. He tried to help her. Maria exhaled. He thought the tape on her face was keeping her from breathing, so he started to unwrap it, touching her and the tape with his bare hands. Then, when he realized that she wasn't breathing anyway, he attempted CPR, but he didn't know what he was doing, had never learned what to do. A small cough. He knew he needed help, so he ran back to the manor and told one of the employees to call the police to come help him. He had his mobile on him, he just forgot about it in the moment. I guess maybe he was in shock. I don't know what that does to you, seeing another person like that.
Pip knew exactly what it did to you, though she could never try to explain it.
So the result of that, Maria continued, was that Billy's DNA, his sweat, and saliva were all over poor Tara. And his fingerprints. Silly boy, she said quietly. But the police would have known that was from him discovering the body, trying to save Tara, even if he didn't realize it was too late, and he was only contaminating the scene. Yes, well, maybe that's what they believed initially. But, you know, I've done a lot of research into serial killers these last few years. I would even go as far to say I am an expert in them now. And with this kind of criminal, DT, it is very common that the killer would try to insert himself into the police investigation somehow. Calling in with ideas or tips, or offering to help in search parties, that sort of thing. Even trying to get information to see how safe they are from suspicion. That's what the police thought this was, eventually. Billy inserting himself into the investigation by discovering Tara's body to appear helpful, innocent. Or maybe to cover himself in case he had left any DNA on her while committing the murder. Maria sighed. You see now how everything is twisted to fit the story. With a sinking feeling in her gut, Pip realized she had just nodded. No, what was she doing? She didn't want it to go this way, because if there was a chance Billy was innocent, then... Fuck. Oh, fuck. Luckily, Maria had resumed talking, and Pip didn't have to listen to the voice in her head anymore. Maybe this would have been okay, on its own, she said. But there were other details that tied Billy into this whole mess. He knew one of the victims, Bethany Ingham, number 3. She was his supervisor at work. He was very sad after he learned about her death. Said she was always so nice to him. And the first victim, Philippa Brockfield, her body was found on a golf course in Beaconsfield. It was another site that had a contract with the company Billy worked at, and Billy was on the team assigned there. His work van was seen driving to the golf course on the same morning Philippa's body was left there, but, of course, he was just driving to work. And the duct tape? Well, it was the exact same kind Billy had access to at work. So... Pip could feel that part of her awakening. The spark in her brain. Questions rolling over each other, gathering speed. The world slowing as her mind picked up double pace. She shouldn't. She knew what this path meant for her, but she couldn't stop it. And one of the questions came loose. So all of these details tying Billy to the murders, they're related to his job, Pip said. What's the name of the company he worked for? Too late. Just asking it meant it was already too late for her. That on some level, she must think it possible. That she might not be speaking to the mother of the DT killer at all. Yes, that is where the connections seem to come from, Maria said, voice even faster now, more excitable. The company is called Green Scene Limited. Scene, not like eyes, like the kind in a film. Got it, thanks, Pip said, writing the name of the company at the bottom of her page. She tilted her head, studied the words from another angle. She thought she recognized the name. From where, though? Well, if the company operated nearby, she'd probably seen its logo on vans driving through Kilton. And how long had Billy worked there? Pip asked, as she swiped her finger across her laptop's trackpad, the screen springing back to life. She typed in Green Scene Limited, Buckinghamshire, and hit enter. Since 2007, it was.
The first result was the company's website, and yes, Pip did recognize the cone-shaped tree of its logo. An image she knew had already existed in her brain somewhere. But why? The homepage told her about Green Scene's specialist and award-winning grounds maintenance services, with a slideshow of photos. Lower down the page was a link to another site, its sister company, Clean Scene Limited, which offered cleaning services for offices, housing associations, and more.
Hello?
Maria said tentatively, breaking the silence, and Pip had almost forgotten she was even there.
Sorry, Maria, she said, scratching her eyebrow. For some reason, I recognize the company's name, and I can't figure out why.
Pip clicked on the menu item labelled Our Team.
Oh, I know why you'll recognize it, darling, Maria said. It's because
But the page loaded, and the answer was there in front of her before Maria could say it. A grinning photo of a suited man at the top, introducing the managing director and owner of Green Scene and Clean Scene Limited. It was Jason Bell.
It's Jason Bell's company,
Pip said on an outward breath, the pieces connecting in her head. Yes, that was it. That's how she knew it.
Yes, dear,
Maria said softly.
Andy Bell's father. And of course, you know all about Andy Bell. We all do now, because of your podcast. Poor Mr. Bell was going through his own unthinkable tragedy around the same time.
Exactly the same time, Pip thought. Andy died on the same night Tara Yates was murdered. And here, Andy had come up yet again, back from the dead. Billy Karras worked at Jason Bell's company, and his connection to the DT killings in each case was also tied to his job. If Pip had to admit it to herself, right here, right now, that there was even the faintest possibility Billy Karras was innocent, that there might be a wrong man and a right man, Green Scene Limited was where she should look first. If this were a case with no other complications, no ties to her, no dead pigeons or stick figures on her doorway, that would be her first step. And yet that step seemed so much harder this time. So much heavier.
Maria,
Pip said, her voice rough and gravelly.
Just one last thing. After Billy was arrested, the killing stopped. How do you explain that? As I said, I've learned a lot about serial killers in the last few years, she said. And one thing most people don't realize is that sometimes serial killers just stop. Sometimes they age out, or they have life events going on that mean they don't have the urge or the time anymore. Say, a new relationship, or maybe the birth of a child. So maybe that's what happened here. Or maybe the killer saw an easy way out after Billy's arrest.
Pip's pen dragged to a stop, her mind too full.
Maria, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today. This has all been very... Don't say helpful, don't say terrifying. Interesting, she said. Oh, darling, please. Thank you for taking the time.
Maria sniffed.
There's no one I can talk to about this. No one who listens. So thank you for that. Even if it goes no further. I understand, darling. You know how hard it is to appeal a conviction once it is made. It is almost hopeless. We know this. But Billy will be so touched to even know you reached out. And I will get right on to scanning the transcript of Billy's interview, so you can see for yourself.
Pip wasn't sure she wanted to see for herself.
There was a part of her that wanted to clasp her hands over her eyes and wish this all away. Wish herself away. Disappear. "Tomorrow," Maria said firmly. "I promise. Shall I send it to your podcast email address?" Yes, that would be perfect, thank you," Pip said. "And I'll be in contact soon." "Goodbye, darling," Maria said. And Pip thought she heard it in her voice then, the smallest stirrings of hope. She thumbed the red button on her phone, and the silence grated in her ears. It was a maybe. It was possible. And that possibility, it began with Green Scene Limited, and it ended, the voice in her head interrupted, with her dead. The 6th victim of the DT killer. Pip tried to speak over that voice in her head, distract it. Don't think about the end for now, just the next step. One day at a time. But how many more of those did she have? Shut up. Leave her alone. First step, green scene. The echo of those 2 words sounding in her head, morphing into the click of her pen. DT. 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 And that's when she realised. Jason Bell wasn't the only person she knew who was connected to Green Scene Limited. There was someone else, too. Daniel Da Silva. Before he became a police officer, he'd worked at Jason Bell's company for a couple of years, maybe even worked directly with Billy Karras. This case, which just yesterday had seemed so far away from her, so remote, was creeping closer and closer to home. Just like those chalk figures climbing up her wall. Closer and closer, like it was leading her right back to Andy Bell and to the very beginning of everything. There was a sudden sound, a harsh buzzing. Pip flinched. It was only her phone, vibrating against the desk with an incoming call. Pip glanced at the screen as she picked up the phone. No caller ID. "Hello?" she said. There was no answer down the other end. No voice. No sound, other than the faintest trace of static. "Hello?" Pip said again, holding on to the O sound. She waited. Listened. Could she hear someone breathing? Or was that just her own? "Maria?" she said. "Is that you?" No answer. A telemarketing call, maybe, with a bad connection. Pip held her breath and listened. Closed her eyes to focus her ears. It was faint, but it was there. Someone was there, breathing into the phone. Couldn't they hear her speaking? "Kara?" Pip said. "Kara, I swear, if you think this is funny, then—" The call ended. Pip lowered the phone and stared at it. Stared at it for far too long, as though it might explain itself to her. And it wasn't her own voice in her head now. It was Harriet Hunter who spoke to her, in an imagined voice Pip created for her, talking about her murdered sister from that article about DT. She also mentioned getting a few prank calls. That was in the week before she went missing. Pip's heart reacted, and the gun went off inside her chest. Billy Karras might be the DT killer, and he might not. And an if that circled Pip like a black hole, if Billy wasn't DT, then the game had changed again. into the final round. And now a timer was ticking down. The week before. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? File name: Download. Billy Karras police interview.
Interview with Billy Karras, conducted by DCI Nolan. Track number 41.
Come on, Billy, let's stop messing around here. It's going to be okay. Look at me. Let's stop playing this game, eh? You will feel so much better when you say it. Trust me. Everything will be better for you if you just tell me what happened. You probably didn't mean for any of this to happen, right? And you didn't mean to hurt any of those girls. I understand that. Maybe they wronged you in some way, did they? Were they mean to you, Billy?
No, sir. I don't know any of them. I didn't do it.
See, you're lying to me now, Billy, aren't you? Because we know you knew Bethany Ingham. She was a supervisor at work, wasn't she?
Yes, sorry. I mean, I didn't know the other women. I knew Bethany, though. I didn't mean to lie, sir. I'm just so tired. Could we have a break soon?
Did you hate Bethany, Billy? Did you think she was attractive? Did you want to sleep with her, and did she turn you down? Is that why you killed her?
No, Please, can you stop asking me so many questions so fast? I'm trying not to get confused, to not accidentally lie again. I didn't hate Bethany at all. I liked her, but not like how you're saying. She was nice to me. She brought in a cake to the office for my birthday last year. It made everyone sing for me. And people aren't normally nice to me like that, except for my mum.
So you're a loner, are you, Billy? Is that what you're saying? You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Do women make you uncomfortable because you're lonely? Does it make you angry that they don't want to be with you?
No, sir, I can't keep up. Please, I'm trying. I'm not a loner. I just don't have many friends at the moment. Maybe some of the guys at work. Who used to work with me in Bethany's team too. He's actually a police officer now. And I have nothing but respect for women. My mum raised me, a single mother, and she's always taught me that.
Interview with Billy Karras, conducted by DCI Nolan. Track number 76.
You can't remember?
I just mean that sometimes, when I've drunk a lot, I black out. I can't really remember what I've done. I think I have a problem. I'm going to get help with it, I promise.
So you're saying that you don't remember any of the nights that these women died? You can't remember where you were on any of these dates?
No. I would have been at my house. I just don't remember exactly. I was explaining to you sometimes the reason why I don't remember.
But Billy, if you don't remember, isn't it possible that you weren't at home? That you did kill these women while you were blacked out?
I'm not sure, sir. I guess it is possible.
It is possible that you killed these women? Just say it, Billy.
No, just, if I don't remember, then I can't say what I was or wasn't doing. That's all. Can I get some water or something? My head hurts.
Just tell me, Billy, and then this can all stop. And yes, you can have some water, get some sleep. Come on. We're both tired. You will feel so much better, so much lighter. The guilt must be eating you up. Just tell me you did it. You can trust me, Billy. You know that. You've already gone from saying, I didn't do it, to I don't remember. Come on. Let's just go one step further. Tell me the truth.
That is the truth. I didn't do it. But I I don't remember those nights.
Stop lying to me, Billy. Your van was captured driving to the site where Philippa Brockfield's body was dumped on that same morning. Your DNA is all over Tara Yates' body. Look, I have a file as thick as my arm of evidence against you. It's over. Just tell me what you did, and I can make this all go away.
I shouldn't have touched her. Tara, I'm sorry. I thought she was alive. I was trying to help her. That's why my DNA is on her.
Someone saw you, Billy.
Saw me? Well, doing what?
You know what, Billy. You know exactly what. Let's stop pretending here. You've been caught. Just tell me so we can give the families of these poor girls some peace.
Someone saw me? With Tara? Before? A night? But I don't remember. I don't. How can I not remember it? This doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense, Billy?
Well, everything you're telling me, all the evidence you have, it sounds like maybe I must have done it. But I don't understand how.
Maybe you blocked it out, Billy. Maybe you didn't want to remember because you feel so sorry for what you've done.
Maybe, but I don't remember. I don't remember anything. But someone saw me.
I'm going to need you to say it out loud, Billy. Tell me what you did.
I think maybe it must have been me. I don't understand how, but it was me, wasn't it? I was the one who hurt those women. I'm sorry. I wouldn't ever do anything like that. But it must have been me.
Well done, Billy. That's really good. There's no need to cry now. I know how sorry you must feel. Come on, here's a tissue. There you go. Right, I'll go and get you some water now, but when I'm back, we need to carry on this conversation, okay? Get everything, all the details out in the open. You've done really well, Billy. You must feel better already.
Not really. Are you? Is my mum going to find out?
Interview with Billy Carras, conducted by DCI Nolan. Track number 91.
How did you kill them, Billy?
Used to tape around their faces. They couldn't breathe. That's how.
No, Billy, that's not how they died. Come on, you know the answer. How did you kill them? It wasn't the duct tape.
I don't know, sir. I'm sorry. Did I strangle them? Yeah. I strangled them.
Good, Billy.
With my hands.
No, it wasn't with your hands, was it, Billy? You used something. What did you use?
I don't. Maybe a rope?
Yes, it was. Blue rope. We found fibres that match the exact type of rope in your van.
It's the kind we use at work. Especially with the tree surgeon teams. I must have taken it from work. Did I?
As well as the duct tape.
Well, I guess.
Where did you kill them, Billy? After you abducted them, where did you take them to kill them?
I don't. My work van, maybe? And then I could drive them straight to where they were found.
You left each of them for a while, though, didn't you? After you bound them in the duct tape, before you returned to strangle them. A few of the women managed to loosen the tape around their wrists, tear it in places, which suggests you left them unsupervised for a little while. Where did you go in that time?
I just drove around, I suppose.
Interview with Billy Carras, conducted by DCI Nolan. track number 102.
Good. That's right, Billy. And what did you take from Melissa Denny as a trophy?
Another bit of jewellery, I think.
No, it wasn't that time. It was something else a woman might carry in her handbag.
Oh, maybe her purse? Her driving licence?
No, Billy, you know what it was. Something she probably used every day.
Oh, lipstick?
You might have taken a lipstick too, Billy, but there was something else missing from her bag. Something bigger than that. Something her family told us she took everywhere.
What? Oh, something hairbrush? Is that what you mean by that?
Yes, it was a hairbrush, wasn't it, Billy? One of those wider brushes. She had a lot of hair, Melissa. Long, blonde hair. Is that why you wanted to keep the brush?
I guess. That makes sense.
And what colour was the brush?
Pink?
I'd describe it more as a purple, myself. A light purple. Lavender-ish.
Like lilac?
Yes, that's exactly it. So where are you keeping the trophies, Billy? Philippa's necklace, Melissa's hairbrush, Bethany's watch, Julia's earrings and Tara's key rings. We've searched your house and your van, and we couldn't find them.
I think I must have thrown them away then. I don't remember.
Threw them in the bin?
Yeah, wrapped them up and threw them in the bin.
You didn't want to keep them?
Can I please go to sleep now? I'm just so tired.
Chapter 16. The town was sleeping, but Pip was not. And neither was someone else. An alert on her phone. A new message through her website. A notification on Twitter. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? Chapter 17. Her blood didn't feel right. It was too fast, foaming uncomfortably as it crashed in and out of her chest. Maybe those 2 coffees in a row at the cafe had been a mistake. But Cara had offered, said Pip looked tired at this ungodly hour of the morning. Now Pip's hands were shaking, and her blood was fizzing as she walked from the cafe towards Church Street. She was running on empty. No sleep at all last night. None. Even though she'd taken a full pill, a double dose. It was wasted on her after reading through Billy Carris's interview transcript. More times than she could count, sounding out the voices in her head like a play, the pauses filled with static from the recorder. And the voice she'd imagined for Billy? It didn't sound like a killer at all. He sounded scared, confused. He sounded like her. Every shadow in her room had taken on the shape of a man watching her wrapped up in her duvet. Every blinking electronic light was a pair of eyes in the dark. The LEDs on her printer and the Bluetooth speaker on her desk. It was even worse after the new message came through at 2:30. The world shrinking to just her and those prowling shadows. Pip had lain there, eyes growing scratchy and dry as she stared up at the black ceiling. If she was being honest with herself, truly honest, she could hardly even call that a confession at all. Yes, the words had come out of Billy's mouth. Yes, he'd said, "I was the one who hurt those women," but the context changed everything. The lead-up and the aftermath. It stripped the meaning right out of those words. Maria hadn't been exaggerating. Hadn't been twisting the truth because she'd read the transcript through her mother's eyes. She was right. The confession did seem coerced. The detective had trapped Billy into a corner by talking in circles, catching him in lies he never meant to tell. No one had seen Billy with Tara Yates the night before. That wasn't true. And yet Billy had believed it of himself. Believed a made-up person over his own memory. DCI Nolan had fed him everything. All the details of the murders. Billy didn't even know how he'd killed his own victims before being told. There was a chance it was all an act. A clever ploy by a manipulative killer. She'd tried to comfort herself with that thought. But that was overshadowed when placed beside the other possibility. That Billy Karras was an innocent man. Now she'd read his confession, it was no longer just possible. No longer a weak maybe. In her gut, she could feel it tilting, abandoning maybe to reach for other words. Likely. Plausible. And there must be something wrong with her, because part of her had felt relieved. No, that wasn't the right word. It was more like excited. Her skin prickling. The world shifting into half speed around her. This was it. Her other drug. A twisted and writhing knot for her to untie. But she couldn't believe that part without accepting the other. The one that came with it. Hand in hand. Two halves of the same truth. If Billy Karras was innocent, then the DT killer was still out there. Out here. He was back. And Pip had 1 week left before he made her disappear. So she would just have to find him first. Find whoever was doing this to her, whether it was the DT killer or someone pretending to be. The key was Green Scene Limited. So that's where she would begin. Had already begun. Last night, as the clock on her dashboard ticked past 4 a.m. and on, Pip had scrolled through her old documents, searching through files and folders until she found the document she needed. The one that had snuck up on her brain like an itch, reminding her of its existence, of its importance, as she tried to think through everything she knew about Jason Bell's company. Back into My Documents and the folder labelled Schoolwork. Into Year 13, and the folder sat halfway between her A-level subjects. EPQ. Pip clicked into it, revealing the rows and rows of Word documents and sound files she'd made 1 year ago, JPEGs and photos. The pages of Andy Bell's academic planner spread open on her desk, and an annotated map of Little Kilton Pip had drawn herself, following Andy's last known movements. She'd scrolled down through all the production log documents until she found the one. The itch. Production log, entry 20. Interview with Jess Walker. Yes, that was it. Pip had reread it, her heart kicking up as she realized its relevance. How strange that a throwaway detail back then could be so vital now. Almost like all of this had been inevitable since the very beginning. A path Pip didn't know she'd been following all along. Next, she'd researched where Green Scene and Clean Scene Limited were based. A yard and office complex in Knotty Green, a 20-minute drive from Little Kilton. She'd even visited, through Street View on Google Maps, while she sat on her bed, virtually driving up and down the road outside. The complex was off a small country road, surrounded by tall trees, captured here on some past cloudy day. She couldn't see much from the road, apart from a couple of industrial-looking buildings, parked cars and vans, all encased within a tall metal fence painted forest green. There was a sign on the front gate, with the colourful logos for both sister companies. Up and down she'd gone, haunting the pixelated place like a ghost out of time. She could stare at it all she wanted, but it wouldn't give her the answers she needed. There was only one place she'd get those. Not in Knotty Green, but in Little Kilton. Right here, in fact, as she glanced up and realised she'd almost arrived. And something else, too. There was a woman walking towards her. A face she knew. Dawn Bell, Andy and Becca's mum. She must have just left the house, an empty Sainsbury's bag swinging from her arm. Her dark blonde hair was pulled back from her face, and her hands were lost in the arms of her oversized jumper. She looked tired, too. Maybe that's just what this town did to people. They were about to pass each other. Pip smiled and dipped her head, not knowing whether to say hello or not, or to tell her she was just about to knock on her door to speak to her husband. Dawn's mouth flickered, as did her eyes, but she didn't stop, looking instead at the sky while she slid her fingers beneath the gold chain of her necklace, fiddling the round pendant back and forth so it caught the morning light. They passed each other and carried on. Pip checked over her shoulder as she went, and so did Dawn, their eyes meeting for one awkward moment. But the moment went out of her head as she reached her destination, staring up at the house, her eyes following the crooked roofline to each of its 3 chimneys. Old, stippled bricks, overwhelmed by shivering ivy, and a chrome wind chime mounted beside the front door. The Bell's house. Pip held her breath as she crossed the road towards the house, glancing at the green SUV parked on the drive beside a smaller red car. Good. Jason must be there then, not already on his way to work. There was a strange feeling at the base of her spine, uncanny and otherworldly, like she wasn't really here, but in the body of herself from 1 year ago. Displaced, out of her own time, as everything came back full circle. Here, at the Bell house once more, because there was only one person who had the answers she needed. She rapped her knuckles against the glass on the front door. A shape emerged in the frosted glass, a blurred head, as a chain scraped beside the front door and it was pulled open. Jason Bell stood in the threshold, buttoning up the top of his shirt, smoothing down its creases.
"Hi, Jason,"
Pip said brightly, her smile feeling tight and rubbery.
"Sorry to disturb your morning. How are you?"
Jason blinked at her, registering who it was standing on his doorstep. What do you want?" he asked, dropping his gaze to do up the buttons on his cuffs too, leaning against the doorframe.
"I know you're heading off to work,"
Pip said, her voice jolting nervously. She fiddled her hands together, but that was a bad idea because they were sweating, and now she had to look down to check it wasn't blood.
Well, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your company, Green Scene."
Jason ran his tongue over his teeth. Pip could see the bulge of it through the skin of his top lip. "What about it?" he said, eyes narrowing now.
"About a couple of your ex-employees."
She swallowed.
"One of those being Billy Karras."
Jason looked taken aback, his neck receding into his shirt. His mouth formed around his next words before he finally spoke them.
You mean the DT killer? He said. Is that your next thing, is it? Your next cry for attention?
Something like that, she said with a fake smile.
I obviously have no comment on Billy Karras,
Jason said, something stirring at the corners of his mouth.
I've done everything I can to try and distance the company from the things he did.
But they are intrinsically connected, Pip countered. The official narrative is that Billy got the duct tape and the blue rope from work.
Listen to me,
Jason said, raising his hand, but Pip spoke over him before he could derail the conversation. She needed answers, whether he liked it or not. Last year, I spoke to one of Becca's friends from high school, Jess Walker, and she told me that on the 20th of April 2012, the night Andy went missing, you and Dawn were at a dinner party, but you had to leave at some point because the security alarm was going off at Green Scene. You had an alert on your phone, I assume. Jason stared blankly at her. That was the very same night the DT killer murdered his fifth and final victim, Tara Yates. Pip didn't stop to breathe. So I was wondering whether that was it. DT breaking into your offices to take the supplies and accidentally setting off the burglar alarm. Did you ever find out who it was? Did you see anyone there when you went to check it out and turn off the alarm? Do you have CCTV cameras?
I didn't see.
Jason trailed off. He glanced up at the sky behind her for a moment, and when he looked back at her, his face had changed. Angry lines arranging themselves around his eyes. He shook his head.
Listen to me,
he spat.
That is enough. Enough! I don't know who you think you are, but this is unacceptable. You need to learn. Don't you think you've interfered enough in people's lives, in our lives? He said, slapping one hand into his chest, wrinkling his shirt. Both of my daughters are gone now. Reporters are back, lurking around my house, trying to get quotes for their stories. My second wife left me. I'm back in this town, in this house. You've done enough. More than enough, believe me.
But, Jason, I...
Never try to contact me again,
he said, gripping the edge of the door, his skin overstretched across the whites of his knuckles.
Or anyone in my family. That's enough.
But... Jason closed the door on her. Not a slam. He did it slowly, his eyes holding Pip's, until the door broke them apart. Detached them. The click of the lock. But he was still there, standing at the door. Pip could see the shape of him through the frosted glass. She imagined she could feel the heat of his eyes on hers, though she couldn't see them anymore. And still his outline hadn't moved. He wanted her to leave first, to watch her walk away, she realized. And so she did, hoiking up the straps on her bronze rucksack, her trainers scraping on the front path. It might have been wishful thinking to have brought her microphones, her laptop, and her headphones. She should have expected that reaction, really, given what Hawkins had told her. She didn't blame Jason. She wouldn't be welcome on a lot of doorsteps in this town. But she really needed those answers. Who had set off the alarm at Green Scene Limited that night? Was it Billy? Or was it someone else? Her heart was still going too fast, much too fast. And now the beat sounded to her like a timer, ticking down to its own end. Halfway down the road, Pip checked over her shoulder, looking back at the Bells' house. Jason's silhouette was still there in the doorway. Did he really need to watch until she was out of sight? She got the message. She would never go back there. It had been a mistake. She rounded the corner onto the high street, and her phone started vibrating in her front pocket. Was it Ravi? He should be on the train at this time. She slid her hands into her jeans and pulled out the buzzing phone. No caller ID. Pip stopped walking, stared at the screen. Another one. A second one. It might just be a call about PPI. But it wasn't. She knew. But what should she do? Well, she had only two options here. Red button or green. She pressed green and held the phone up to her ear. The line was silent. "Hello?" she said, her voice coming out too strong, crackling at the edges. "Who is this?" Nothing. "DT?" she said, eyeing some children squabbling across the street, in the same navy uniform Josh wore. "Are you the DT killer?" A sound. It might have been the car driving past her, or it might have been a breath in her ear. "Will you tell me who you are?" she said, scared she would drop the phone because her hands were suddenly slick with Stanley's blood. "What do you want from me?" Pip stepped out into the road, on the crossing, holding her breath so that she could hear his instead. "Do you know me?" she said. "Do I know you?" The line crackled, and then it cut out. 3 loud beeps in her ear, her heart spiking at each one. He was gone. Pip lowered the phone and stared down at it, 2 steps from the curb. The outside world blurred, disappeared for her as she stared at her empty lock screen, where he had just been moments ago. There was no mistaking who the calls were from now. Her against him. Save yourself to save yourself. Pip heard the crackling of the engine, too late. The screaming wheels behind her. She didn't need to see to know what was happening, but in that half-second, instinct grabbed hold of her, launched her legs forward, reaching for the pavement. A screeching sound filled her ears and filled her bones and her teeth as the car swerved away from her. 1 foot landed and skidded out under her. She crashed to her knee, catching herself with one elbow, the phone skittering out of her hand across the concrete. The screeching broke into a growl, fading as the car turned right and sped away, before she'd even had a chance to look up.
"Oh my God, Pip!"
called a bodiless, high-pitched voice somewhere in front of her. Pip blinked. Blood on her hands. Actual blood, from a scrape across her palm. She pushed herself up, one leg still jutted out onto the road, as a set of footsteps hurried towards her.
"Oh my God!"
A hand came out of nowhere, held out in front of her. She looked up. Layla Mead. No, she blinked. Not Layla. Layla hadn't been real. It was Stella Chapman, standing over her. Stella from school, her almond eyes downturned with concern.
"Fuck, are you okay?"
she said, as Pip took her offered hand and let Stella pull her to her feet. I'm fine, Pip said, wiping the blood off onto her jeans. This time, it left a mark.
"That dickhead wasn't even looking,"
Stella said, her voice still high and panicked as she bent down to scoop up Pip's phone.
"You were at the crossing, for fuck's sake!"
She placed the phone into Pip's hand, remarkably unscratched.
"Must have been going at least 60.
Stella was still talking, too quickly for Pip to keep up.
"On the bloody high street! Sports cars think they own the damn road."
She ran her hand nervously through her long brown hair.
"So close to running you over!"
Pip could still hear the screeching of the wheels, left behind as a ringing in her ears. Had she hit her head?
going so fast I couldn't even attempt to read the number plate. It was a white car, though, I could see that. Pip? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Shall I call someone for you? Ravi?
Pip shook her head, and the ringing in her ears faded. Turned out it was just in her head after all. No, it's okay, I'm fine, really. Thank you, Stella. But as she looked at Stella, at her kind eyes and her tanned skin and the lines of her cheekbones, she became someone else again. A new person, but the same person. Layla Mead. The same as Stella in every way, except her brown hair was now a dusty, ashy blonde. And when she spoke next, it was in Charlie Green's voice. How have you been, anyway? I haven't seen you in months. And Pip wanted to scream at Charlie and tell him about the gun he had left behind in her heart, show him the blood on her hands. But she didn't want to scream, actually. She wanted to cry and ask him to help her understand everything. Understand herself. Beg him to come back and show her how to be okay with who she was again. Tell her, in his calm, soothing voice, that maybe she was losing this fight because she was already lost. The person in front of her was now asking her when she was off to university. Pip asked the same question back, and they stood there on the street, talking carelessly about a future Pip wasn't sure she'd have anymore. It wasn't Charlie standing in front of her, talking about leaving home. And it wasn't Layla Mead. It was Stella. Only Stella. But even so, it was hard to look at only Stella. Chapter 18. Another one! Ravi didn't move. The expression on his face held there, like he was suspended in time, on that one patch of carpet. As though to move either way, forward or back, would confirm the thing he didn't want to hear. If he didn't move, it might not be real. He'd only just walked through her bedroom door. It was the first thing Pip had said to him. Don't freak out, but I got another blocked call today. She hadn't wanted to text him earlier, distract him while he was working, but the waiting had been hard, the secret burrowing around under her skin, looking for its own way out. Yeah, this morning, she said, watching his face as it finally shifted, eyebrows climbing up his forehead, away from his glasses that he'd remembered again. Didn't say anything, just breathing. Why didn't you tell me? He stepped forward, closing the gap between them. And what happened to your hand? I'm telling you now, she said, running a finger down his wrist. And nothing, really. Car nearly hit me as I was crossing the road. It's fine, it's just a scrape. But look, this call is a good thing because... Oh, it's good, is it? Getting calls from a potential serial killer. Good! Well, that's a relief, Ravi said, hand raised to theatrically mop his brow. Can you listen? She said, rolling her eyes. Such a drama queen when he wanted to be. It's good because I've spent all afternoon looking this up. And look, see? I've downloaded this app. Pip held up her home screen to show him. It's called Call Trapper. And what it does is, once you've activated it, which I now have, and paid the bloody £4.50 subscription fee, when you get a call from a blocked number, it will unmask it. So you know the number that's calling you. She smiled up at him, hooked her finger onto his belt loop, like he always did to her. I should have installed it after the first call, really, but I wasn't sure what it was at the time. Thought it might have been a random butt dial. Never mind. I have it now. And next time he calls me, I'll have his phone number. She was being too cheery, she could tell, overcompensating. Ravi nodded, and his eyebrows climbed back down just a little.
"There's an app for everything these days," he said. "Great. Now I sound like my dad."
Look, I'll show you how it works. Call me with 141 at the front to block your number.
Okay.
She watched Ravi pull out his phone and tap away at the screen. It was sudden and unexpected, the feeling that stirred in her chest, watching him. A feeling that dawdled there, took its sweet time. A slow burn. It was just an unexpected nice thing, to know that he knew her number by heart. That some parts of her lived inside him too. Team Ravi and Pip. He would look for her if she disappeared, wouldn't he? He might even find her. The feeling was interrupted by her phone buzzing in her hands. No caller ID. She held it up to show Ravi. So what I do is I press this button twice to decline the call, she said, demonstrating. Her phone returned to its lock screen, but only for half a second before it lit up with another call. And this time, Ravi's phone number scrolled along the top. See? It diverts it to Call Trapper, where the number is unmasked and then they redirect the call back to me. And the caller has no idea on their end, she said, pressing the red button.
"Can't believe you just hung up on me."
She put down her phone. See? I have technology on my side now. Her first victory in the game, but not one to linger over. She was already way behind.
"Okay, I'm not going to go as far as to say that that's good," Ravi said. "Not referring to anything as good after reading Billy's police interview and realizing that a serial killer the whole world thinks has been locked up for 6 years might actually be hanging around, threatening to brutally murder my girlfriend. But it's something."
He wandered over to her bed, sat down inelegantly on the duvet.
"What I don't get, really, is how this person has your phone number."
Everyone has my phone number.
"I should hope not," he replied quickly, appalled.
No, I mean from the posters.
She couldn't help but laugh at his face.
We put up missing posters for Jamie all over town with my phone number on them. Anyone in Kilton could have my phone number. Anyone.
"Oh, right," he said, chewing his lip. "We weren't thinking about future stalkers/serial killers at the time, were we?"
Hadn't crossed our minds. Ravi sighed, dropped his face into his cupped hands. What? She asked him, swiveling in her chair.
"Just, don't you think you should go back to Hawkins? Show him that DT article with the pigeons, and Billy's interview. This is too big for us."
It was Pip's turn to sigh now. Ravi, I'm not going back there, she said. I love you, and you are perfect in all of the ways you aren't like me, and I would do anything to make you happy, but I can't go back there. She slotted one hand through the other, tightened them into a knot of criss-crossing fingers. Hawkins basically called me crazy to my face last time. Told me I was imagining it all. What's he going to do if I go back and tell him that actually my stalker, who he doesn't think is real in the first place, is an infamous serial killer who has been in prison for 6 years, who both confessed and pleaded guilty, except he might not actually have done it. He'd probably put me in a straitjacket right then and there. She paused. They won't believe me. They never believe me. Ravi peeled his fingers away, uncovered his face to look at her.
You know, I've always thought you were the bravest person I've ever met. Fearless. I don't know how you do it sometimes. And whenever I'm feeling nervous about anything, I always think to myself, what would Pip do in this situation? But he exhaled. I don't know if this is the time to be brave. To do what Pip would do. The risk is too high. I think maybe you're being reckless and... He trailed off into a wordless shrug. Okay. Look, she said, opening up her hands. At the moment, the only evidence we have is a bad feeling. When I get a name, some concrete evidence, a phone number even, she said, picking up her phone to wave it at him. Then I will go back to Hawkins, I promise. And if he doesn't believe me, then I'll go public with the information. I don't care about any more lawsuits. I'll put it out all over social media, on the podcast, and then they will listen. No one's going to try to hurt me if I've told hundreds of thousands of people who they are and what they're planning to do. That's our defense. There was another reason she had to do this, and do this alone, of course. But she couldn't tell Ravi. He wouldn't understand because it didn't make sense. It was beyond that. It couldn't fit into words, even if she tried. Pip had asked for this, wished for it, begged for it. One last case, the right one, to fix all of the cracks inside herself. And if Billy Karras was innocent, and if the man who wanted her to disappear was DT, then she couldn't have wished for something more perfect. There was no grey area here. None at all. Not even a trace. The DT killer was the closest thing to evil the world could offer her. There was no good in him at all. No mistakes, no good intentions twisted, no redemption, nothing like that. And if Pip were the one to finally catch him, to free an innocent man, that would be an objectively good thing. No ambiguity, no guilt, good and bad set right inside her again. No gun in her heart, or blood on her hands. This would fix everything, so it could go back to normal. To Team Ravi and Pip living their normal lives. Save herself to save herself. That's why she had to do this her way. Is that better? She asked him. Yes. He gave her a weak smile. That's better. So, concrete evidence. He clapped his hands together. I'm guessing Jason Bell didn't tell you anything useful. Ah, that, she said, clicking her pen again, and all she could hear was DT, DT, DT. Yep, no, he didn't give me anything and basically told me to never darken their doorway again. I thought it might go that way, Ravi said. I think they like their privacy, the Bells. Andy never even invited Sal over when they were together. And of course, you are chief doorway darkener, Sarge. But, she said, I do think the security alarm at Green Scene that night is key. That it was DT breaking in to get the duct tape and the rope he needed for Tara. And he must have left before Jason Bell got there to check it out. Whether it was Billy or someone else. Someone else, Ravi said absently, chewing on the phrase. So that FBI profiler from that article, before Billy was caught, said that the DT killer was a white man who could be anywhere from their early 20s to mid-40s. Pip nodded. I guess that rules Max Hastings out, he sniffed. Yeah, she said grudgingly. He would have been just 17 at the time of the first murder. And the night Tara died, and Andy Bell too, Max had Sal and Naomi Ward and the others round his house. He could have left when the others were asleep, but I don't think it fits. And he has no connection to Green Scene. So, yeah, not him.
as much as I want to put Max Hastings away for life.
But Daniel De Silva used to work at Green Scene, right?
Ravi asked. Yes, he did, she said, her teeth gritted. I just worked out the timeline this afternoon. She flipped through the scribbles in her notebook. She knew Daniel De Silva's exact age, because he'd been one of the men in town who'd matched Charlie Green's age profile for Child Brunswick. Had to scroll back really far on his Facebook. He worked as the caretaker at school from 2008 to 2009, when he was around 20 years old. Then he started working at Green Scene at the end of 2009, and he stayed there until October-ish 2011, I think, when he started his police training. So he was 21 when he started at Green Scene, and 23 when he left.
And he was still working there when the first 2 DT murders happened?
Ravi said, pressing his lips into a thin line. The first 3, actually. Bethany Ingham was killed August 2011. I think she used to be Dan's supervisor as well as Billy's. The name redacted in the police transcript. I think that's Daniel Billy's talking about. Then Jason Bell gave Dan a job in the office rather than out in the field, as it were. And that was at the start of 2011, as far as I can tell. Oh, and he married his wife, Kim, in September 2011. They'd been together for years before that.
Interesting,
Ravi said, running his hand over Pip's curtains, checking they were fully closed. She grunted in agreement, a dark sound at the back of her throat, as she flipped back to her to-do list in the notebook. Most of the crudely drawn boxes beside were now filled with ticks. So, if Jason won't talk to me, I've had a look to see if there are any ex-employees of Green Scene or Clean Scene. People who worked in the office who might know more about that security alarm on the 20th of April 2012. I found a couple on LinkedIn, and I've sent them a message.
Good thinking.
I think I should see if I can talk to DCI Nolan, too. He's retired now. Oh, I also tried to get in contact with some family members of the victims, she said, running her pen down those items on the list. I thought I found an email address for Bethany Ingham's dad, but the email bounced. I did find an Instagram profile for Julia Hunter's sister, Harriet. You know, the one who mentioned the pigeons. It looks like she hasn't posted in months, she said, opening up Instagram on her phone to show him. Maybe she doesn't go on it anymore. But I sent her a DM just in case. Pip's eyes stalled, caught on the red notification that had just popped up above the Messages tab. Oh, shit, she hissed, clicking on it. She's just replied. Harriet Hunter's just replied. Ravi was already up on his feet, his hands finding their way to her shoulders.
What did she say?
His breath tickled the back of her neck. Pip scanned the message quickly, her eyes so tired, so dried out, she thought they might creak in their sockets. She says she can meet with me. Tomorrow. Pip felt herself smiling before she could help it. Luckily, Ravi was behind her and couldn't see. He would frown at her, tell her this wasn't a time for celebrating. But it felt like it, in a way. It was another win for her. Save herself to save herself. Your move, DT. Chapter 19. That must have been her, walking through the cafe door now, her head unsure upon her shoulders, swivelling this way and that. Pip held up one hand and waved to her. Harriet's face broke into a relieved smile as she spotted the raised hand and followed it to Pip's eyes. Pip watched her as she wound her way politely through all the tables and people rammed into this small Starbucks, round the corner from Amersham Station. She couldn't help but notice how much Harriet looked like Julia Hunter had, before the DT killer stole her face and wrapped it up in tape. the same dark blonde hair and full, arching eyebrows. Why was it that sisters looked so much alike when one of them was dead? Andy and Becca Bell. Now Julia and Harriet Hunter. 2 younger sisters, carrying around a ghost wherever they went. Pip untangled herself from her laptop charger to stand as Harriet approached. "Hi, Harriet," she said, offering out her hand awkwardly. Harriet smiled, shaking Pip's hand, her skin cold from outside. "I see you've already set up." She pointed down at Pip's laptop, trailing wires connecting it to the 2 microphones. Pip's headphones already cradled around her neck. "Yes, it should be quiet enough here in the back corner," Pip said, retaking her seat. "Thank you so much for meeting me on such short notice. Oh, I got you an Americano." She gestured to the steaming mug across the table. "Oh, thank you," Harriet said, shedding her long coat and taking the chair opposite. "I'm on my lunch break, so we have about an hour." She smiled, but it didn't quite lift into her eyes, the corners of her mouth twitching anxiously. "Oh!" she said suddenly, digging around for something in her handbag. "I signed that consent form you sent." She passed it over. "That's great, thank you," Pip said, slotting it into her rucksack. "Could I actually just check the levels?" She slid one of the microphones closer to Harriet, and then held one of the cradles of her headphones against her own ear. "Can you say something? Just talk normally." "Yes. Hello, my name is Harriet Hunter, and I'm 24 years old. Is that perfect?" Pip said, watching the blue lines spike on her audio software. "So, you said you wanted to talk about Julia and the DT killer. Is this for another season of your podcast?" Harriet asked, her fingers twisting the ends of her hair. "I'm just doing some background research at this stage," Pip said. "But yes, potentially." And making sure she collected concrete evidence if Harriet happened to give her DT's name. "Oh, right, of course," she sniffed. "It's just, with the other 2 seasons of your podcast, the cases were ongoing or closed, but with this, with Julia, we know who did it, and he's in prison facing justice. So I guess I'm just not sure what your podcast would be about." Her voice trailed up, turning the sentence into a question. "I don't think the story has ever been told in full," Pip said, skirting around the reason. "Oh, right, because there wasn't a trial?" Harriet asked. "Yes, exactly," Pip lied. They slid easily off her tongue now. "And what I really wanted to talk to you about was a statement you gave to a reporter from UK Newsday on the 5th of February 2012. Do you remember it? I know it was a long time ago now." "Yeah, I remember." Harriet paused to take a sip of her coffee. "They all ambushed me outside the house on my way home from school. It was my first day back, too. I'd only been a week or so since Julia was killed. I was young and stupid. I thought you had to talk to reporters. Probably told them a whole load of nonsense. I was crying, I remember that. My dad was furious after. Specifically, I wanted to ask you about 2 things you said on that occasion." Pip picked up a printout of the article and passed it to Harriet. Lines of bright pink highlighter at the bottom. "You mentioned some weird occurrences in the weeks leading up to Julia's murder. The dead pigeons in the house, and those chalk figures. Could you tell me about those?" Harriet nodded slightly as she scanned the page, reading back her own words. Her eyes looked heavier when she glanced up again. Cloudier. "Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It was probably nothing. Police didn't seem that interested in it. But Julia definitely found it weird. Enough to comment on it to me. Our cat was old then, basically housebound. Used to shit in the living room instead of going outside. He definitely wasn't in his hunting prime,
put it that way.
She shrugged.
So killing 2 pigeons and dragging them through the cat flap did seem weird. But I guess it was probably one of the neighbours' cats or something, leaving us a present. Did you see them? Pip asked. Either of the dead birds?
Harriet shook her head.
Mum cleared one up. Julia did the other. Julia only found out about the first one when she was complaining about having to mop the blood off the kitchen floor. Her one didn't have a head, apparently. I remember my dad getting mad at her because she'd put the dead pigeon in the recycling bin, she said, with a sad sniff of a smile.
Pip's stomach lurched, thinking of her own headless pigeon.
And the chalk figures. What about those? Oh yeah, I never saw those either.
Harriet took another sip, the microphone picking up the sound.
Julia said they were on the street near our drive. I guess they washed away before I got back. We lived near a young family then, so it was probably those kids. Did Julia mention seeing them again? Getting closer to the house, maybe?
Harriet stared at her for a moment.
No, don't think so. She did seem bothered by them, though, like they were on her mind. But I don't think she was scared.
Pip's chair creaked as she shifted. Julia should have been scared. Maybe she was, and she'd hid it from her little sister. She must have seen them, mustn't she? Those 3 headless stick figures, creeping closer and closer to the house, to her, their number 4. Did she think she was imagining them, like Pip had? Had she also questioned whether she was drawing them for herself when sleep-deprived and drugged up? Pip had been silent too long.
And, she said, those prank calls you mentioned, what were they? Oh, just calls from blocked numbers. Not saying anything. It was probably just PPI or someone trying to sell her something. But, you know, these reporters were really pushing for me to tell them anything out of the ordinary in the last few weeks. Put me on the spot. So I just told them the first things that came to mind. I don't think they were related to Bill. The DT killer. Do you remember how many calls she got in that week?
Pip leaned forward. She needed at least one more. One more to catch him.
I think it was 3, maybe. At least. Enough for Julia to comment on, said Harriet,
and her answer was a physical thing, coaxing up the hairs on Pip's arms.
Why?
She said. She must have noticed Pip's reaction.
Oh, I'm just trying to work out whether the DT killer had contact with his victims beforehand, whether he stalked them, and that's what those calls were, and the pigeons and the chalk, she said. I don't know.
Harriet's fingers were lost inside her hair again.
He never said anything about that in his confession, did he? If he confessed to everything else, why wouldn't he admit that too?
Pip chewed her lip, running the scenarios through her head. How best to play this? She couldn't tell Harriet that she thought it possible the DT killer and Billy Carus were 2 different people. That would be irresponsible. Cruel, even. Not without concrete evidence. She changed tactic.
So, she said, was Julia single around the time she was killed?
Harriet nodded.
No boyfriend, she said. Only one ex, and he was in Portugal the night she was killed. Do you know if she was seeing anyone? Dating?
Pip pressed. A non-committal croak from Harriet's throat. A corresponding jump in the blue audio line on screen.
I don't think so, really. And he always asked me that question too, at the time. Julie and I didn't talk much about boys at home, because Dad would always hear and want to be included to try and embarrass us. She was going out for dinner with friends a lot around then. Maybe that was code for something. But it obviously wasn't Billy Karras. The police would have found a trail on her phone. Or his, even.
Pip's mind stuttered, stumbling over one word. She hadn't heard anything else Harriet said after that.
I'm sorry. Did you just say... Andy?
She asked, with a nervous laugh.
You don't mean Andy... Yeah! Andy Bell.
Harriet smiled sadly.
I know. It's a small world, huh? And what are the chances that two different people in my life were murdered? Well, sort of. I know Andy was an accident.
Pip felt it again. That creeping feeling up her spine. Cold and inevitable. Like everything was playing out the way it was always supposed to. From the start. Coming full circle. And she was simply a passenger inside her own body, watching the show play out. Harriet was eyeing her, a concerned look on her face.
Are you okay?
She asked.
Yes, fine.
Pip coughed.
Just trying to work out how you knew Andy Bell. It's thrown me a little, sorry. Yeah, no.
Her mouth flicked up sympathetically.
It kind of threw me too. Came a bit out of nowhere. It was after Julia died, a couple of weeks after, and I got this email out of the blue from Andy. I didn't know her before then. We were the same age at different schools, but we had a few mutual friends. I think she got my email from my Facebook profile, back when everyone was on Facebook. Anyway, it was a really sweet message, saying how sorry she was about Julia, and if I ever needed someone to talk to, I could talk to her.
Andy said that? Pip asked. Harriet nodded.
So, I replied, and we started talking. I didn't really have a best friend at the time, someone who I could talk to about my feelings, about Julia. And Andy was really great. We became friends. We scheduled in phone calls about once a week, and we used to meet up in here, actually,
she said, glancing around the coffee shop, her eyes catching on a table over by the window. That must have been where they used to sit. Harriet Hunter and Andy Bell. Pip still couldn't wrap her head around it, this strange convergence. Why would Andy have reached out to Harriet out of the blue? That didn't sound much like the Andy Bell she'd grown to know 5 years after her death.
And what did you used to talk about? Said Pip. Everything. Anything. She was like my sounding board. And I hope I was one for her too, although she didn't talk about herself much. We talked about Julia. About the DT killer. How my parents were, etc. She died the same night Billy Karras killed Tara Yates. Did you know that?
Pip gave her a slight nod.
Weird, horrible coincidence,
Harriet said, biting her lip.
We talked about it so much, and she didn't live to find out who he was. She was desperate to know too, I think, for my sake. And I feel terrible. I didn't know about all the stuff going on in her life.
Pip's eyes flicked side to side as her mind tried to catch up with this unexpected path, splintering from DT back to Andy Bell again. Another connection. Her dad's company, and now this friendship with Harriet Hunter. Had the police known about this convergence at the time? This strange link between two ongoing cases? If it was an email account Andy's family knew about, then D.I. Hawkins must have known. Unless...
Do you know the email address Andy first used to contact you? She said, her chair creaking as she leaned forward. Oh, yeah, Harriet said, reaching into the pocket of her jacket, slung over the chair.
It was a weird one. All random letters and numbers. I initially thought it was an automated bot or something. She swiped at her phone. I starred the emails after she died so I'd never lose them. Here, this is them, before we exchanged numbers. She slid her phone across the table, the Gmail app open with a row of emails lined up the screen. Sent from A2B3 LK94@gmail.com, with the subject line, Hi. Pip scanned her eyes down the previews of each message, reading them out in Andy's voice, bringing her back to life. Hello, Harriet. You don't know me, but my name is Andy Bell. I go to Kilton Grammar, but I think we both know Chris Parks. Hi, Harriet. Thanks for getting back to me and for not thinking I'm a creepy weirdo for reaching out. I'm so sorry about your sister. I have a sister too. All the way down to the last one. Hey, HH. Would you want to talk on the phone instead of emailing? Or even meet up sometime? Something stirred at the back of Pip's mind, pushing her eyes back to those two letters. HH. She asked her mind what she was supposed to be seeing here. It was just Harriet's initials. I'm glad you found out the truth of what happened to her. Harriet interrupted her thoughts. And that your podcast was kind to her. Andy was a complicated girl, I think. But she saved me. Even more complicated now, Pip thought, scribbling down Andy's email address. Harriet was right. It was a strange email address, almost like it was obscure on purpose. Almost like it had been a secret. Maybe she'd made it for this very reason, just to communicate with Harriet Hunter. But why? Are you going to talk to him? Harriet said, bringing Pip's attention back to the room, this table, the microphones set out in front of them. Are you going to talk to Billy Carus? Pip paused, ran her finger across the plastic of her headphones, round and round her neck. I hope I get to speak to the DT killer. Yes, she answered. She'd meant it to be tactful, so she didn't have to lie to Harriet. But there was something else beneath those words. Something creeping and ominous. A dark promise. To herself or to him? Listen, Pip said, clicking the stop button on her recording software. We're running out of time for today. Do you think we can schedule in another interview soon, where you can talk more about Julia, what she was like? You've given me lots to go on today for my research, so thank you for that. I have? Harriet said, the skin between her nose crinkling in confusion. She had, but she didn't know it. She'd given Pip a lead in the most unlikely of places. Yes, it's been very informative, Pip said, unplugging the microphones. Those two letters, HH, still playing on her mind, sounding them out in Andy's voice. A voice she'd never even heard. She and Harriet shook hands again as they said goodbye, and Pip hoped Harriet hadn't noticed the tremor in her hands, the shiver that had made itself at home beneath her skin. And as Pip pushed the coffee shop door, holding it open for Harriet, the cold wind hit her, and so did one realization, tangible and heavy. That even after all this time, Andy Bell still had one mystery left in her yet. Additional Material 6. File name, Andy Planner Photo, March 12th to 18th, 2012. JPEG. Chapter 20. Pip found it. The itch at the back of her head. The one that scraped forward and back, sounding like two hissed letters. HH. She stared at the open file in front of her. Andy Planner photo, March 12th to 18th, 2012, JPEG. A photo she'd copied and pasted into production log entry 25 of her project last year. One of the photos she'd taken of Andy's school planner when she and Ravi broke into the Bell house, just under a year ago, searching for a burner phone they'd never find. The full photo, the original before Pip had cropped it, showed more of Andy's cluttered desk. A makeup case with a pale purple hairbrush resting on top, her blonde hairs still wound around the bristles. Beside it was a Kilton Grammar academic planner for the year 2011 to 12, open to this mid-March week, little more than a month before Andy had died. And there it was, HH scribbled in on this Saturday, and in the other photos they'd taken the weeks before and after. Pip thought she'd worked out Andy's code at the time, that HH referred to Howie's house, just as CP meant the train station car park, where Andy would meet Howie Bowers to pick up a new stash or drop off money. But she'd been wrong. HH had nothing to do with Howie Bowers. HH meant Harriet Hunter. Whether it was a phone call or a meet-up, it was hard to say. But it had been Harriet all along, and here was proof. Andy reaching out to the sister of the DT killer's fourth victim. The itch in Pip's head became an ache, sharpening at her temples as she tried to understand what this meant. The idea thrashed against her as she tried to make it make sense. What did Andy Bell have to do with all this, with DT? There was only one place she might find the answers. Andy's other email address, one Pip suspected, had been a secret. Andy had had lots of those in her short life. Pip finally looked away from the planner page, opening her browser instead. She logged out of her account on Gmail and then clicked Sign In again. She typed in Andy's address, a2b3lk94@gmail.com, and then paused, her mouse hovering over the password box. There was no way she'd be able to guess it. She guided the mouse instead to the prompt that said Forgotten Password. A new screen popped up, asking Pip to enter the last password you remember. The cursor blinked in the input box, mocking her. She traced her fingers down the trackpad, skipping over the password box, to the Try a Different Question button. Another option blinked up on screen, offering to send a code to the recovery email address andybell94@gmail.com. Pip's stomach lurched. So, Andy did have another email address, likely her main one, the one people knew about. But Pip didn't have access to that one either, so she couldn't recover the verification code. Andy's secret email address might just remain a secret forever. But her hope wasn't all gone yet. There was another option. Another Try a Different Question at the bottom of the page. She clicked it, closing her eyes for a half-second, begging the machine to please, please, please work. When she reopened them, the page had changed again. Answer the security question you added to your account. Name of first hamster? Below it was another input box, asking Pip to enter your answer. That was it. There were no other options, no try again buttons on the screen. She had reached the end. Stalemate. And how on earth was she supposed to find out the name of the Bell's first hamster, a hamster that, presumably, existed pre-social media? She couldn't exactly knock on their door again to ask Jason. He'd told her to leave them alone for good. Wait a second. Pip's heart kicked against her chest. She grabbed her phone to check the day. It was Wednesday. Tomorrow at 4 p.m, Becca Bell would call her from prison, like she did every Thursday. Yes, Becca was the solution. She would know the hamster Andy had been referring to here. And Pip could ask her if she knew anything about Andy's second email address and why she might have needed one. But 4 p.m. tomorrow was 25 hours away. 25 hours felt like an entire lifetime, which it might just be. Hers. Pip didn't know how long was left. Only DT knew that, or the person pretending to be him. A race against a timer she couldn't see. But there was nothing she could do about it except wait. Becca would know. And in the meantime, she would chase up the other open leads. Send a follow-up message to those ex-Green Scene employees about the security alarm. Arrange an interview with the now-retired DCI Nolan. He'd replied to her email this morning, saying he would be happy to discuss the DT case for her podcast. There were still things Pip could do, moves she could play against him in these next 25 hours. Her hands were shaking now. Oh no. Next would come the blood, leaking from the lifelines across her palm. Not now. Please, not now. She needed to calm down, slow down, take a break from being inside her own head. Maybe she should go out for a run. Or... She glanced at the second drawer down in her desk. Or maybe both. The half-pill was bitter on her tongue as she dry swallowed it. Tried to chase it down with air. Breathe. Just breathe. But she couldn't breathe because there were only 2.5 pills left in the little clear bag, and she needed more. She needed them or she wouldn't sleep at all, and if she didn't sleep, then she wouldn't be able to think, and if she couldn't think, then she wouldn't win. She didn't want to. Last time was supposed to be it. She'd promised. But she needed them now to save herself. And then she'd never need them again. That was the deal she made as she picked up the first burner phone in the line and turned it on, the Nokia symbol lighting up the screen. She navigated to her messages, to the only number saved in any of these phones. She sent Luke Eaton just 3 words. I need more. Pip laughed at herself then, hollow and dark, as she realised this very thing in her hands was yet another link back to Andy Bell. Walking in her footsteps, 6 years behind. And maybe secret hidden phones weren't the only things she and Andy Bell would share. Luke replied within seconds.
Last time again, is it? I'll tell you when I have them.
There was a flash of rage up the skin of her neck. Pip bit down on her lower lip until it hurt, as she held down the off button and returned the phone and Luke to their secret compartment at the bottom of her drawer. Luke was wrong. This was different. This really would be the last time. The Xanax hadn't kicked in yet, though. Her heart was still hummingbird fast in her chest, no matter what bargain she tried to make with it. She could go for a run. She should go for a run. It might help her think. Help her work out what Andy's connection to Harriet Hunter and DT was. She wandered over to her bed and the window behind it, glancing through the glass at the afternoon sky beyond. It was a slow, churning grey, and there were spots on the driveway from another bout of rain. Never mind. She liked running in the rain. And there were worse things someone could find on their driveway, like 5 headless stick figures coming for her. There'd been no more. Pip checked every time she left home. But there was something else out there now. A flash of movement pulling at Pip's gaze. A person, jogging on the pavement past their house, past their driveway. It was only 3 seconds before they were gone. out of sight again. But 3 seconds were all Pip needed to know exactly who it was. Blue water bottle gripped in one hand, blonde hair pushed back from his angular face. One quick glance over his shoulder at her house. He knew. He knew this was where she lived. Pip saw red again, an eruption of violence behind her eyes as her mind showed her all the ways she might kill Max Hastings. None of them were bad enough. He deserved much worse. She cycled through them all, her thoughts chasing him down the road until a sound brought her back to the room. Her phone, vibrating against the desk. She stared at it. Fuck. Was it no caller ID? DT? Was this it, the moment she found out who was doing this to her? The call trapper app, ready and waiting to go, to turn the disembodied breath into a real person, into a name. She didn't need to learn what Andy Bell's connection to all this was. The final answer would be in front of her. Quick. She'd hesitated too long already, darting across the room to pick up the phone. No. It wasn't no caller ID. There was a sequence of numbers scrolling above the incoming call, a mobile number she didn't recognize. Hello? She said, holding the phone too tight against her ear.
Hello,
said a deep, crackling voice down the line.
Hi, Pip, it's me, Detective Inspector Richard Hawkins.
Pip's chest loosened around her too fast heart. Not DT. Oh, she said, recovering. D.I. Hawkins.
You were expecting someone else?
He said, with a sniff. I was.
Well, I'm sorry to disturb you.
Now a cough. Another sniff.
It's just that, well, I have some news, and I thought it best to call you right away. I know you'd want to know.
News? About the stalker he didn't believe in? Had they made the connection to DT at their end too? She felt a new lightness then, starting from her gut and working up, bare heels lifting from the carpet. He believed her. He believed her. He believed...
It's about Charlie Green,
he said, filling the silence. Oh. She sank again. What? Pip began.
We've got him,
Hawkins said.
He was just arrested. He had managed to make it to France. Interpol have him now, but we've got him. He'll be extradited back and officially charged tomorrow.
She was still sinking. How was she still sinking? There was only so deep she could go until she fell right through the ground into nothing. She stuttered, sinking and shrinking, watching her feet so they couldn't disappear down through the carpet.
You don't have to worry anymore. We've got him,
Hawkins said again, his voice softening.
Are you okay?
No, she wasn't. She didn't understand what he wanted from her. Did he want her to thank him? No, this wasn't what she wanted. Charlie didn't belong in a cage. How could he help her from a cage? Tell her what was right and wrong, what to do to fix it all. Why would she want this? Should she want this? Was that how a normal person would be feeling right now, instead of this black hole inside and her bones caving in around it?
Pup, there's nothing to be scared of anymore. He can't get to you.
She wanted to scream at him. Tell him that Charlie Green was never a danger to her. But Hawkins wouldn't believe her. He never believed her. But maybe it wouldn't matter. Maybe there was still a way here to fix herself, to safely step off this spiral before it reached its end. because that was where this was all heading. She could feel it. And yet she couldn't stop herself. But maybe Charlie could. "Can I—" she began, hesitating. "Can I please talk to him?"
Excuse me?
"To Charlie," she said, louder now. "Can I please talk to Charlie? I'd really like to speak to him. I need to speak to him." A sound came down the line. A croak of disbelief from Hawkins' throat.
Well,
he said.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Pip. You're the only eyewitness to a murder he allegedly committed, and if there's a trial, obviously, you'll be called as the prosecution's lead witness. So I'm afraid it's not going to be possible for you to talk to him, no.
Pip sank even further, bones fusing with the structure of the house. Hawkins' answer was a physical thing, sharp and lodged inside her chest. She should have known. "Okay, that's fine," she said quietly. It wasn't fine. It was anything but fine.
How's that other thing going?"
Hawkins asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice.
"The stalker you came to me about.
Have there been any other incidents?" "Oh, no," Pip said flatly. "Nothing else. That's all sorted now. That's fine, thank you."
Okay, well, I just wanted to let you know about Charlie Green before you saw it in the press tomorrow."
Hawkins cleared his throat.
"And I hope you're doing better."
"I'm fine," Pip said, and she hardly had the energy to even pretend. "Thank you for your call, D.I. Hawkins." She lowered the phone, her thumb finding the red button. Charlie was caught. It was over. The one possible salvation she'd had left, other than this dangerous game against DT. At least she could officially cross Charlie's name from the list of people who might hate her enough to want her to disappear. She'd always known it wasn't him. And now it really couldn't have been. He'd been in France all this time. Pip glanced at her computer screen again, at the page asking her to name Andy Bell's first hamster, and it was almost funny just how ridiculous it was. Just as funny, as ridiculous, as the notion of decomposing bodies and the way we all become one. Disappearing wasn't mysterious, it wasn't thrilling. It was cold bodies with stiff limbs and purpling patches as the blood inside pooled. What Billy Carris must have seen when he found Tara Yates. What Stanley Forbes must have looked like in the morgue. Though how could he have had any blood left in him when it was all over her hands? Sal Singh, too, dead in the woods outside her house. Not Andy Bell, though. She was found too late, when she was almost entirely gone. Disintegrated. That was the closest thing to disappearing, Pip supposed. And yet, Andy hadn't disappeared. Not at all. Here she was again, 6.5 years after she died. And she was Pip's only remaining lead. No, not a lead, a lifeline. Some strange, unknowable force connecting them across time, though they'd never met. Pip wasn't there to save Andy, but maybe Andy was there to save her. Maybe. But still, Pip had to wait. And Andy Bell would remain a mystery at least for the next 24.5 hours. Chapter 21. This is a telco link prepaid call from Becca Bell, an inmate at HM Prison Downview. Please note this call will be recorded and is subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 1. To block all future... Pip pressed 1 so fast she almost pushed the phone right out of her hands. "Hello?" She raised it to her ear again, her leg bouncing uncontrollably against her desk, rattling the pot of pens on top. "Becca?" "Hey." Becca's voice came through, faint at first. "Hey, Pip. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, there was a bit of a queue. How are you doing?" "Yeah, good," Pip said, her chest constricting uncomfortably with every breath. "Good. Yeah, fine." "You sure?" Becca said, a hint of concern pulling up her voice. "You sound a bit jittery." "Oh, too much coffee, you know," Pip said with a hollow laugh. "How are you? How's French going?" "Good, yeah," she said, then added, "Très bon," with an amused sniff. "And they just started up yoga classes this week." "Oh, that's fun." "Yeah, and I went with my friend. Remember I told you about Nell?" Becca said. "So yeah, that was fun. Although it's made me realise how incredibly unbendy I am. Something to work on, I suppose." Becca's voice was bright. It always was. Pip might even describe it as close to happy. She found it strange, the idea that Becca might be happier in there than she would be out. Because she had chosen to be there, in a way. She'd pleaded guilty even though her defense team had been confident that if they went to trial, they could have got her no jail time. It always struck Pip as odd that someone would choose to be there as Becca had. Maybe it wasn't a cage, not to her. "So," Becca continued, "how is everyone? How's Nat?" "Yeah, good," Pip said. "I saw her a week and a bit ago, her and Jamie Reynolds. They seem to be doing really well, actually. Happy." "That's good," Becca said, and Pip could hear the smile accompanying her words. "I'm glad she's happy. And have you made any decision about the libel lawsuit yet?" Truthfully, she'd almost forgotten it. DT taking up too much of her brain, winding round and round it like tape. Christopher Epps's card was still sitting, ignored, in that same jacket pocket. "Well," Pip said, "I haven't spoken to my lawyer since, or Max's. I've been a bit distracted. But I already told them my answer. I'm not recanting, and I'm not apologising to him. If Max wants to go to a full trial, that's on him. But he won't get away with it twice. I won't let him." "I'll testify," Becca said, "if it happens. I know I already told you that. People need to know what he is, even if it's not a criminal trial and not real justice." Justice. That word always tripped Pip up, brought the blood out on her hands. The word was her prison, her cage. One glance down, and yes, there Stanley's was, bleeding out across her hands. She could talk to Becca about him if she wanted to, someone else who knew him as more than Child Brunswick. Becca and Stanley had even gone out twice before deciding to just be friends. Becca could listen, even if she couldn't understand. But no, Pip didn't have time for that. Not now. "Becca, she began unsteadily. "I actually needed to ask you something. Quite urgent. I mean, it's not going to sound urgent, but it is. It's important, but I can't really explain why to you, not on the phone." "Okay," Becca said, some of the shine gone from her voice. "Are you okay?" "Yes, fine," Pip replied. "It's just, well, I need to know what Andy called her first hamster." Becca snorted, taken aback. What? It's a security question. Do you remember what she called her first hamster? A security question for what? Becca asked. I think Andy had an email account, a secret one the police never found. Andy Bell 94. Becca said the words in one quick stream. That was her email address. The police definitely asked about it at the time. This was another account she used, and I can't get on it unless I answer the security question. Another account? Becca hesitated. Why are you looking into Andy again? Why? What's going on? I don't think I can say, Pip said, holding down her knee to stop her leg rattling. This call is being recorded, but it might be something important to me. She paused, listening to the light swell of Becca's breathing. Life or death, she added. Rhodey. What? Pip said. Rhodey, that was Andy's first hamster. Becca sniffed. I don't know where she got that name from. She got him for her 6th birthday, I think. Maybe 7th. I got one a year later and called him Toady. Then we got our cat Monty, who ate Toady. But her hamster, he was Rhodey. Pip's fingers thrummed, ready. R-O-A-D-Y? She asked. No, I-E, Becca said. Is everything okay? Really? It will be, Pip said. I hope. Did Andy ever mention someone called Harriet Hunter to you? A friend? Silence down the line. The background hum of nearby voices. No, Becca said eventually. I don't think she did. I never met anyone called Harriet. Not that Andy ever really had people over at the house. Why? Who is she? Becca, listen, Pip said, her fingers fidgeting against the phone. I'm going to have to go, I'm sorry. There's something, and I might not have much time, but I will explain everything to you when it's over, I promise. Oh, yeah. That's okay, she said, her voice less close to happy now. Are you still coming to visit next Saturday? I've put you down on the log. Yes, Pip said, her mind already straying away from Becca, back to the computer screen and the security question waiting for her. Yep, I'll be there, she said absently. Good luck, Becca said. And let me know you're okay. When you can. I will, Pip said, and she could hear it now too, the jittering edge in her own voice. Thanks, Becca. Bye. She did drop the phone this time, pushing the button too hard, the phone sliding right off her blood-slicked palm. Pip left it there, on the floor, her fingers finding their way to the keyboard, to R and then O and on. Rhodey, Andy Bell's first hamster. Invisible blood smears across the trackpad as Pip guided the on-screen arrow to the next button. A page loaded telling her to create a new password and to retype it in the box below to confirm. The feeling in her chest changed again, fizzing as it came into contact with her skin. What password should she use? Anything. Anything! Just hurry up! The first thing that came into her mind was DT Killer 6. At least she wouldn't forget it. She retyped it below and clicked to confirm. An inbox opened up. Not enough emails to even fill the screen. Pip exhaled. Here it was. Andy Bell's secret email account. Preserved after all this time. Untouched, except by her. Pip had that feeling again in her spine, like she was out of her own time, untethered. It was immediately clear why Andy had made this account. The only emails she'd ever sent and received were to Harriet Hunter. That must have been the reason Andy made the account, but it still wasn't clear why, what her connection to Harriet and DT was. Pip clicked through the emails, reading the same messages Harriet had showed her, from Andy's side this time. Nothing new here. No explanations, no lifelines. There were only 8 messages back and forth, all under that same subject line. Hi. There had to be something else here. Anything. Andy had to help her, she had to. That's why everything was leading back to her, coming full circle. Pip clicked out of the primary inbox into social. There was nothing here, just a blank page. She tried the third option, promotions, and the page filled with lines and lines of emails. All from the same sender. Self-defense tips. Andy must have subscribed to their emailing list at some point. She'd been getting the emails once every week, long after she was already dead. Why was Andy looking at a self-defense newsletter? Pip shivered. Had Andy believed she was in danger? Had part of her known she wouldn't make it past 17? That same inevitable feeling that lived inside Pip's gut? Pip checked down the sidebar. There was nothing in the trash, no deleted emails. Damn. Come on, Andy, there had to be something here. Had to be. There was a connection here, and Pip was the person supposed to find it. She knew it, that unknowable thing. Things falling in line the way they were always supposed to be. Her hand drew up suddenly as her eyes caught on a number in the sidebar. A small 1 next to the drafts folder. So small and slight, like it had been trying to hide from Pip's prying eyes. An unsent draft. Something Andy wrote. What was it? An unfinished message to HH? Maybe nothing at all. Maybe just blank. Pip clicked to open the drafts folder, and there it was, waiting for her at the top. 1 unsent email, and she could already see it wasn't blank. The date on the right-hand side marked it as being saved on the 21st of the 2nd, 2012. The subject line said, "From Anon." Pip's chest constricted, and there was a strange rattling in her breath now, as she wiped away the blood from one hand and opened the draft. To whom it may concern. I know who the DT killer is. I've never said it out loud, not to anyone. Not even just to myself. It's only been a thought in my head, growing and growing, taking up more space until it's all I can think about. Even writing it out here feels like a big step. Makes me feel slightly less alone in this. But I am alone in this. All alone. I know who the DT killer is. Or the Slough Strangler, whatever the name, I know who he is. And I wish I could actually send this email. Send in an anonymous tip to the police with his name. Don't even know if police stations have email addresses. I could never call. I could never say it. I'm so scared. Every single second that I'm awake, and when I'm asleep too. It's getting harder to pretend when he's inside the house, talking with us all like everything is normal around the dinner table. But I know I can't send this. How could I ever send this? Who would believe me? The police won't, and if he found out what I said, he would kill me. Just like he killed them. Of course he'd find out. He's practically one of them. This is just a practice, and maybe it will make me feel better, knowing that I could send this even though I can't. talking it through with myself outside of my head. I know who the DT killer is. I saw him. I saw him with Julia Hunter. I know it was her, 100%. They were holding hands. I saw him kiss her cheek, too. He doesn't know I saw them, and I wasn't that surprised to see them together. But then, 6 days later, she's dead. He killed her. I know he did. I knew it as soon as I saw her face on the news. Everything fits now, all of those other details. I should have worked it out before this. I don't know why I contacted HH. I thought maybe she might know too, or have suspicions about who killed her sister, and I could have someone to talk about it with. Work out what to do together. But she doesn't know. She doesn't know anything. And I don't know why, but I feel like I have a responsibility to her to make sure she's okay. Because I know who killed her sister, and I don't know how to tell her. If someone touched Becca, I would be broken. I can't tell Sal. He probably already thinks I'm fucked up enough. There's so much I have to hide from him because he's one of the only good things I have left. And he has to be protected. He can never come over, just in case. I have this overwhelming sense of dread all the time, that if I don't escape this town, it's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. He's already started looking at me differently, or maybe that started years ago. I hope he doesn't look at Becca like that. But I have a plan. Have had a plan for a while now. Just need to keep my head down. I've been saving up all the cash from Howie for almost a year. It's hidden. No one will find it. I fucked up school, though. So fucking stupid of me. That would have been the easiest way to escape, a university far away. No one would suspect a thing. But the only one I got into is here, and I'd have to stay in Kilton. I can't stay at home. Sal got into Oxford. I wish I could go with him. It's not so far away, but it's far enough. Maybe there's something I can do to go too. If it's not too late. I have to do anything to get out of here. Anything. I know Mr. Ward helped him get his place. Maybe he can help me too. Anything. At all costs. And when I'm away and I'm safe, I'll come back for Becca. She has to finish school first. She has to. She's smart. But if I'm set up somewhere far away from here, she can come live with me. And when we are away and safe, maybe that's when I tell the police who he is. Maybe that's when I finally send this email from Anon, when he can no longer get to us. Doesn't know where we are. That's the plan, at least. I have no one to talk it through with except myself, but it's the best I can do. I'll have to delete this now, just in case. This feels too big for me, but I think I can do it. Save us. Keep Becca safe. Survive. I just have to... Chapter 22. Ravi scrolled it up and down again, shaking his head, and Pip could see the reflection of Andy's words in the dark of his eyes, even clearer now that they were filling with tears. The weight of her ghost inside him, too, not just in her. A dead girl shared, a dead girl halved. They were the only two people in the world who knew. These weren't Andy Bell's final words, but they sure felt like it. "I don't believe it," he said finally, cupping his hands around his face. "I can't believe it. Andy, she..." "This changes everything. Everything." Pip sighed. There was an unutterable sadness in her gut, and still she was sinking through the floor. dragging Andy's ghost with her. But she took Ravi's hand, holding tight to anchor them all together. I mean, it changes everything and it changes nothing, she said. Andy didn't survive. It wasn't DT who killed her, but it was everything she tried to do to escape him that did. Howie Bowers, Max Hastings, Elliot Ward, Becca. This is why it all happened. Everything. Full circle, she added quietly. The beginning was the end, and the end was the beginning, and DT was both. Ravi wiped his eyes on his sleeve. His voice croaked, stifling his next words. I don't know how I feel about this. It's too sad. And yes, we've all been wrong about her. I couldn't really understand what Sal saw in her before, but... Oh God, she must have been so terrified. So alone. He glanced up at Pip. And this is it, isn't it? The 21st of February. It was right after this that she first approached Mr. Ward and... At all costs, Pip said, echoing Andy's words. And she felt that uncanny closeness to her again. 5 years apart, and they'd never met, yet here she was, carrying Andy around in her chest. 2 dead girls walking. More alike than Pip could ever have realized. She was desperate. I never really understood why, but I never would have guessed this. Poor Andy. Such an inadequate thing to say, but what else was there? She was brave, Ravi said in a small voice. Reminds me of you a little bit. A small smile to match the small voice. The Singh brothers clearly have a type. Pip's mind had left her, spinning back to last year. To Elliot Ward standing across from her, the police on their way. Elliot said something to me last year and I never really understood it until now. She paused, replaying the scene in her head. He told me that when Andy went round to his house, before he pushed her off and she hit her head, she told him that she had to get away from home, from Little Kilton, because it was killing her. The signs were there. I didn't see them. And it did, Ravi said, his eyes back on the screen, on the final trace of Andy Bell. Her last mystery laid bare. It did kill her. Before he did, she said. Who is he? Ravi said, running an unclicked pen down the laptop screen. There's no name, but there's a lot of information, Pip. There must be a smoking gun here. So it's someone the whole Bell family knew, including Andy and Becca. Which makes sense with the connection to Jason's company, Green Scene, right? Someone who used to go over to their house, even have dinner with them, Pip said, underscoring the line with her finger. She clicked her tongue as another old thought stirred, came back to life. What? Ravi asked. Last year I went to speak to Becca at the Kilton mail office. This was back when Max and Daniel De Silva were my main suspects for Andy. We talked about Dan because I found out he was one of the officers who did the initial search of their house when Andy went missing. And Becca told me Daniel was close with their dad. Jason got him a job at Green Scene, then promoted him to the office and also was the one who suggested Dan apply to be a police officer. Pip was untethered again, floating through time, from then to now, the start to the end. She said that Daniel was often coming round theirs after work, sometimes stayed for dinner. Oh, right, Ravi said gravely. Daniel De Silva, Pip said his name again, testing it out on her tongue, trying to somehow fit all the syllables inside DT.
And there's this bit.
Ravi scrolled back up the email draft.
When she talks about going to the police, but she's scared they won't believe her, and that he might find out. There's this part that trips me up.
He pointed it out.
Of course he'd find out. He's practically one of them. One of what?
Pip ran the sentences through her head, tilting them to see them from a different angle. A police officer, it sounds like. Not sure what the practically means.
Maybe she meant a newly trained police officer like Daniel De Silva was.
Ravi completed her thought.
Daniel De Silva,
Pip said again, testing it out, watching her breath dissipate around the room, taking his name with it. And what about Nat? Asked the other side of her brain. She and Dan weren't the closest of siblings, but he was still her big brother. Could Pip really think that of him? She'd certainly considered him before, for Andy's murder and in Jamie's disappearance. What was different now? Her and Nat were close, bonded, tied together. That's what was different now. And he had a wife. A baby.
I thought you were speaking to that retired detective today too,
Ravi said, a tug at her jumper to bring her attention back to him.
Yeah, he cancelled on me last minute,
Pip said with a sniff. Rescheduled for tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, that's good.
Ravi nodded his head absently, eyes returning to Andy's never-sent email.
I just need my phone to ring,
Pip said, staring down at it, lying inconspicuously on her desk.
DT just has to call me one more time. Then Call Trapper will give me his number, and then I can probably find out who he is, if it is Daniel or...
She broke off, narrowing her eyes at her phone, begging it to ring, wishing so hard she could almost hear the echoes of her ringtone.
And then you can go to D.I. Hawkins,
Ravi said.
Or go public.
And then it's over, Pip agreed. More than just over. Normal. Fixed. No blood on her hands or pills to keep it all at bay. She would be saved. Normal. Team Ravi and Pip, who can talk about normal things like duvet sets and cinema times and tentative, half-shy discussions of the future. Their future. Pip had asked for a way out, one last case, and something had answered her. Now it was even more perfect, even more fitting. Because DT was the origin, the end and the beginning. The monster in the dark, the creator, the source. Everything that had happened traced right back to him. All of it. Andy Bell knew who DT was, and she was terrified. So she sold drugs for Howie Bowers to save up money to escape, to get far away from Kilton. She sold Rohypnol to Max Hastings, who then used those drugs to rape her little sister Becca. Andy pursued Elliot Ward in her desperate plan to escape to Oxford with Sal. Elliot thought he accidentally killed Andy, so he murdered Sal to cover it up. Ravi's brother dead in the woods. But Elliot didn't kill Andy. Not really. It was Becca Bell, too angry and shocked at her sister's role in her own tragedy that she froze and let Andy die from her head injury, choking on her own vomit. 5 years went by, and then Pip came along, uncovered all those truths. Elliot in prison, Becca in prison, though she shouldn't be. Max not in prison, though he should be. And most importantly, Howie Bowers in prison. Howie told his cellmate that he knew the real Child Brunswick. The cellmate told his cousin, who told a friend, who told a friend, who put the rumour online. Charlie Green read that rumour and came to Little Kilton. Layla Mead, wearing the face of Stella Chapman. Jamie Reynolds, missing. Stanley Forbes with 6 holes blown in him, bleeding out on Pip's hands. 3 different stories, but one interconnected knot. And in the centre of that writhing knot, grinning at her from the dark, was D.T. File name: Interview with DCI Nolan about D.T. WAV.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nolan, for agreeing to this interview, and sorry for stealing you away from your Friday afternoon.
Oh, please, call me David. And yes, no worries at all. Sorry I had to cancel our call yesterday. Last-minute golf game. You know how it is.
Of course, yes, no worries. Not like there's a time limit or anything. So, firstly, how long have you been retired?
3 years now. Yes, it was 2015 when I left. I know, golfing, reliving my glory days. I'm a retired cop cliché. I've even tried pottery making. My wife made me.
Sounds lovely. So, as I said in my emails today, I wanted to talk to you about the DT killer case.
Yes. Biggest case of my career, that was. A great way to go out. I mean, terrible, of course, what he did to those women.
It must have been memorable. Serial killers aren't that common.
Certainly not. And there hadn't been a case like this round here in decades, in living memory. DT was a very big deal for us all, and the fact that we managed to get him to confess. That was my proudest moment, I think. Well, other than the birth of my daughters.
Billy Karras sat in that interview room for over 5 hours overnight before he started to confess. He must have been tired, exhausted. Do you ever have doubts about his confession? I mean, he recounted first thing in the morning after he'd had some sleep.
No doubts. None. I was in the room with him when he confessed. No one's going to say they did those awful things if it's not true. I was exhausted too, and I didn't confess to being a serial killer, did I? And you won't understand this, but after so many years working as a detective, I could tell he was telling me the truth. It's in the eyes. I can always tell. You know when you're in the presence of evil, believe me. Billy recanted in the morning because he'd had time to think of all the consequences. He's a coward, but he definitely did it.
I've spoken to Billy Karras' mother, Maria.
Oh, boy.
Why'd you say that?
I've had several run-ins with her. She's a strong woman. You can't blame her, of course. No mother is going to think their son capable of the horrific things Billy did.
Well, she's done a lot of research on the literature surrounding false confessions. Is there any part of you that thinks it possible that Billy's confession was false? That he only said those things because of the pressure applied in the interview?
Well, yes, I think he only cracked because of the pressure I applied in the interview, but that doesn't mean the confession isn't good. If it were the only piece of evidence, then I might entertain the idea. But there was other evidence tying Billy to the murders, forensic and circumstantial. And he pleaded guilty, remember? This isn't what your podcast is about this time, is it? Trying to prove Billy innocent?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to tell the true story of the DT killer in all its detail.
Okay, good, because I wouldn't have agreed to this interview otherwise. I don't want you to try to make me look stupid.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, David. So a lot of the evidence tying Billy to the case seems to be connected with his job. He worked at a grounds maintenance company called Green Scene Limited. I just wondered whether you were aware of Green Scene's connection to the murders before Billy became your number one suspect.
Yes. We certainly were looking into Green Scene before that. It was after Bethany Ingham, the third victim, was killed, because she worked there. Then, when Julia Hunter was killed, we made the connection that a couple of the dump sites were places where Green Scene was contracted. We asked to search the premises, and I remember the owner being very helpful and considerate, and that's when we discovered they used the exact same brand of blue rope and duct tape as used by DT. So that was sort of the slam dunk, really, and we started to look into current employees. But there's only so much looking you can do without probable cause. Then Billy Karras came along, was the one who found Tara Yates, and we knew pretty quickly he was our guy.
Did you have any suspects before Billy? Before Tara was killed? Anyone connected with Green Scene?
I mean, we had a few persons of interest, but nothing concrete or substantial.
I suppose you're not going to tell me any names, are you?
I don't even remember them, to be honest.
Fair enough. So I've spoken to Harriet Hunter, Julia's younger sister, and she told me about some weird occurrences at their house in the weeks before Julia died. Some dead pigeons brought into the house, chalk figures drawn near their house, and prank phone calls. Was this ever a focus of your investigation? And had the families of other victims reported similar incidents?
Oh, yes, I remember the dead pigeons now. Yes, the younger sister, she told us about them at the time. And we asked the friends and family of the previous victims, but they'd never heard anything of the sort. We asked Billy if he had had contact with the victims before abducting them. He told us that he watched them, so he knew when they were alone, etc., but he didn't make contact with them. Not with dead birds or phone calls or any other method, so it's unrelated to the case, unfortunately. Though it makes for a more compelling story, I'll give you that.
Got it. Thanks. So, now on to the trophies. You know exactly what item the DT killer took from each victim. Something personal they had on them when he abducted them. Earrings, a hairbrush, and so on. But you never found these trophies in Billy's possession, did you? Does that concern you?
No. He told us he threw them away. They're probably all in a landfill site somewhere in the country. We would never have found them.
But isn't the whole point of a trophy that it's something you keep with you? To remind you of the violent crime and to delay the compulsion to kill again. Why would he throw them away?
He didn't say, but it's obvious, isn't it? He knew we were zeroing in on him after Tara, and he got rid of the evidence before we got a warrant to search his house. I don't think he wanted to throw the trophies away.
Got it. Okay. But going back to Tara, why would Billy draw attention to himself like that? Staging that he found her body. He might not really have been on your radar before then. Why would he draw attention to himself like that? That's essentially what got him caught.
This goes back to something that has been observed in a lot of serial killing cases similar to this. The killers will show a lot of interest in their own cases, will follow coverage on the news, discuss it with all their friends and family. I'm no psychiatrist, but it's a narcissism thing, I believe. Thinking they are so clever and it's right under everyone's noses. And some of these killers, they even try to insert themselves into the police investigation somehow, offering tips or to help with search parties and the like. That's what Billy was doing, being the hero and finding Tara so that he could insert himself into the investigation, maybe find out what we knew so far.
Right.
I know, it doesn't make much sense to you or me, to normal people, but it's one of the things we were already on the lookout for in this investigation. It's quite funny, actually, but this was already on our mind because we had an officer, a Thames Valley police officer, who kept asking lots and lots of questions about the case. He wasn't involved in the investigation. He was a newly trained officer, as I remember, and he was based at a different station, not at Wickham. But he was showing a little too much interest in what had happened and what we were doing, if you know what I mean. He was new and just very curious, I'm sure, but it certainly raised a couple of red flags. Before Billy came along, that is. That's why we were sort of primed and ready for some kind of insertion from the perpetrator.
Oh, really? Where was this officer based?
I think it must have been Amersham Station. The DT killer case was with us in Wickham, as we were sort of in the middle of the dump sites and where the women were from. But obviously, Julia Hunter was from Amersham, so we worked with the guys over there a bit. One of my old colleagues, who I think you know, D.I. Hawkins. Good man. But yeah, there's an amusing little anecdote for your show there. A keen newbie police officer, and we thought the worst.
This officer, was his name Daniel De Silva?
Well, of course, I can't tell you the officer's name, and you wouldn't be able to air it on your show anyway. Data protection and all that. How many more questions do you have? I'm afraid I might have to go. So.
But it was Daniel De Silva, right?
Chapter 23. No head. The dead pigeon in her hands has no head. But it's too spongy, giving way, her fingers indenting in its sides. That's because it's the duvet twisted up in her fist, not a dead bird, and Pip was awake now, in bed. She'd fallen asleep. She'd actually fallen asleep. It was dead of night dark, and she'd been asleep. Why was she awake now, then? She woke up like this all the time, sleep so shallow that she dipped in and out. But this felt different. Something had pulled her out. A noise. It was there now. What was that? Pip sat up, duvet falling to her waist. A hissing sound, but a gentle one. She rubbed her eyes. A sput, sput, sput like a slow-moving train, nudging her back to sleep. No, not a train. Pip blinked again, the room taking shape with a ghostly glow. She got out of bed, the air stinging her bare feet. The hiss was coming from over there by her desk. Pip stopped, focused her gaze. It was her printer. Something was coming out of the wireless printer on her desk. LEDs blinking from its panel. Sput, sput, sput. A piece of paper emerged from the bottom, fresh black ink printed upon it. But that was impossible. She hadn't sent anything to print today. Her sleep-fogged head could not follow. Was she still dreaming? No. The pigeon was the dream. This was real. The printer finished, spitting out the piece of paper with a final clunk. Pip hesitated. Something pushed her forward. A ghost at her back. Maybe Andy Bell. She walked over to the printer and reached out, like she was taking someone's hand. Or someone taking hers. The page was printed upside down. She couldn't read it from here. Her fingers closed around it, and the page fluttered in her grip like the wings of a headless pigeon. She turned it around, the words writing themselves. And part of her knew before she read them. Part of her knew. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? P.S. I learned this trick from you. Season 1, Episode 5. Ready for my next trick? The page was covered in Stanley's, not their blood, leaking from Pip's, not their hands. No, the hands were there, but her heart had gone, throwing itself down the ladder of her spine, curdling in the acid of her gut. No, 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 no. How? Pip swung around, her eyes wild, her breath wilder, taking in every shadow. Each one was DT before it was not. She was alone. He wasn't here, but how? Her frantic gaze landed back on the printer. Wireless printer. Anyone within range could send something through, which meant he had to be close by. DT. He was here. Outside or inside the house. Pip checked the screwed-up page in her hand. Ready for my next trick? What did he mean by that? What was the trick? Make her disappear? She should look out the window. He might be there on the drive, DT standing in a ring of dead birds and chalk figures. Pip turned and a metallic scream filled the room, loud, so impossibly loud. Pip clasped her hands to her ears, dropping the page. No, not a scream, guitars screeching and crying up and down too fast, while a drumbeat hammered alongside them, shaking the room, implanting its pulse down into the floor and up her heels. Now came the screaming, voices deep and demonic, barking behind her in an inhuman surge. Pip cried out, and she could not hear herself. She was sure it was there, but her voice was lost, buried. She turned to where the screaming was loudest, listening through her hands. It was her desk. The other side this time. LEDs blinking at her. Her speakers. Her Bluetooth speakers on full volume, blaring death metal in the dead of night. Pip screamed, fighting forward through the sound, tripping over her own feet as she dropped to her knees. She had to uncover one ear, the sound a physical sensation, tunneling into her brain. She reached for the electric four-way under her desk, grabbed the plug, pulled it out. Silence. But not really. A tinny aftersound just as loud in her aching ears. And a shout from the now open doorway. "Pip!" She screamed again, fell back against the desk. A figure standing in the threshold, too big, too many limbs. "Pip!" DT said again, in her dad's voice, and then a yellow glow burst into the room as he turned on the light. It was her mum and dad, standing at her door in their pyjamas. "What the fuck was that?" her dad asked her. His eyes wide, not just angry, frightened. Had Pip ever seen him frightened before? "Victor," her mum said in a soothing voice. "What happened?" A sharper one for Pip. Another sound joined the tinny ghost in Pip's ears. A small wail down the hall, breaking into sobs. "Josh, honey!" Pip's mum opened her arms and folded him in as he appeared in the doorway too. His little chest shuddered. "It's okay. I know it was a big shock." She kissed the top of his head. "You're okay, sweetheart. Just a loud noise." "I thought it was a bad man," he said, losing control to the tears. What the heck was that?" Pip's dad asked her. "We'll have woken up all of the neighbours." But her mind wasn't focused on forming words. It skipped from neighbours to outside to within range. DT had connected to her speakers by Bluetooth. He must be right outside her window, on the driveway. Pip scrambled to her feet, launched herself across her bed, and pulled open the curtains. The moon hung low in the sky, its light cast an eerie silver edge on the trees, on the cars, on the man running away from their drive. Pip froze, a half-second too long, and the man was gone. DT. Dark clothes and a dark fabric face. He'd been wearing a mask, standing right outside her window, within range. Pip should go. She should chase after him. She could run faster than that. She'd had to learn to outrun all kinds of monsters. "Pip!" She turned. She would never be able to get past her parents. They were blocking the way, and it was already too late. "Explain yourself," her mum demanded. I... Pip stuttered. "Oh, it was just the man who's going to kill me, nothing to worry about."
I don't know any more than you do, she said. It woke me up too, my speakers. I don't know what happened. My phone must have been connected to them, and maybe it was an ad on YouTube or something. I don't know. I didn't do it.
Pip didn't know how she'd managed to say so many words without any breath.
I'm sorry. I've unplugged the speakers. They must be faulty. It won't happen again.
They asked more questions. More and more, and she didn't know what to tell them. But it would be all her fault if the neighbours complained, she was told, and if Josh was in a foul mood tomorrow. Fine. That was all her fault. Pip climbed into bed and her dad switched off her light with a slightly strained, "Love you?" And her scorched-out ears listened to the sounds of them trying to coax Josh back into bed. He wouldn't go. He would only sleep with them. But Pip? She wouldn't sleep at all. DT had been here. Right here. Now he was gone in the dark. And she was his number 6. Chapter 24. The screaming was still there inside, inhuman and angry, trapped in Pip's bones. The sput, sput, sput of a phantom printer in her ears, both fighting against the gun in her heart. Not even a run could take them away or distract her. A run so hard she thought it might split her in two, all the violence and darkness within leaking out onto the pavement. Checking over her shoulder for Max Hastings with his slicked-back hair and his gloating eyes. But he hadn't been there. The run was a bad idea. Now she felt like she couldn't move, lying here on the rug in her bedroom. Cocooned in cold air. Embalmed. She hadn't slept at all. She'd taken the last of the Xanax almost immediately after her parents left her room last night. She'd closed her eyes and time had skipped, but it hadn't felt like sleep. It felt like drowning. Now she had none. Nothing at all. No crutch. That got her to move, finally, picking herself up, cold sweat in the waistline of her leggings. She staggered towards her desk, plugs hanging loose beneath it. She'd unplugged everything in the room. The printer, the speakers, her laptop, her lamp, her phone charger. All lifeless, trailing wires. She opened the second drawer, snaked her hand inside and pulled out the burner phone at the front of the line. The same she'd used to text Luke on Wednesday. It was Saturday now, and she'd still not heard back from him. And now she was all out. She turned on the phone and began to type, frustrated at how slow it was, pressing 4 3 times just to get to I. I'm out. Need more ASAP. Why hadn't Luke replied yet? He normally would have by now. This couldn't go wrong too, not on top of everything else. She had to sleep properly tonight. She could already feel her brain moving too slow, sluggish to connect thought to thought. She replaced the burner phone in the drawer, startled by a buzz from her real phone. Ravi again. You back from your run? He'd insisted on coming over when she'd called him earlier, still slurry from the pills as she told him about the printer and the speakers. But Pip said no. She needed a run to clear her head. And then she needed to go talk to Nat Da Silva about her brother. Alone. Ravi had eventually relented, as long as she kept checking in with him all day. And there was no question about it. Pip was staying over at his house tonight. Dinner, too. No question at all, he'd told her in his serious voice. Pip supposed it was a sensible idea, but what if DT somehow knew? Look, One thing at a time. Tonight was a lifetime away. So was Ravi. She texted him a quick, "Yes, I'm fine, love you." But now she had to focus on her next task. Talk to Nat. It was the first thing she had to do. And the last thing she wanted to. Talking to Nat, speaking it out loud, would make it real. "Hey, Nat, do you think it's at all possible that your brother is a serial killer? Yes, I know, I have a history of accusing you and your family members of murder." They were close now, she and Nat. Found family. Found, that is, in violence and tragedy, but found nonetheless. Pip counted Nat on her fingers as one of the people who would look for her if she disappeared. Losing Nat would be far worse than losing that finger. What if this talk pushed that bond just a little too far? Pushed it to breaking point? But what choice did she have? All the signs were pointing to Daniel De Silva. He fitted the profile. He used to work at Green Scene, and could very well have been the one who set off that security alarm while Jason Bell was at a dinner party. His red flag interest in the case as a fellow officer. Practically one of them. Someone close to the Bells that Andy could have been afraid of. Someone who had reason to hate Pip. It all fitted. The path of least resistance. Gunshots in her chest. Quick couplets that sounded like DT, DT, DT. Pip glanced at her phone again. Fuck! How had it gone 3 o'clock? She hadn't emerged from her duvet, the last safe place until midday. The pills too heavy in her chest to stand before then. And the run had been long. Too long. Now she was hesitating, talking herself into it when she just needed to go. No time for a shower. She peeled off her sweaty top and replaced it with a grey hoodie, zipping it up over her sports bra. She placed her water bottle and her keys in her open rucksack and removed the USB microphones. This conversation with Nat was not one for anyone else's ears. Ever. Then she remembered she was staying at Ravi's tonight. She grabbed a pair of underwear and some clothes for tomorrow, fetching her toothbrush from the bathroom. Although, she might actually come back here first, to check the burner phone and see whether Luke had any pills for her. The idea was hot and shameful. Pip zipped up the bag and shouldered it, grabbing her headphones and her phone before she left the room. "Going to go see Nat," she told her mum at the bottom of the stairs, rubbing Stanley's blood off her hands onto her dark leggings. "Then I'm going to the Sings for dinner, and I might stay over, if that's okay." "Oh, yes, fine," her mum said, sighing as Josh started whinging about something else from the living room. "You'll have to be back in the morning, though. We've told Josh we're going to Legoland tomorrow." Cheered him up for all of 2 seconds. "Yeah, okay," Pip said. "Sounds fun. Bye." She hesitated by the front door. "Love you, Mum." "Oh." Her mum looked surprised, turning back to her with a smile, one that reached into her eyes. "I love you too, sweetie. See you in the morning, and say hi to Nisha and Mohan from me." "Will do." Pip closed the front door. She glanced up at the brick wall beneath her window, standing exactly where he might have stood. It had rained again this morning, so she couldn't tell, but there were little white, disembodied marks up the wall. Maybe they'd always been there. Maybe they hadn't. She hesitated by her car, and then walked on past it. She shouldn't drive. It probably wasn't safe. The pills were still in her system, weighing her down, and the world felt almost like a dream unrolling around her. Out of time, out of place. She placed the cradle of her headphones around her ears as she left the drive and started walking down Martin's End Way. She didn't even want to listen to anything, just flicked on the noise cancellation button and tried to float in that free, untethered place again. Disappeared. Where the gunshots and the sput-sput and the screaming music couldn't find her. Down the high street, past the bookseller and the library, past the cafe and Kara inside, handing someone 2 takeaway cups, and Pip could read the words on her best friend's lips. Careful, they're hot. But Pip couldn't stop. Past Church Street on her left, which wound round the corner up to the Bell's house. But Andy wasn't in that house. She was here, now, with Pip. Turn right, down Chalk Road and onto Cross Lane. The trees shivered above her. They always seemed to do that here, like they knew something she didn't. She walked halfway up, her eyes fixating on the painted blue door as it came into view. Nat's house. She didn't want to do this. She had to do this. This deadly game between her and DT led here, and she was one move behind. She stopped on the pavement just before the house, let her rucksack fall to the crook of one elbow so she could place her headphones inside. Zipped it back up, took a breath, and edged towards the front path. Her phone rang. In the pocket of her hoodie, vibrating against her hip. Pip's hand darted into the pocket, fumbled with the phone as she pulled it out, and stared down at the screen. No caller ID. Her heart dragged its way back up her spine. This was him. She knew it. DT. And now she had him. Checkmate. Pip hurried past Nat's house, the phone still buzzing against her cupped hands. Out of sight of the De Silva's house, she held it up and pressed the side button twice to redirect the incoming call to Call Trapper. The phone went dark. 1 step. 2. 3. The screen lit up again with an incoming call. Only this time it didn't say no caller ID. A mobile number scrolled across the top of her screen, unmasked. A number Pip didn't recognize, but that didn't matter. It was a direct link to DT. To Daniel De Silva. Concrete evidence. Game over. She didn't need to accept the call, she could just let it ring out. But her thumb was already moving to the green button, pressing against it and bringing the phone up to her ear. "Hello, DT," Pip said, walking down Cross Lane to where the houses faded away and the trees thickened over the road. They weren't just shivering anymore. They were waving to her. "Or do you prefer the Slough Strangler?" A sound down the line, jagged yet soft. It wasn't the wind. It was him breathing. He didn't know it was game over, that she'd already won. That this third and final call was his fatal flaw. "I prefer DT, I think," Pip said. "It's more fitting, especially as you're not from Slough. You're from here. Little Kilton." Pip carried on, the canopy now hiding the afternoon sun from her, a road of flickering shadows. "I enjoyed your trick last night. Very impressive. And I know you have a question for me. You want to know who would look for me if I disappeared. But I have a question for you instead." She paused. Another breath down the line. He was waiting. "Who will visit you when you're in a cage?" she asked. "Because that's where you're going." A guttural sound down the line. the breath stuck in his throat. 3 loud beeps in Pip's ear. He'd ended the call. Pip stared down at her phone, the corners of her mouth stretching into an almost smile. Got him. The relief was instant, prying up the terrible weight from her shoulders, tethering her back to the world. The real world. A normal life. Team Ravi and Pip. She couldn't wait to tell him. It was within her grasp now. She just had to reach out and take it. A sound somewhere between a cough and a laugh pushed through her lips. She navigated into her recent calls menu, and her eyes flicked across his phone number again. It was most likely a burner phone, considering he'd never been caught before, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was his actual phone. And maybe he'd pick it up without thinking, answer with his name. Or a voicemail would give it away. Pip could go to Hawkins with this number right now. But she wanted to know first. She wanted to be the one to find him, to finally know his name and know all of it. Daniel Da Silva. DT, the Strangler. She'd earned that. She'd won. And maybe he should know what it felt like. The fear, the uncertainty. His screen lighting up with no caller ID. That hesitation between answering and not. He wouldn't know it was her. She would be masked, just like him. Still walking the road beneath the deepening trees, Nat's house forgotten long behind her, Pip copied and pasted his phone number into her keypad. Before the number, she typed in 141, the mask. Her thumb fizzed as it hovered above the green button. This was it. The moment. She pressed the button. Raised the phone to her ear once more. She heard it ringing through the phone. But, wait. No. That wasn't right. Pip stopped walking, lowered the phone. It wasn't only through her phone that she could hear it ringing. It was in the other ear. Both of them. It was here. The shrill chime of the call ringing right behind her, louder and louder. There wasn't time to scream. Pip tried to turn to see, but 2 arms reached out of the unknown behind her, took her, phone still ringing as she dropped hers. A hand collided with her face, over her mouth, blocking the scream before it could live. An arm around her neck, bent at the elbow, tightening. Pip struggled. One breath, but no air. She tried to rip his arm away from her neck, his hand away from her mouth, but she was weakening, her head emptying. No air. Cut off at the neck. Shadows deepened around her. She struggled. Breathe. Just breathe. She couldn't. Explosions behind her eyes. She tried again and felt herself separating from her own body. Peeling away. Darkness. And her disappearing down into it. Chapter 25. Dark, 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 dark. Chapter 26. Pip came through the darkness, one cracked eye at a time. It was a sound that led her out, something slamming by her ear. Air. She had air. Blood flowing to her brain again. Her eyes were open, but she couldn't make sense of the shapes around her.
Not yet. A disconnect between what she saw and what she understood. And all she understood right then was pain splitting open her head, writhing against her skull. But she could breathe. She could hear herself breathing. And then she couldn't. The world growled and roared beneath her. But she knew that sound. She understood it. An engine starting. She was in a car. But she was lying down on her back. 2 more blinks, and suddenly the shapes around her made sense. Her mind reopening its doors. A tight, enclosed space. Rough carpet beneath one cheek. A slanting cover secured above her, blocking out the light. She was in the boot of a car. Yes, that's it, she told her newborn brain. And it was the boot slamming shut. That's what she'd heard. She must have only been out for seconds, half a minute at most. He'd been parked right behind her. Ready. Dragged her. The boot open and yawning to swallow her inside. Oh yes, that was the most important thing to remember, her mind now catching up. DT had taken her. She was dead. Not now. She was alive now, and she could breathe. Thank God she could breathe. But she was dead in all the ways that mattered, as good as. Dead girl walking. Except she wasn't walking. She couldn't get up. Panic riled up in her, warm and frothing, and she tried to let it out, tried to scream. But, wait. She couldn't. Only the muffled edges escaped, not enough to even call it a scream. There was something covering her mouth. She reached up to see what it was, but wait. She couldn't do that either. Her hands were clasped behind her. Stuck there. Stuck together. She twisted one hand as much as she could, folded down her index finger to feel what was bound around her wrists. Duct tape. She should have known that. There was a strip of it across her mouth. She couldn't move her legs apart. Her ankles must be wrapped up too, though she couldn't see that far down, even when she lifted her head. Something new, unravelling from the pit of her stomach. A primal feeling. Ancient. A terror beyond any words that could contain it. It was everywhere, behind her eyes, beneath her skin, too strong, like all the million pieces of her disappearing and reappearing at once, flickering in and out of existence. She was going to die. She was going to die, she was going to die, she was dead, she was dead, she was going to die. She might just die from this feeling alone. Her heart so fast it no longer sounded like a gun, but it couldn't keep going like this. It would give out. It would surely give out. Pip tried to scream again, pushing the word help against the duct tape, but it pushed right back. A hopeless cry in the dark. But there was still a spark of herself inside of all that terror. And she was the only one here who could help. Breathe. Just breathe, she tried to tell herself. How could she breathe when she was going to die? But she took a deep breath, in and out of her nose, and she felt herself rallying inside, gathering in numbers, pushing that too strong feeling into the dark place at the back of her mind. She needed a plan. Pip always had a plan, even if she was going to die. The situation was this. It was a Saturday, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Pip was in the boot of his car, the DT killer, Daniel De Silva. He was driving her to the place he planned to kill her. Her hands were bound, her feet were bound. Those were the facts. And she had more.
Pip always had more facts. The next one was particularly heavy, particularly hard to hear, even if it came from her own mind. Something she'd learned from one of those many true crime podcasts, something she never thought she'd need to know. The voice in her head repeated it to her plainly. No pauses, no panic. If you are ever abducted, you must do everything you can to avoid them taking you to a secondary location. Once you are in a second location, your chances of survival go down to less than 1%. Pip was being taken to a second location right now. She'd missed her chance. That small window of survival in the first few seconds. Less than 1%. But for some reason that number didn't bring back the terror. Pip felt calmer, somehow. A strange quieting, as though putting a number to it made it easier for her to accept. It wasn't that she was going to die, but that she was very, very likely to die. An almost certainty. Not enough left over for hope. Okay, she breathed. So what could she do about it? She wasn't at the second location yet. Did she have her phone on her? No. She dropped it when he grabbed her, heard it crack on the road. Pip raised her head and surveyed the boot, juddering as they swung down a rougher road. There was nothing in here except her. He must have taken her rucksack. Okay. What next? She should have been trying to visualize the route they were taking, make a mental note of the turns the car made. She'd been taken at the far end of Cross Lane, where the trees grew thick. She'd heard him start the engine, and she hadn't felt the car turning, so he must have carried on down that road. But that terror, it had blinded everything else while she'd flickered in and out, and she hadn't been paying attention to the journey. She would guess they'd been driving for 5 minutes already. They might not even be in Little Kilton anymore. But Pip didn't see how any of that could help her. Okay. So what could help her? Come on. Think. Keep her mind busy so it didn't go looking for that dark place at the back where the terror lived. But a different question occurred to her instead. That question. Who will look for you when you're the one who disappears? Now, she'd never know the answer because she'd be dead. But no, that wasn't right, she told herself, shuffling onto her side to release the pressure on her arms. She did know the answer. A knowledge that was bone deep. A knowledge that would outlive her. Ravi would look for her. Her mum, her dad, her baby brother. Cara, more a sister than a friend. Naomi Ward, Connor Reynolds, Jamie Reynolds, just as she'd looked for him. Nat De Silva, Becca Bell even. Pip was lucky. So lucky. Why hadn't she ever stopped to think about how lucky she was? All those people who cared about her, whether she deserved them or not. A new feeling now. Not panic. It was less bright than that. Heavier. Sadder. Slow-moving. But it hurt so much more. She was never going to see them again. Any of them. Not Ravi's lopsided smile or his ridiculous laugh, or any of the 100 ways he had of telling her he loved her. Never hear him call her Sarge again. Never see her family. Not her friends. All those last moments with all of them, and Pip hadn't known those were her final goodbyes. Her eyes welled up and spilled over, running down her cheeks to the rough carpet. Why couldn't she sink through the ground now? Disappear, but disappear to somewhere DT couldn't get to her. At least she told her mum she loved her before she walked out the door. At least her mum had that small moment to hold on to. But what about her dad? When had she last said it to him, or Josh? Would Josh even remember what she looked like when he was all grown up? And what about Ravi? When was the last time she told Ravi she loved him? Not enough. Never enough. What if he didn't truly know? This was going to destroy him. Pip cried harder, tears gathering around the tape across her mouth. Please don't let him blame himself. He was her best thing, and now she would always be the worst thing that had happened to him. A pain in his chest he'd never forget. But he would look for her. And he wouldn't find her. But he would find her killer. Pip was sure of it. Ravi would do that for her. Justice, that slippery word, but they would need it. So they could all eventually learn to move on without her. Lay flowers at her grave once a year. Wait. What was the date today? She didn't even know the date of the day she was going to die. She cried and cried harder until those more rational parts of herself took over, pulled her back from despair. Yes, Ravi would find her killer, would know who he was. But there was a difference between knowing and being able to prove it. A world of difference between those two things. Pip had learned the hard way. That was something she could do, though. A plan to keep her mind busy. Pip could help them to find her killer. To lock him away in a cage. She just needed to leave enough of herself behind. In this boot. Hair, skin. Anything with her DNA. Cover his car with the last remaining traces of her, her final mark upon the world, an arrow straight to him. Yes, she could do that. That was something she could do. She stretched back and rubbed her head against the carpet, harder, harder until it hurt, and she could feel the hairs pulling from her scalp. She shuffled lower and did it again. Next, skin. There wasn't much exposed that she could use, but she had her face and she had her hands. She twisted her neck, pushed her cheek into the carpet, and she grated it back and forward. It hurt, and she cried, but she kept going, the bone in her cheek raw and grazed. If it bled, that was even better. Leave blood behind. See him try to get away with that. Then her hands moving awkwardly against the duct tape. She scraped her knuckles into the carpet and against the backs of the passenger seats. What else could she do? She cast her mind back through all the cases she'd ever studied. 3 syllables came to her, a word so obvious she didn't know how she hadn't thought of it first. Fingerprints. The police already had her fingerprints on file to eliminate her after Stanley died. Yes, that was it. The swirling, spiderweb prints of her fingers would be the net she left behind to tighten and tighten around DT until he was caught. But she needed a hard surface. Carpet wouldn't work. Pip glanced around. There was the back window, but she couldn't get to it because of the dark cover slanting down over the boot. Wait. The sides of the car by her head and her feet were encased in plastic. That would work. Pip drew her legs in close and pushed her trainers against the carpet, sliding herself up and round and again until she was curled up small against the side, the plastic within reach of her bound hands. She did one hand at a time, placing and pressing each finger into the plastic several times, up and down wherever she could reach. The thumbs were the hardest because of the tape, but she managed to make contact with the very tops of them. There was a partial print, at least. Okay, what next? The car itself seemed to answer, jumping as the wheels drove over something. Another sharp turn. How long had they been driving now? What would Ravi's face look like when he was told she was dead?
No, stop that. She didn't want that image in her head. She wanted to remember him smiling in her last hours. He told her she was the bravest person he knew. Pip didn't feel brave now. Not at all. But at least the version that lived in Ravi's head was the one he turned to ask, what would Pip do now? Pip tried it herself, with the Ravi that lived inside her head. She turned to him and she asked, "What would you tell me to do if you were here with me?" Ravi answered. He would tell her not to give up, even if that's what the statistics and logic told her to do. Fuck that less than 1%. You're Pippa fricking Fitzamoby. My little Sarge. Pippus Maximus. And there's nothing you can't do. It's too late, she said back to him. He told her it wasn't too late. She wasn't at the second location yet. There was still time, and there was still fight left in her. Get up, Pip. Get up. You can do this. Get up. She could do this. She could. Ravi was right. She wasn't at the second location yet, she was still in the car. And she could use this car to her advantage. Her chances of surviving a car crash were far higher than her chances of surviving a second location. The car seemed to agree with her, the wheels growing louder against a gravel road, urging her on. Make him crash the car. Survive. That was the new plan. Her eyes darted to the bottom of the boot door. There wasn't a latch that she could use here to open the door and roll out. The only way was through the back passenger seats, and from there, throw herself at him, make him lose control of the vehicle. Okay. 2 options. Kick at the back seat, hard enough to break it, fold it down, or she could climb over the top in the gap above the headrests. And to do that, all she had to do was remove this cargo cover above her. Pip went with option 2. The cover was rigid. She felt it with her knees. But it could only be attached on 2 sides by a hook or a mechanism. She just needed to readjust her position, slide down, and then kick up at that corner until it came loose. The car slowed to a stop. A stop too long to be just a turning. Fuck. Pip's eyes widened. She held her breath so she could hear. There was a sound. A car door opening. What was he doing? Was he leaving her somewhere? She waited for the slam of the door, but the follow-up sound didn't come. At least not for several seconds. And when it did, the car peeled off again slowly. Not nearly fast enough for a crash. But it was only 7 seconds before it drew to a gentle stop again. And this time, Pip heard the handbrake pull up. They were here. The second location. It was too late. I'm so sorry, Pip told the Ravi in her head. And I love you. Just in case there was any way he could pass it on to the real one. Car door opened. Car door closed. Footsteps on gravel. The terror was back, leaking out of the place at the back of her mind where she thought she'd locked it away. Pip rounded into a ball, drew her knees up to her chest. She waited. The boot door opened. He was standing right there. But all Pip could see were his dark clothes up to his chest. A hand reached forward, pulled at the cover above her head, and it retracted, rolling itself up against the back seat. Pip stared up at him, a silhouette against the late afternoon sun.
A monster in the daylight. Pip blinked, her eyes readjusting to the glare. Not a monster, just a man. A familiarity in the way he held his shoulders. The DT killer showed her his face, showed her the glint in his smile. It wasn't the face she thought she'd see. It was Jason Bell. Chapter 27. Jason Bell was the DT killer. The thought was so loud in Pip's head, louder than the terror. But she didn't have time to think it again. Jason bent down and grabbed her elbow. Pip recoiled, smelling the metallic tang of his sweat staining the front of his shirt. She tried to swing her legs out to kick him away, but Jason must have read the thought in her eyes. He leaned down hard on her knees, pinning her legs there. With his other hand, he pulled her up to sitting. Pip screamed, the sound of it stifled against the tape. Someone must hear her. Someone must be able to hear her. No one can hear you, Jason said then, as though he were right there too, implanted in her head alongside Ravi, who was now telling her to run, make a break for it. Pip flicked her legs out and pushed off against her knuckles. She landed on her feet on the gravel and tried to take a step, but her ankles were bound too tight. She tipped forward. Jason caught her, righted her, gravel scuffing around them. He hooked his arm through one of hers, clenching it tight. There's a good girl, he said quietly, absently, as though he wasn't really seeing her at all. Walk, or I'll have to carry you. He didn't say it loud. He didn't say it hard. He didn't have to. He was in control and he knew it. That's what all this was about. He started walking, and so did she, minuscule steps against the duct tape. It was slow-moving, and Pip used the time to look around her, study her surroundings. There were trees, off to the right and behind her. Encircling them was a tall metal fence painted a dark green. A gate right behind them that Jason must have opened when he'd first left the car. It was still open now. Wide open. Taunting her. Jason was leading her towards an industrial-looking building, iron-sheeting sides, but there was a separate bricked building off to the left. Wait. Pip knew this place, she was sure of it. She took it all in again. The tall green metal fence, the trees, the buildings. And if that wasn't clear enough, there were 5 vans parked over there, the logo emblazoned on their sides. Pip had been here before. No, she hadn't. Not really. Only as a ghost, skulking up and down the road through a computer screen. They were at Green Scene Limited. The complex off a tiny country road in the middle of nowhere in Knotty Green. Jason was right. No one would hear her scream. That didn't stop her trying as they reached a metal door in the side of the building. Jason smiled, flashed his teeth at her again. None of that, he said, fiddling with his front pocket. He pulled something out, sharp and shiny. It was an overloaded ring of keys, different shapes and sizes. He flicked through them, selected a long, thin one with jagged teeth. He muttered to himself, guiding the key towards the bulky silver lock in the middle of the door. His other arm loosened a little, the arm holding her there. Pip took her chance. She slammed her arm down against his and broke the hold. Freedom. She was free. But it didn't get her far. She couldn't even take one step before the force of his hand pulled her back, holding her bound arms behind her like a leash. It's pointless, Jason said, turning his attention back to the lock. He didn't look angry. The expression in the curve of his mouth was closer to amusement.
You know as well as I do that that's pointless.
Pip did. Less than 1%. The door unlocked with the sound of clanging metal, and Jason pushed it inward. It screamed on its hinges.
Come on.
He dragged Pip over the threshold. It was dark in here, full of tall, wiry shadows, just one small window high up on the right, barring most of the sunlight. Jason seemed to read her mind again, flicking a switch on the wall. The industrial lights blinked into life with a lazy buzzing. The room was long and thin and cold. It looked like some kind of storeroom. Tall metal shelving units down both walls, huge plastic vats stacked up and along the shelves with small taps near the bottom. Pip's eyes scanned across them. Different types of weed killer and fertilizer. There were 2 sunken channels in the concrete floor under the shelves, running the length of the room. Jason pulled her along by her arms, the heels of her trainers dragging against the ground. He dropped her. Pip landed hard on the concrete, just in front of the right-hand shelves. She struggled up into sitting, watching as he stood over her. The breath in and out of her nose, too loud and too fast. The sound reshaping in her mind into DT, DT, DT. And here he was. Strange, really, that he looked just like a man. He'd been so much bigger in her nightmares. Jason smiled to himself then, shaking his head at something funny. He raised one finger at her, pacing towards a sign that read, "Warning, toxic chemicals."
That security alarm, he said, stifling the laugh. That security alarm you were so interested in.
He paused.
It was Tara Yates who set it off. Yes,
he added, studying her eyes.
You misread that one, didn't you? It was Tara who set it off. She was tied up in here, in this very room.
He glanced around the storeroom, filling it with dark memories that Pip couldn't see.
This is where they all were, where they died.
But Tara, she somehow managed to break free of the tape on her wrists when I left her. Was moving around and set off the alarm. I'd forgotten to disable it properly, see? His face creased again, as though he were only talking about a small mistake, one that could be laughed off, shrugged off. The hairs rose up the back of Pip's neck, watching him.
All turned out fine. I reached her in time,
he said.
Had to rush the rest of it to get back to the dinner party, but it all turned out fine.
Fine. The word that Pip used too. An empty word with all manner of dark things buried beneath it. Pip tried to speak. She didn't even know what she wanted to say. Just that she wanted to try before it was too late. She couldn't get through the tape, but the formless sound of her voice was enough. Reminded her that she was still there. Ravi was still there too, he told her gently. He'd stay with her until the end.
What's that?
Jason asked, still pacing back and forth.
Oh, no. No, you don't have to worry. I've learned from my mistake last time. The security alarm is definitely disabled. So are the CCTV cameras inside and out. All of them are off. So you have nothing to worry about now.
Pip made a sound in her throat.
They're off as long as I need them to be. All night. All weekend, he said. And no one will be coming here, not until Monday morning. so you don't need to worry about that either. Just you and me. Oh. But let me have a little look here.
Jason approached her. Pip pushed back against the shelves. He knelt at her side and studied the tape wrapped around her wrists and her ankles. He tutted to himself, fiddling with the binds.
No, that won't do. Far too loose. Was in a bit of a hurry to get you in the car. Going to have to redo them,
he said, patting her lightly on the shoulder.
We don't want you doing a Tara, do we?
Pip sniffed, gagging at the smell of his sweat. Too close. Jason straightened up, grunting as he leaned on his knees. He walked past her, down the row of shelves. Pip turned her head to follow him with her eyes, but he was already rounding back into view. Something new in his hands. A roll of grey duct tape.
Here we are,
he said, bending to his knees again, pulling the end loose from the roll. Pip couldn't see what he was doing behind her back, but his fingers touched hers, and a shiver gushed up her spine, sickening and cold. She thought she might be sick, and if she was, she would choke on it the same way Andy Bell had gone. Andy flashed into her mind, her ghost sitting beside her, holding Pip's hand. Poor Andy. She'd known what her father was. Had to come back every day to a house where a monster lived. Died trying to get away from him, to protect her sister from him. And that's when two separate memories jumped like static across Pip's brain, fusing to become one. A hairbrush. But not just a hairbrush. The purple paddle hairbrush on Andy's desk. The one in the corner of the photos Pip and Ravi took. It had belonged to Melissa Denny, Jason's second victim. The trophy he took from her to relive her death. He'd given it to his teenage daughter. Probably got a dark thrill from watching her use it. Sick fuck. The thought ended there, as a quick burst of pain shot up from her wrists. Jason had pulled off the tape, pulling hairs and skin with it. Freedom again. Unbound. She should fight, go for his neck, dig her nails into his eyes. Pip grunted and she tried, but his grip was too tight.
What did I say to you?
Jason said quietly, holding on to her squirming arms. He pulled them up, uncomfortably high behind her, and pulled them back, pressing the insides of her wrists against the front metal pole of the shelving unit. The duct tape was sticky and cold as he wound it from one wrist, round the metal pole, and round the other wrist. Pip concentrated, trying to push her hands as far out from each other as she could so the tape wouldn't be so tight, so constricting. But Jason was holding them fast, going over the duct tape with another layer, and another, and another.
There we go,
he said, trying to shake her wrists, but they wouldn't budge.
Nice and secure. Won't be going anywhere now, will you?
The tape at her mouth swallowed another scream.
Yes, I'm getting to those, don't worry,
Jason said, shuffling towards her feet.
Always worrying, always nagging, all of you. So loud.
He knelt on her legs to pin them down, and then wound a new length of duct tape around her ankles, over the first one. Tighter this time, going over it twice.
That will do.
He pivoted to look back at her. His eyes narrowed.
I normally give you one chance to speak now. To apologize before.
He drew off, staring down at the roll of duct tape, running his finger tenderly around its edge. Jason leaned over and reached for her face. Don't let me regret it, he said, tugging sharply at the tape across her cheeks, pulling it free of her mouth. Pip sucked at the air, and it felt different through her mouth. More space, less terror. She could scream now, if she wanted. Cry out for help. But what would be the point? No one could hear, and no one was coming. It was just the two of them. Part of her wanted to look up at him and ask him, why? But there was no why. Pip knew that. He wasn't Elliot Ward, or Becca, or Charlie Green, where their whys pushed them out of the dark and into that confusing grey space. That human space of good intentions or bad choices or mistakes or accidents. She'd read the criminal profile, and that told her all she needed to know. The DT killer had no grey area and no why. That's exactly why it had seemed so right before. The perfect case. Save herself to save herself. She wouldn't be saving anybody now, especially not herself. She'd lost. She was going to die. And there was no why. Not to Jason Bell. Only, why not? Pip and the 5 who had come before her, they were somehow intolerable to him. That was all. Not murder in his eyes, but an extermination. Pip wouldn't get any more if she asked. Another part of her, that thornier side where the rage hibernated, wanted to shout at him to go fuck himself and keep shouting it until he was forced to kill her right here, right now. Nothing she could say would stop him or hurt him. Nothing. Unless... She knew who you were, Pip said, her voice bruised and raw. Andy. She knew you were the DT killer. She saw you with Julia and she put it all together. Pip watched as new creases formed around Jason's eyes, a twitch in his mouth. Yeah, she knew you were a killer. Months before she died. In fact, that's why she died. She was trying to get away from you. Pip took another gulp of unrestricted air. Even before she found out who you were, I think she knew there was something wrong with you. That's why she never brought anyone round the house. She'd been saving up money for a year to escape, to live somewhere else, far away from you. She was going to wait for Becca to finish school, and then she was going to come back for Becca, take her with her. And once they were somewhere you couldn't find them, Andy was going to turn you in to the police. That was her plan. She hated you so much. So does Becca. I don't think she knows who you really are, but she hates you too. I worked it out. That's why she chose to go to prison. It was to stay away from you. Pip shot the words up at him, her voice hiding 6 bullets that would blow gaping holes in him. Narrowed her eyes to eviscerate him with her gaze. But he didn't fall down. He stood there, a strange expression on his face, eyes darting side to side as he took in what she just said. He sighed. Well, he said, an affectation of sadness in his voice. Andy shouldn't have done that. Got herself involved in my business. It wasn't her place. And now we both know why she died then. Because she didn't listen. He tapped the side of his head by one ear, too hard. I spent her whole life trying to teach her, but she never listened. Just like Philippa and Melissa and Bethany and Julia and Tara. Too loud, all of you. Speaking out of turn, that's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to listen to me. That's all. Listen and do what you're told. How is that so hard? He fiddled agitatedly with the end of the duct tape. Andy, he said her name out loud, mostly to himself. And you know, I even gave it all up for her. I had to, after she went missing. The police were too close. It was too much of a risk. I was done. I found someone who listened to me. I would have been done. He laughed, darkly, quietly, pointing at Pip with the roll of duct tape. But then you came along, didn't you? And you were just so loud. Too loud. Meddling in everyone's business, in mine. I lost my second wife, the only woman who listened. Because she listened to you instead. You were a test just for me, and I knew I couldn't fail it. My last one. Far too loud to let it be. Seen, not heard. Didn't your daddy ever teach you that? He gritted his teeth. And here you are, trying to interfere again with your last words, telling me about Andy. It doesn't hurt me, you know. You can't hurt me. It only proves I was right about her, Becca, too, all of you. Something badly wrong with all of you. Dangerous. Pip couldn't speak. She didn't know how to, watching this man pacing up and down in front of her, raving, spit flying from his mouth, veins branching out of his reddening neck. Oh! He drew up, suddenly, his eyes widening with delight, a wicked smile on his face. But I have something that will hurt you. Ha! Jason clapped his hands loudly together. And Pip flinched at the sound, hitting her head against the metal shelf. Yes, one final lesson before you go, and now you'll understand how perfect this all was, how fitting. How it was always supposed to end this way. And I'll always get to remember the look on your face. Pip stared up at him, confused. What lesson? What was he talking about? It was last year, Jason began, locking onto her eyes. At the end of October, I think. Becca wasn't listening to me again, wasn't replying to me or answering my texts. So I dropped round the house one afternoon. My house, though I was living with my other wife at the time, the one who listened. I brought a late lunch round for Becca and Dawn. And did they say, thank you? Dawn did. Dawn had always been weak, but Becca was acting strange, distant. I had words with her again as we ate about listening, but I could tell she was keeping something from me. He paused, licked his dry lips. So when I left, I didn't really leave. I stayed in my car down the road and watched the house. And what do you know? A little more than 10 minutes later, Becca walks out of the house and she has a dog on the lead. A little secret. I didn't tell them they were allowed to get a dog. They never asked me. I didn't live there, but they still had to listen to me. You can just imagine how furious that made me. So I got out of the car and I followed Becca into the woods as she walked this new dog. Pip's heart jumped. A cliff drop down her ribs, landing hard in the pit of her stomach. No, not this. Please don't go where she thought it was going. Jason smirked, watching it play out on her face, enjoying every moment. It was a golden retriever. No, Pip said quietly, the pain in her chest a physical ache. So I watched Becca walk this dog, he continued, and she lets him off the lead, gives him a stroke and then tells him to go home
which of course I thought was strange at the time, proved to me even more that Becca did not deserve a dog if she couldn't handle the responsibility. And then she starts throwing sticks for him, and he keeps bringing them back. Then she throws one as far as she possibly can through the trees, and as the dog is running after it, Becca runs away, back towards home. The dog can't find her. He's confused. So, of course, now I know Becca isn't ready for a dog because she never asked me, because she doesn't listen. So I approach this dog. Very friendly little thing. "No," Pip said again, louder this time, trying to pull at her restraints. Becca wasn't ready, and she hadn't listened to me. She had to learn her lesson. Jason smiled, feeding himself from the despair on Pip's face. So I walk this friendly dog down to the river. "No!" Pip shouted. "Yes!" he laughed, matching her. "I drowned your dog. Of course, I didn't know it was your dog back then. I did it to punish my daughter. And then you release your podcast, which caused all sorts of trouble for me. But you talked about your dog, Barney, wasn't it? You thought it was just an accident, and you didn't blame Becca for what happened. Well," he clapped his hands again, "it wasn't an accident. I killed your dog, Pip. See, destiny moves in mysterious ways, doesn't it? Binding us together all the way back then. And now you're here." Pip blinked, and all the colour leached out of Jason, out of the room, replaced with red. Rage red, violent red, behind her eyes red, blood on her hands red, I'm going to die red. She screamed at him, a bottomless scream, raw and visceral. "Fuck you!" she screamed, angry, desperate tears falling into her open mouth. "Fuck you! Fuck you!" "We've reached that point, have we?" Jason said, a shift in the way he held his face, in the curve of his eyes. "Fuck you!" Pip's chest shuddered with the force of all her hate. "Okay, then." Jason walked towards her, a ripping sound as he pulled a long length of duct tape from the roll. Pip drew her legs into her chest, kicked out at him with her bound feet. Jason sidestepped her easily. He knelt down beside her, slowly, assuredly. "Never listen," he said, reaching out for her face. Pip tried to pull away, pulled so hard she thought she might just leave her hands behind, tied to the shelves while she went free. Jason pushed one hand against her forehead, holding it fast against the metal pole. Pip bucked. She tried to kick, tried to thrash her head side to side. Jason pressed the tape against her right ear, looped it up, over the crown of her head, back down, and pressed it into her other ear, stuck down under her chin. More ripping, more tape. "Fuck you!" Jason shifted the angle, winding it horizontally across her chin, around the back of her head, sticking to her hair. "Stop moving," he said, frustrated. "You're making it messy." He wound the tape up over her chin, another row, catching her bottom lip. "Never listen," Jason said, his eyes narrowed and concentrated. "So now you can't listen, or speak, or even look at me. You don't deserve to." The winding duct tape pressed her lips together, stealing her screams again. Up higher, tucked in under her nose. Jason wound the tape round the back of her head again, shifting up to leave her nostrils clear. Panicked breaths in and out, tape round, and up her nose to the bottom of her eyes. Jason shifted again, pulling the roll of tape up to cover the top of her head, round and round, working down her forehead, down and round, tape over her eyebrows, sticking them down, round the back of her head again. And there was only one thing left. One final strip of her face. Pip watched him do it, watched him as he took her sight from her, as he'd taken the rest of her face, only closing her eyes at the very last moment before he pressed the tape
over them. Jason removed the pressure from her head, and she could move it again, but she could not see. A ripping sound. The weight of his fingers at her temple as he stuck the end down. It was complete. Her death mask. Faceless. Dark. Quiet. Disappeared. Chapter 28. Faceless. Dark. Quiet. Too quiet. Pip could no longer hear the hiss of Jason's breath, nor smell the metallic tang of his sweat as she breathed rattling breaths in and out of her nose. He must have moved away from her. Pip stopped breathing, sounding out the room with her covered ears, feeling out the concrete around her with her doubled-up legs. She heard a scuffled footstep, far away from her, back towards the door he'd dragged her through. She listened. Metal clanging as the door opened. A shriek of old hinges. More footsteps, crunching on the gravel outside. Another shriek of the hinges and the door clicking shut. Silence for a few in and out breaths. And then a much smaller sound. A key scraping against the lock. Another clunk. Had he just left? He'd just left, hadn't he? Pip strained, listening for the faint sounds of shoes and cascading gravel. A familiar sound. A car door slamming. The growl of an awakening engine and the wheels reversing away from her. He was leaving. He was gone. He'd left her here, locked her in, but Jason was leaving. DT was gone. She sniffed. Wait. Maybe he wasn't gone. Maybe this was some kind of test, and he was sitting in the room with her still, watching her, holding his breath so she couldn't hear him, waiting for her to make any kind of wrong move, hiding there in the dark underside of her eyelids, taped down. Pip made a sound in her throat, testing it out. Her voice vibrated against the duct tape, tickling her lips. She groaned again, louder, trying to make sense of the impenetrable darkness around her. But she couldn't. She was helpless here, restrained to this tall metal shelving unit. Her face disappeared, wrapped up in tape. Maybe he was still in the room with her. She couldn't rule it out. But she had heard the car, hadn't she? It couldn't have been anyone but Jason. And another memory, shaking loose from her broken-down brain. The typed words of a transcript. DCI Nolan asking Billy Karras why he left his victims alone for a period of time, proved by wear and tear in the duct tape restraints. The DT killer did leave. This was part of it. His routine, his MO. Jason was gone. But he would be back. And that's when Pip would die. Okay. She was alone. Pip settled on that. But she couldn't linger in that momentary relief. Now on to the next problem. The terror wasn't locked up like she was in the back of her head. It was everywhere. It was in her taped-down eyes and her taped-up ears, in every beat of her overused heart, in the raw skin of her wrists and the uncomfortable bend of her shoulders, in the pit of her stomach and the deep of her soul, pure and visceral, Fear as she'd never known it before. Inevitable. The segue between being alive and not. Her breaths were coming shorter, too short. Panicked spurts in and out. Oh, fuck! Her nose was blocking up. She could feel it, every breath rattling more than the last. She shouldn't have cried. She shouldn't have cried. The air was struggling, scraping its way through 2 tightening holes. Soon they would block up entirely and she would suffocate. That's how it would all end. Dead girl walking. Dead girl not breathing. At least that way DT wouldn't get to kill her. Not his way, at least, with a blue rope around her neck. Maybe it was better this way. Something out of his control.